All right, we are back after lunch. And we are going to move on to our consent agenda item. City Manager, did we have anything pulled for discussion as of yesterday?
Yes, sir. There was the request for, we already did item 5J, which was the vehicles, 5H, K, and M.
H, K,
And
M.
a tentative was the minutes, so I don't know if we're pulling that or not.
Yeah, the minutes are fine. I've got with the city clerk, and if I was the only one pulling K, that is not necessary anymore. Staff was able to answer my questions.
5K and M were both tentative, so I don't know.
M, I'd still like to keep
All
on.
right, so was the Vice Mayor the one pulling K?
Yes, yes,
No
sir.
one else did?
I don't believe Commissioner Luke, I think.
No, I only asked for the one so we could
All
talk
right, so we can
about
go
the
ahead
donation.
and, so we don't have to pull K then, is what you're saying?
H and M is the only ones left.
Okay, so I will entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion, Mayor, to approve consent agenda items A. Oh, hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. We have public comment for B. Do you
Okay.
want to hear public comment
Let's
before
go
I
ahead
make
and
the
approve
motion?
this.
or-
Yeah, no, let's go ahead and approve it, and then I'll go to this.
Because that's part,
Applicant.
Oh.
because that's
All right, yeah.
part of,
Yes, let's do that. Carl Goodrich. Thank you, sorry about that. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Hello, my name is Carl Goodrich. I am, nice meeting you all. I'm actually a little bit on the younger side. I'm only 22 years old, but I think that gives me the experience for the Art Advisory Board because it gives a fresh look into our growing city. I mean, our city's gonna be one of the biggest on the map in Florida in the upcoming years. And I think having that young and older and everybody represented would be a great idea to help influence our art process. And that's all.
well, thank you.
Thank
Thank you.
Goodrich.
I can speak personally for him. How many years have we known each other? 6 or so?
Since 21.
All right, 8. He works and helps out with the chamber. He's always volunteered, supported his mom in any of the endeavors that she did within the community. So his heart's in the right place. So definitely can vouch for Carl.
Okay, so move on to the motion.
Okay, Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve items A, B, C, D, E, F, G, I, K, L, and N, basically pulling items H and M
For discussion.
for discussion.
All right, I have a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Luke. Let's call the vote. Okay. That was passed 4-0. Commissioner Carusone.
How long have you been sitting there?
35 seconds.
Okay.
Commissioner Carusone will be here shortly. So we're moving on. Okay, moving on to item H, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. This is something that I know at least on the last year or two, I believe longer than that, but I happen to be knowledgeable of the last couple, which is the Wyland Foundation's National Mayor's Challenge. It's related to water conservation. So we're prepared to answer any questions. I'm not sure why it was pulled, if it was more just for public input or knowledge or not, so.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, the only reason why I wanted to pull this item was just for public information, if somebody can give an update or an idea of what this is all about, just for the public's purview.
And unfortunately, it doesn't look like we have anybody from utilities, but this is a water conservation. Last year what we did is we put a statement on the website related to conservation. Utilities usually takes the lead on this program. We put a statement on there. They ask mayors around this country to join this foundation, this challenge, excuse me. So we're looking to help promote water conservation.
Thank you.
Can I get a motion? If there's nothing
Mayor,
else, I have no one.
I'll make a motion to approve the submission of a statement to support the participation in the 2019 Wyland Foundation National Mayor's Challenge.
Second.
Motion on the floor by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Luke. Let's take a vote. And that passes 4-0. For the record, Commissioner Carusone is back in the house.
Yo.
All right. So we are going to move on to item M. City Manager?
This one is a termination in order to allow for the removal of the modular building in the Dallas White Park. So the agreement has to be terminated in order for that to happen. From our Parks and Rec Department, if you have any questions on it.
Commissioner, or Vice Mayor?
The reason why I pulled that, Mayor, is because the backup materials say for them to pull the trailer. I wanted to give staff an opportunity to give a update as to what's going on with that property.
Good
If that's
afternoon.
okay.
Tricia Wisner, Assistant Director of Parks and Recreation. The YMCA actually completed the removal of the module unit. However, we needed to get this information into Register by a certain date. And between the submittal of the documentation until today, the module unit has been removed. We have verified that the site is level and cleared, and the YMCA is working on putting sod and fencing back in, so it's returned to a close approximation of what it used to look like, since nobody's really sure what it looked like prior to the unit being there.
It didn't look that nice.
Oh, see, they're going to even do a better job. Excellent.
We're here.
Yes.
Did not look that nice.
That was the only reason why I pulled it, was to give the update, that's all. So thank you, Mayor.
Yep.
I'll make-
Commissioner Luke?
Make a motion to approve consent agenda item M.
And I'll second.
Motion on the floor by Commissioner Luke, seconded by the Vice Mayor. Let's take a vote. And that passes unanimously. Move on. Public hearing. Ordinance number 2019-12, second reading, amending the city code of, well, I'll let the clerk read ordinance by title only. How about that?
Ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, amending the Code of the City of Northport, Florida, Section 2-55, Agenda relating to the agenda for city commission meetings, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing an effective date.
All right, City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. This is the second reading. Normally, we had much more discussion in the first reading. The City Attorney's Office made the two recommended changes between first and second reading. So with that, we'll just open it up if you have any questions.
Okay. Commissioner Luke?
I sat in on the PSAB meeting of when they went over this, and I know it failed because of a 2-2 vote. And they were bringing up forget about that.
Wrong item?
Wrong item.
Wrong item. I was down at the next one, so take that off.
Just delay that for a second.
So is there anything else you'd like to say? On this one?
No.
Vice Mayor?
Mayor, I do believe one of your squirrels got out of the yard and went down there.
Are we down on this end of the
It
desk?
was a chipmunk.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, so I was rereading this with more fresh eyes, and item G2, if you go into G2, it reads, and there's no line number, so I can't pinpoint it exactly, but in G2, about the middle, it says, if the request is timely submitted, the mayor shall announce at the meeting that the item has been removed from the consent agenda. And I'm sorry, that is not what's happened in these past few months. It's been the city manager who has been announcing it. Because we can't submit it to you, Mayor, we can only submit it to the city manager.
If I may, Vice Mayor, I believe the city manager has been notifying the mayor as
I
to,
do ask.
what request he's received, but it's the mayor who announces that it's been removed from the consent agenda, because it's the mayor who is running the meeting.
So the city manager is sending you an email telling?
Right here at the dais when I ask if anything has been removed for
That's the
discussion.
process. You ask the city manager if anything's been removed. And then the city manager announces it.
No, ma'am, nothing is removed until we're in the meeting. So I understand it might be parsing words, but if you'll just be patient with me for a moment. The mayor inquires as to whether or not anyone has notified the city manager that they would like something to be removed. And upon the city manager saying, yes, I've received notifications to remove items A, E, and G, then the mayor announces that items A, E, and G are removed from the consent agenda. It's not, the city manager cannot announce that those are removed from the agenda because he's not in control of the meeting.
We might be saying the same thing, but I'm reading what is written, and it says, if the request is timely submitted, i.e. to the city manager, the mayor shall announce at the meeting that the item has been removed from the consent agenda.
It's not written there. Let me say it this way. If the request is timely submitted, and then what's not written in the code is, the mayor asks the city manager who submitted a timely request, and then the mayor announces, what's been removed from the agenda.
But we vote on that. He doesn't make that announcement. We vote on, yes, those can be removed.
No, ma'am. By definition, under a consent agenda, if one person wants something taken off, it's taken off.
That's fine.
You don't vote to remove something from the consent agenda. You vote for the remainder of the consent agenda to be approved, but if one person wants something removed, it comes off, by definition.
And I guess technically, I ask him usually before the meeting. I could just make the announcement. I just tend to ask because he kind of has in detail, I tend to forget it's J, K, and L. So I ask, but I do ask him before the meeting, and I could probably just make the announcement. I just choose to ask because he's got it right in front of him.
Regardless of how the mayor and the city manager communicate about it, it's ultimately the mayor who needs to announce the removal of the item from the consent agenda because he is running the meeting.
If nobody else has an issue with it, then I just wanted to bring that up. Thank you.
Anybody else?
I told her in the agenda briefing, I thought she did really well rewriting them. Thought it was clear.
Well, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve ordinance number 2019-12.
I have a
Okay.
second. I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Carusone, seconded by Commissioner Luke. Anything to that, Commissioner Carusone?
Excellent job, city attorney, as usual.
Commissioner Luke? All right, let's take the vote.
Oh, she gets paid big bucks.
Yeah, and that passes 4-1 with Vice Mayor McDowell dissenting. You have anything to that, Debbie, Commissioner Vice Mayor McDowell?
Yeah, I just dissented for consistency. I still don't believe that it should be a requirement to do it by noon the day before in case anything comes up between noon and the actual meeting time.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, we're going to move on to our first reading. I need item B here. I need a motion to read ordinance by title only.
So move.
Second?
Second.
Have a motion on the floor by by Commissioner Carusone, seconded by
That one.
Commissioner Luke.
Jill, Commissioner Luke.
Let's take a vote.
It's still early in the day, guys.
All right, we're in trouble.
Also really crazy up here.
City Clerk.
An ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, allowing for community gardens in the AG Agriculture District, GU Government Use District, RSF Residential Single Family District, RTF Residential Two Family District, RMF Residential Multifamily District, and RMH Residential Manufactured Home District by amending the City of Northport Unified Land Development Code, Section 53-25, Section 53-64, Section 53-121, Section 53-134, Section 53-147, and Section 53-160, providing regulations for community gardens by amending the City of Northport Unified Land Development Code, Section 53-240, special structures, providing relevant definitions by amending the City of Northport Unified Land Development Code, Section 61-3, definitions and word usage, creating a community garden operation permit fee by amending the code of the City of Northport, Appendix A, see city fee structure, providing for adoption, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for coding of amendments, and providing for an effective date.
City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the item related to the community gardens and the request to bring you an ordinance to allow those. That being said, I will introduce our Neighborhood Development Services Director and Planning and Zoning Manager. So they are both here and give you some information and then answer any questions you have.
Thank you, City Manager. For the record, Frank Miles, Neighborhood Development Services Director. What we have before you is Ordinance 2019-10 on community gardens. At the May 8th, 2018 Commission meeting, a presentation was made by a local business owner regarding agricultural-related uses in the city. At this meeting, it was discussed by Commission that there's interest in allowing community gardens as well as commercial gardens. After staff research, this item was placed on an agenda for discussion at a July 24th special Commission meeting. And at this meeting, the Commission determined that they would like to see the allowance of community gardens throughout the city and that commercial gardens be permitted in specific zoning districts, including the Activity Center 6, Neighborhood Commercial High and Low Intensity Zoning Districts, and the Estates. After extensive research and legal reviews, this ordinance proposal would add community gardens to the list of permitted uses in agricultural, government, residential, and residential manufactured home zoning districts. It also creates specific regulations and relevant definitions for community gardens and adds a community gardens operational fee permit to the fee structure. Another item regarding market gardens is a separate but related item also on today's agenda. The Planning and Zoning Advisory Board heard this item at their regularly scheduled meeting on March 21st. There was a discussion relating to concerns about the intensity of a community garden in a single-family zoning district on small lots, the fees for staff time, permit reviews, and enforcement. We have Nicole Galehouse, our Planning Division Manager, who has a short presentation to provide, and we will be available to answer any questions.
Thank you. For the record, Nicole Galehouse, Planning Division Manager. So I'll just briefly try to go through the ordinance. So a couple housekeeping things. This has been reviewed by the city attorney as to form and correctness, and it has been advertised to meet all local and state requirements. So we are proposing this, the use of community gardens in agricultural, government use, and our residential zoning districts. So community gardens have been shown to have an improvement in nutrition, physical activity, community engagement, and safety, and provide a lot of environmental benefits to the community. It can increase opportunities for affordable access to food, green space to reduce impact of pollutants and stormwater runoff, and generally just can have a good impact. So the first thing we'd like to talk about is the definition. So community garden is a non-commercial cultivation. It can be separate plots or gardened by individual people or collectively by members of a group. This ordinance does not create any regulations for someone gardening on their own private property for their own use. So this is strictly talking about a community garden that brings multiple operators into one area. So one of the things that's being added, and I'll go into this a little more, is a fee for the community garden operation permit. So the regulations are, I went over the zoning districts. The regulations for community gardens, the first is the permit. This will allow for a review of the site to ensure compliance with the regulations. The fee being proposed is to cover staff time for this review. There's a required site assessment. A Phase 1 ESA is a non-intrusive assessment. It provides historical overview to determine if there's any potential indicators of contamination. Something like an old landfill or some other source that could have caused the ground to be unsafe. If something's identified during that review, the property must go through further testing before it would be able to be gardened on. Operation and rules, this is their rules, not ours. We're just asking that they provide us with a copy of it and a few things that we're asking them to put in those rules. So operating hours, a contact person, just very basic overview on there. Garden conclusion. If they decide that they no longer want to operate a community garden, if they're just not getting participation, or if for some other reason want to conclude that, we just want them to return that into the same condition that they received it in, or as close as possible to. Site design. We're encouraging universal design. Universal design provides access to all users regardless of age, size, ability, or disability. This is not a requirement because these are more of a less intense use than a commercial operation, but we are encouraging it so that all users could potentially benefit from this. Water, we want to make sure that there's a sufficient water supply. This could be a well, a rain barrel system. The drainage regulations are put in place to not cause drainage issue for adjacent properties. Anytime you're changing the landscape of a property, you have that potential. We want to make sure we protect any neighbors. For storage, no non-vegetative material may be stored outside. They are permitted to put in a shed up to 120 square feet, benches, bike racks, picnic tables, rain barrels, basically anything that's non-permanent in nature, anything that could easily be removed from the site if the community garden were to conclude its operations. Parking will be evaluated on an individual case-by-case basis depending on the size of the community garden, availability of on-street parking, and how many users they're anticipating on the site. If parking is required, it must comply with parking regulations and will need a driveway, but pervious materials are permitted and encouraged. Waste disposal, they have to make sure waste is being properly taken care of, whether that's bringing containers onto the site when they're using it and removing them each day, or by setting up service through the solid waste department. Compost materials have to meet setback requirements and be stored in fully enclosed containers to reduce the potential nuisance to neighbors. There are no sales on site for community gardens. If there's excess materials, they may bring that to be sold off-site, but the intent here is to not have a commercial operation because these are being proposed in our residential areas, so it is intended for community use. They have to maintain the property in compliance with city regulations. We are encouraging sustainable and organic gardening practices and prohibiting the use of Category 1 invasive plants and strongly discouraging the use of Category 2 invasive plants. And that's the overview I have, and I'm here for questions.
Commissioner Luke?
I figured somebody else would have hit the button before I did on this one.
We wanted to give you the opportunity
No, you missed the last one, so we want you to get this one, yeah.
I understand the issues that the planning and zoning had in regards to the screen that shows the various types of areas and lots so that you could put into them or put them in. Agriculture, where is that? Just the estates?
The estates, the area, let's see, will my mouse show up on here? I don't know if it's showing up. There's basically this area here, which is like the Lake Geraldine area, and the Little Salt Spring site is agricultural.
The little what?
Little Salt Spring.
Okay. And then the estates. Government use, of course, we know what that is. When it gets to the residential single family, and I understand the problem that they were having because it has the look and feel almost as something commercial, and people coming from outside into a neighborhood to do gardening. My question in regards to the residential two-family, that's just the duplex type stuff, correct? Now, all of these single families can have a garden of their own by state law, correct?
Correct.
Okay. The duplex, that is still considered a single resident, so they can have their own garden?
Our code does permit gardening as an accessory use to residential structures.
Okay. But then when you get into the last two, is where I see the difference, because those are generally run by a management company, and there's a common area. And I can see more readily that a common area being overseen by the management company of allowing the community of that apartment or those mobile home parks to come to that common area for gardening. So I'm seeing a difference between somebody just setting up a garden in their home and having a bunch of people come in versus utilizing that community within that design. The residential manufactured homes, the trailer parks, I mean, I would like to see tiny homes come in, and I would like to see a communal area, common area in those, so that they could garden together also. So I totally understand, where they were coming from with that. At this point, I'll stop questioning and appreciate the answers and pass it to somebody else.
Vice Mayor McDowell.
I too have a problem with it being in residential, single-family, and residential two-family district. I think that a community garden is more inclined for multifamily, which are apartments, and the manufactured homes. So my question is, with the city attorney, if we remove residential single-family, would we have to, because it's taking it out of the title area, would we have to redo first reading? No, I didn't think so. I just wanted to get your expert opinion. I do have, I don't know if it's more questions or comments, but it's more about the actual language that is written. That was my first question. Once we get into it, I do have line by line some concerns in the language and some ideas that need to be pulled because it's like duplicative or not in our purview as a city. So I don't know, Mayor, what you would like to do with those.
Say it again, I'm sorry. I was reading
So line by line, I do have questions and concerns with the language. Not so much questions, it's just changes to the language. So I don't know if you want to do that now or wait.
Yeah, I don't really want to go line by line. Well, I know, what I'd like to do is kind of what we always do. We have, right now, I think I'd like to just continue with what we normally do. If you have any suggestions of changes, I guess what we could do is, and kind of help me here, some of you older, not older like as in age, but
Yeah, that's the way.
just about everybody up here. Come on now.
Actually, I'm looking right at me.
Come on. No, but should we go through it the way we have it? And let's say Vice Mayor McDowell has her first section of questions or comments. As she makes those, I guess we could kind of get consensus as you do as we go. And then after 8 minutes, we'll move on to somebody else if they have questions, or if they want to do that, then they can. I think we could go through it that way. And I just want to give everybody a chance to go through it.
And that's why I was saying I do have some concerns with the language that needs to be addressed before we move on to second reading.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Yeah, absolutely. Well,
the
we
one
need to.
other
So let's go ahead and
question-
just get started and.
A few basic questions.
I just
so.
have one question further. On line 185, it says that an operational permit. It doesn't say how long that permit's good for. Do they have to renew it every year? There's no nuts and bolts to an operational
Line
permit.
185.
We could certainly add that. I think the intent was that it's a one-time permit for the operation of the site.
Okay.
Did you say line 185?
85, on line 185.
I don't have a line 185, isn't it wild?
His operation permit. It's on page 5 of 10. Page 5.
I like a one-time
Two-thirds of the way
permit.
down.
So it's that kind of stuff, but that was a question. So,
Oh, I see, okay.
That's the original.
I think that's good. I think as we go through our little time limits, if you have something on it, we can take a quick consensus on it to see whether or not we want to move forward. So I think that'll work. Yeah, I think that'll work good.
do you want me to go through a few of them?
You've got, your normal.
Commissioner Carazone had a couple questions.
Yes, I do think so. I think Commissioner Carrasone had a couple, and then Commissioner Emmerich.
Yeah, just real quickly, I thought that we were going to get two different ordinances, one on commercial gardens, one
Two
on
separate items.
community.
Next.
Yeah, commercials.
We do
next.
have two.
Okay, all right, and so
That chipmunk
this
sitting
one,
over
I just
there.
want it clear. This is just neighborhood gardens that we're dealing with in this particular ordinance, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so with that in mind, is there a way to require, because I know they do it in zoning all the time, require the permission of a percentage of neighbors to approve this neighborhood garden prior to its existence? You know what I'm saying? How if you're rezoning something, you send out or maybe even a community workshop prior to it, just to give the residents that option to say, no, we don't want it, or yes, we want it, and have that all on the record before it's approved.
I have seen of different uses that have have requirements that go through that. I don't think we have any in our code that I'm aware of. I believe it would be something we could add in there. I'll defer to the city attorney to
So for
clarify if
instance,
there's any. We'd have
Sarasota
to probably
County,
vet that out, but-
I'll just tell you, because I sat on the county commission's board, not, what do you call it, planning board. You had to send a notice out within so many mile radius of the rezone, and then you were required to have a neighborhood workshop within X amount of days prior to your actual approval or disapproval by the advisory board.
And we do require that for the development master plan.
Right.
So we could require that as far as if we can require a percentage of neighbors to agree to it.
Well, I'm
that's the
just
part that I'm not
wondering
sure
if
about.
maybe just by having the public workshop requirement that the final approval can be seen by that. You know what I mean? I'm trying to find a way so that if it's in a RSF area and they choose that they don't want it, then there's an option for them to prevent them from having it, I guess.
Right.
That makes sense?
Yeah, no, it makes sense. I think that's something we could explore.
That's it.
Mr. Emmerich, do you have something?
I didn't push the button.
I noticed that, but somebody pointed at you.
They do that quite often.
All right. Vice Mayor, I think what'll work good is 10 minutes. We'll just kind of go through your lines and we'll move down. If we have to come back one more time, we will, because others may be able to address those. And then each one that you point out, we'll just take a consensus as we do and see whether or not it goes.
I think the first thing, based on my comments and what I heard Commissioner Luke say, is do we want this in an RSF or RTF zoning district? Because that will then change some of the languages that are in here. In my opinion, residential single family is an 80 by 120 lot. I can't imagine somebody buying a piece of property, 80 by 120, to put on a community garden. You can already garden on your own property, and if you want to have maybe your neighbor come and help you, that's a neighborly thing, one among each other. But to actually have an 80 by 120 community garden owned by somebody else other than the government in a residential area, I can see it being problematic. So I think maybe that might want to be the first consensus. Do we want to remove it from
Can I ask what
RSF?
those problems are? Can you express one or two of them to me, just so I get an idea?
The traffic, the the traffic being number one, because if this is a community garden, I don't know how big is the community garden over at Warm Mineral Springs.
Community garden at Warm Mineral Springs is about a little over 3/4 of an acre.
Okay, so 80 by 120 is a quarter acre. So
Almost 3 lots,
almost 3 lots.
Right.
So
or a little over 3 lots.
Right.
I can't see a community garden on a
But I will
quarter
tell
acre
you,
lot.
every time I've been out there, there's almost, I mean, you know, there's always someone out there, but I've never seen any real traffic at all derived from that community garden.
And I tend to agree with that. I'm just saying lot size wise for a community garden. It's very tiny. And I can't see it actually happening.
And I go along with that because I see how that community garden works right now in our government use. And it is that communal type of aspect that goes to that governmental use. And when you put it on private property and then try to make it communal, it kind of becomes that short-term rental type thing. You know, somebody using that private property for those types of activities. Where with the apartments, the tiny home establishments, the trailer parks and stuff like that, they have common areas, another communal where you have a management company that oversees it. So I see a community garden being a communal type of aspect to the city. Thusly, you would only look for those types of zonings that offer that to it. And that way that apartment complex, that management team has the right to say yes or no, whether they want a garden on their grounds or not. The trailer park has the right, you know, through their boards, their district or whatever, to say yes or no, whether they want it or not. So that's why I see it as being communal.
Just to weigh in on maybe a different way to skin the cat would be to, instead of an 80 by 120 lot, say that residential single-family parcels have to have a 3-acre parcel as opposed to the 80 by 120. Because that's the size of the community garden out by Warm Mineral Springs, and that seems to be the more of the common size of community garden.
But it's handling an entire Warm Mineral Springs. The point, forgive me, but I've got my light on, but I agree
Got
with
mine, too.
allowing it in RSF and all of to allow it, that there's a choice. Now, within reason, I still believe that you should give the people that live amongst that area the option to say whether they want it or not. But you know, the whole key word is community. So who you will have there is those who live in that community and will walk there to the garden. And if there's a charge for space or donations, or that's between them. But if I, in my 16-block radius, want to, you know, I have a spare piece of property and I want to put up, you know, tomato plants, and the neighbor says, hey, you know what, that's a great idea, I can do watermelon, and the other one says, hey, that's a great idea, I can do, I don't know, lettuce, you know, why are we limiting it? Just to allow the opportunity, but then, you know, again, within reason, that there would be some sort of a approval process, and that the residents have their ability to say yay or nay, because that's who it's supposed to benefit. But I would not limit it to, it's okay to have a commercial garden, but not a community garden, because not everybody wants to go all the way down to Warm Mineral Springs. Some of us that live out in BFE would love to have all their neighbors get together. Listen, I have no green thumb. Plants and fish, dead, gone, finished, okay? It'd be wonderful if the people in my neighborhood used my property and my 2 flower boxes that actually had a very thriving garden until I moved in, and let them do it. Hey, go for it. I'll take a couple of tomatoes. I'm good, you know?
I see
So-
agriculture as being definite.
Vice Mayor, you want to do
Yeah,
something?
and Commissioner Carrison, I understand what you're saying, and I understand the purpose, but the problem that I have is, like what you even said, if it's my property and I want to allow people to come on and grow watermelons or lettuce or tomatoes, I then have to get the approval from the outside neighborhood to do something that is on my property. That to me is just, it's my property. If I want to allow somebody to grow some vegetables on my property, that's my prerogative.
Yeah, but not unless we do something like this, correct?
No.
The intent of this is for vacant properties where a residential structure does not exist there. So right now, you could not go garden on a vacant lot.
Right.
And I can see the residential being used if it's vacant. Having the house on it, you run into that problem. But if it's a vacant lot, like you were talking about, then I could go with the single, if it's vacant.
But if it's vacant, Commissioner Carrison is saying that you have to get permission from the surrounding area, but it's my lot.
But
And if I have 5 people that say, no, I don't want this in my neighborhood, but 4 people want to garden, whose rights are, whose
Well,
rights
we're
prevail?
preventing it right now. That's the whole point of this. That's the problem. So I agree. I agree, keep it single family and RTF, and just, there's consensus from me, so.
Okay,
you can-
Commissioner
or-
Mitch?
This is, this is a kicker that we're gonna get into on the second one. But I think it's making it available, putting it out there, making it allowable. Let's let the community figure out what they wanna do within their own neighborhoods. Let's just say that I have a vacant lot and I wanna donate it to my organization or my people. There's your lot, there's your garden, but it's available. Do what you will with it. I don't see where it's our business to get in and over-regulate and allowing somebody to do something as simple as grow vegetables and plants on their own property within their community. It's just my opinion, but that's where I stand on that.
Okay, so where are you on this consensus? Yay or nay?
I'm for this.
Okay.
That's a yay.
I am for it too, but the minute you put the caveat that you got to get the approval from the surrounding neighbors in a block or 2 radius, that's where I have the problem.
And I do too. I have a problem with having to get neighborhood consensus on my yard.
Yeah, I do too, but I like the idea of the RF or whatever it's called, the single family and the dual family, having it a vacant lot.
It sounds like we have a solid consensus
On how it's proposed.
on how it's proposed.
Yeah, but they didn't propose vacant lots in
didn't.
those areas.
No.
Yes, in line 189 to 190, permits will only be issued for vacant lots that contain no buildings or structures.
Thank you.
Thank you for correcting me. I
Which
appreciate that.
you can already do it in your backyard if you have a house. So this is just allowing it,
Right.
and the only reason why I brought up the whole notification/permission thing was because of what I heard over on this side being against it. So I thought that was a way to squelch the concerns. So that's the only reason why I brought it up. I agree with you.
So we have a solid consensus to keep that as is.
Thank you for clarifying the vacant lot part. I think that's what was, thank you.
Commissioner Guy, got another one?
Okay, so that's okay, we're gonna keep that. So we're going to keep all those. Fast forward to 185, where I mentioned about the operational permit, and you said the intent is to have the operational permit valid for just issuance. Do we need to put that in the ordinance?
We can add clarifying language. It wouldn't hurt. I think it's helpful to put it in there.
Can't hear you on what?
Sorry, it wouldn't hurt. I think it's helpful to put that in there.
What was that?
185,
And what is it that you want to enter?
The one-time permit fee.
one-time permit fee of, and then,
Okay.
Okay. Commissioner Emmerich, you good with that?
Yeah.
okay.
Carrison?
Yes, yes, sorry.
I'm yes. Luke? Okay, so we have a unanimous consensus on making one-time permit fee, putting on line 185.
Line number 189, or 190, it says that contain no buildings or structures. So let's say it's a vacant parcel, somebody wants to grow watermelons and somebody wants to grow beans, I think, or the kind that has to grow up a trellis. So you put up a pergola or some kind of a trellis mechanism, does that become a structure?
So the permit is issued on a vacant lot, so there's certain structures that are permitted within the permit and the regulations that are put forth here.
Aren't you meaning to say a principal structure
Yes.
as in like a house or?
That's what we
Yeah,
need
we-
to,
Okay,
Put
so
so we need to
it-
put a
I get what you're
principal.
saying.
Yeah.
It needs to say principal structure, because I
So
think that's
contain
what
no
your intent
principal
was.
structure.
Yeah,
You could say allowable for sheds, correct?
yeah, yeah. So that's
So
what
a
she's trying
principal
to get.
structure is considered,
A residence.
what else is considered principal structures?
An accessory
Home,
structure?
I'd have
Just
to
a
look at the
garage,
list
if
of uses. It
you-
depends on, I think there's.
Probably if you wanted to.
Like,
I wouldn't just be able to put my RV
permitted
garage
uses
there
that-
either.
Like if a church was a permitted use, then that would be a
Okay,
principal structure.
gotcha.
I don't think you could anyways, because you'd have to have a principal structure in order to put a garage and
Okay.
accessory structure up, so.
Okay,
you
so,
wouldn't do that
190 is
anyway.
going to say contain no principal buildings or principal structures.
Just principal structure.
yeah, I just say principal structure.
Whichever way the language is.
Hemrich, you good?
Okay.
Hemrich?
I'm good.
Kirsten?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Luke? That's unanimous to change 190 to contain no principal structure.
All right. Environmental site assessment, is that something that the city collects, or is that done through DEP or DE, Department
line
of
you on, hon?
Agricultural? 193, because
Thank you.
it's my understanding that's a $2,000 cost.
$2,000 is the cost for an average commercial property. For a single-family residential lot, a quarter acre is gonna be much less than that.
How much less?
I was told it could be around 1,000 to 1,500.
What? Thank you.
Way. No way.
Is that
Take
something
that out.
done?
That's crazy.
Is that something done with you, or is that done
It would be
through?
submitted to the city through,
Sorry.
The work would be done by an environmental consultant.
Okay,
What?
so
We have.
environmental site assessment, who ultimately then issues that permit for the commercial gardens? Is that the Department of our Ag?
For the commercial,
I'm talking, well, this is residential,
oh,
and,
yeah.
Hey, don't get us mixed up, man. Blonde, hello.
yeah, this is all residential, there's no commercial.
She said
The only
commercial,
one
so
is
that's why
ag use.
Just trying to clarify.
All that's here is ag use, government, and residential.
Yes.
Okay, so who issues the permit then?
This would be submitted in order for them to receive the community garden operation permit. It would be submitted to the city. So that we
Okay.
can verify that there's no sources of contamination on the
Idea, Commissioner McDowell, because I think this is outrageous, ludicrous, to be honest with you. What if we do have our own staff that what are we calling them these days? Environmental, whatever.
Environmental specialists?
Yeah, that.
Technician, but I don't know if they're qualified to do an environmental site
No,
assessment.
no. Nope, I'm talking about taking out the word environmental site assessment, because I know that is it's a classified,
Somebody who's-
specific, okay. It would be a precursory inspection of any environmental impacts by staff. There is no reason for an ESA, when you're putting up a pergola and planting stuff. I think that's nuts, not an 80 by 120 lot or less.
Why?
Precursory survey by city staff of environmental impacts.
But then again, what's the cost factor gonna be on that?
Well, that would be part of the permitting.
Go ahead, would you like to address that?
Yeah, how much would the permit and that be then?
But we have concerns about what are they exactly looking for? What are they qualified to look for?
Correct.
That's a pretty generic and broad term of, they're gonna do a precursory look for environmental what?
Environmental impacts, you're talking gopher
Soil
turtles,
samples.
you're talking,
Scrub jays?
Scrub
and They're not
jays,
qualified
which-
to do all those things.
why not? We have a scrub jay overlay map that's on GIS already through Sarasota County. Turtles, that's easy to see. And
And
then
if
they'll
they-
have a site plan, and so,
If I may, the concern here is not really so much for the tortoises and the scrub jays. The concern here is for contamination of the soil, that you're putting food into the ground. So, for example, if they happen to discover a bombing range used to be covering the site, what kind of interaction does that have with the soil, and what were the historical uses of the property that could have, in the past, put in some kind of contamination on
But we have
on
no
property?
records that anybody's bombed on any site here in the.
I don't remember any.
We don't have a record
But
of,
it's
have
all in
records
for trail
that
track.
have all that stuff, right?
we don't have records if somebody went out there and poured gasoline on the site because they
Themselves.
wanted to get rid of it, and they had no other place to get rid of the oil when they changed the oil, so they went to the vacant lot and dumped it.
but in the same token, you're drinking the water from that same vacant lot. You're drinking the water from
And
that
that goes
same.
through a whole process.
what I
This
mean?
is all, we just not we don't have somebody that's,
This whole thing
Going
just
to
sounds
do
like
that.
overregulation.
That's what I'm trying to
The
get
fact you
to.
even
It's
have to have that,
overregulation.
to me, is just retarded.
I would exit all 100%.
Did I say retarded? I mean.
Do we
they're not
require
cool.
that for a dwelling?
No, I don't believe they do.
No.
The dwelling's not growing food.
So is it placed in there to protect the food?
Yes.
It's in the next one too, folks.
Oh, I know.
I
think
just,
I mean, you guys correct me if I'm wrong. If you wanted to eliminate it, I'd be more comfortable with it being eliminated than us trying to do it internal.
Correct. That's perfect.
well, that's because I was thinking environmental impacts,
I
as
don't know
in
if
like
it's
scrub
required
jays,
by a law that you
birds.
guys know about.
Runoff
Well-
or anything like that from what's
Yeah.
coming from the garden, not what's already existing there.
I didn't understand that it was about chemical, yeah, so
Mr.
I.
Miles.
Yeah.
Yes, the city is issuing a permit to allow a use to occur, and this involves foodstuffs. So I'm assuming there is some level of liability that would be assumed by the city is saying, hey, it's okay, that you can go ahead and plant your food here, but there could be arsenic from an old golf course. I mean, who knows? So, I mean, that's kind of the
And-
protection
Well,
that.
can't you have them sign, and maybe
Waiver.
this is city attorney, but can't you have them sign a
A
release
waiver.
of liability that says that, you know, pending no ESA, that, you know, you take full responsibility and liability of the contamination of the soil that exists on this property going forward, that we are releasing ourselves from the liability of the city by giving this permit. Boom, done. Sign it, off.
The attorney? Do you have any,
I don't see a liability issue, Mayor.
okay. No liability issue. I would suggest that we.
No liability issue, period, or with that
Period.
waiver?
No, with issuing an operation permit, if the city has some kind of actual knowledge that there was something there,
That's different.
you know, like a target range or something like that, that might be different.
Because we don't require it for somebody to put in their own garden. And this is not a commercial garden that we're talking about where the food is going to be sold. This is for
virtually
their
their
own
own
use.
use.
Right.
Hold up.
I agree.
It is allowed to be sold.
Well.
It is
Offsite.
allowed to be sold.
Well, you're allowed to take whatever, I mean, I'm assuming, I mean, I can do the same thing for my front, for my backyard. If I have extra tomatoes, I can take it down to the local produce
Well, I have a
place.
place to put chickens.
So my suggestion is we just take out the environmental
Strike it.
site assessment and strike it out. Commissioner Emmerich?
Second, I agree with that. Get rid of it.
So that's 3. Yes, Luke? Commissioner McDowell?
Yeah, so we're going to be removing all of
remove
the,
it.
are we going to be replacing it with anything else?
I don't think so. We'll
No.
just strike B.
Strike B.
Alrighty, I'll add it to the list. The next one that I have is 236. Universal design. And it says here that the city encourages the use of universal design at a community garden. This too is in the next one. personally. If it's in the ground, in a raised bed, if it's on a trellis, that's how gardening is. Why is this in here?
Again, it's here to encourage access to all people on the site. If you're there in a wheelchair and you want to be able to garden, encouraging that those type of considerations be put in place.
But this
This is just an encouragement, though. It's not a requirement.
But this
Right.
isn't open to the public. If this is Commissioner Carasone's lot, I have to know her to be able to go on her property to garden and get her approval to garden. Not everybody is going to her community garden to garden. This is her property that she is allowing for
People, yeah.
people to use. It's not open to the public like the one at Warm Mineral Springs is.
Yeah, that's true.
Right, and that's why it
And they
was
better
simply
be
in there
giving you
as an
something.
encouragement and not a requirement.
Tomatoes.
Yeah, but I promise you, if somebody reads this, it's a requirement to their mind.
Oh, okay. I
To
see
read
what
this,
you're
it will be
saying.
a requirement. If I read that, I would take it as a requirement of acceptance.
I'd like,
And I agree with Vice Mayor.
it just needs to
Yes.
come out.
Okay,
It's.
strike it, yes.
Good.
Yes, Commissioner
Yes,
Luke, strike
yes.
it. Okay, we're striking universal design.
There you go. Next.
Anything else?
More, guys, I'm sorry.
No problem.
Hey, listen, I'm glad you're doing
No,
it.
we're
Go
moving
ahead.
Cut, no problem.
Just glad you're doing it.
So you're going to allow, I'm sorry, line 253. You're going to allow one shed for storage of gardening tools and equipment no larger than 100 by 120, I'm sorry, 120 square feet, which is
10 by
10
2?
by,
12.
10 by 12.
You sure?
Why can't
No,
we
that's
just keep it
1,200,
the
isn't
same as what we do with any house, which is under 200 square foot? You don't
you.
need a permit, you don't need any of that, and then everything kind of flows. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
That's one less thing somebody has to remember to do.
Absolutely.
Under 200?
Well, yeah, I think we
That's what I
approved
was going, that's where I was going with it.
200 and under, you don't need a permit or anything, you can, so that's what I would suggest. Do we have a
But-
consensus? Yeah.
Yeah, I agree, but should we have something in there that they have the option to come back and do something larger if needed, or?
Yeah, but they would need a permit for that.
Well, yeah, I get that, but because it's silent in here, does that not
I don't think so.
prevent it?
I would leave
Okay.
it alone.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to
It
make
says
sure
you
that we're
can have
not,
sheds, so if you wanted a bigger one, I think you could pull a permit and then
Is that
adjust
the way you
up.
guys understand that?
Yes.
Adjust it up, but you wouldn't need a permit for 200 square foot or below.
This
so-
is not saying that's all I get. If I have 200 and I say, you know what, I really need to add an extra 100 square foot, can I come to you guys and get a permit to do so?
So are you saying to strike the no larger than 120 square feet, or to change that to no larger than 200 square feet?
No, we're
larger.
not saying no larger than.
No, yeah, no,
So
we're
just
not.
strike that last clause in that.
That's
line.
what I would actually suggest. The only issue is that if it's a shed, 200 square foot and under, we don't need a permit for that, right? And you wouldn't need that here either, because it would still apply.
Right, this isn't saying whether or not you need a permit for it, that would be handled separately. This is just saying what you
Allow
can
it.
have on this site.
Right, and
Is-
120
oh, well, if that's
is too
the,
small. We want it available to up to whatever.
So that's why I was asking for the clarification.
But anything
Do you want to
over
change that to
permitted,
200 square
so-
feet, or just to strike that clause and let
I say
the-
we strike it. If it's 200 and under, they would need a permit.
Yeah.
If it's over,
If it's
they would
above,
need to
then
come
they
to
need a
you
permit.
guys, and they would
Yes.
need to get
Okay,
permitted.
hold,
do you still need the ability to have a shed
you.
on an undeveloped property without an accessory structure or any structure whatsoever? So it needs to say that you are allowed one shed for
says it.
storage of gardening
Yes.
and equipment,
But take out the
period.
no long, yeah, but take out the no
Period.
larger, that's what I
Right,
thought we were
right.
doing.
So
And
not-
Vice Mayor,
Okay.
before we strike out no larger than 200 square feet, because that's where I was going with it. So I have a community garden. I'm allowing my friends and family to use my parcel for a community garden, and I want to put in a shed. What steps do I have to follow to put in a shed on a vacant parcel?
For the community, if it's part of the community garden, and it just says, if period after the equipment, they would have to If it's under 200 square feet that they want to put, like you said, there would be no permit for that. If it's over 200 square feet, they would have to get a permit for
I
it.
think it should probably be spelled out, because the way that it would be reading, a shed for storage of gardening tools and equipment is allowed. If we don't put a max on there, they may say, hey, my big 100 by 100 shed is supposed to be allowed. We're creating an
Well,
ambiguity.
No, I think what happens is they have to get a permit. And if the land doesn't handle the permit, because depending on the size of the shed, depends on whether or not you need to mitigate some of that water, right, that comes off, or, the flow and all that. And if your lot doesn't allow that, I'm assuming you would reject the permit because they don't have the space to do such to allow the water flow or whatever you guys call it, or the.
I understand what Commissioner.
If you can't, I think I know where her brain's going. If you can't have that accessory dwelling like a garage on a vacant land, how can you have a 20 by 40, 20 by 50 shed or whatever?
That's why it needs to say
They need to-
following code, blah, 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 that refers to the shed code, and that you're almost allowing, you're allowing it as an exemption. And we might have to change the shed code to say that there's an exemption about the accessory structure being required on a piece of property to put a shed on it when referred to community commercial gardens. You get what I'm saying?
You lost me 2 minutes.
I know what you know what I'm talking about. Yeah. Does that make sense?
I think so.
You lost me the first 3 words, but go ahead.
Yeah, the intent with keeping a size limitation on there was to prevent it from becoming
Correct.
something really
Monstrous.
large where it's almost like an excuse to put something on a vacant lot.
Exactly,
If I have
exactly.
3 vacant lots,
Right.
and I want a pergola that has a 10 or a 20 by 20 shed on it, but yet I don't have an accessory structure, I'm going to be prevented per all our codes from doing that. Regardless of a permit or not, I'm going to be prevented from
Right.
doing that. So the point is that it needs to be referred in here that one shed for the storage of gardening tools and equipment per city code, blah, 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 blah.
Following
that-
code, blah, blah, blah.
Right,
Yes.
that, and then that's it. And then what happens is we'll have to go back to that code and say that there's
Refer back to this.
an exemption for community gardens, and an accessory structure does not need to be on.
That makes sense.
Does that make,
Does that make sense? Do you
Yes,
have-
because if you change up the shed, code later, you don't have to mess with this one.
exactly.
Yeah, I think so. I have to
You
look
get
at
what
the
I
shed
mean?
code to make sure, but yes.
I'm looking at him, looking at you, looking at him.
Yes. So
Okay.
So we're good. You don't have any problems with it. I think that actually fixes it.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a solid consensus there? Right, we're down the board, me, yes, 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 so that's
So we're
That
just
is a
taking,
unanimous
we're
consensus.
removing the size that's listed in here and substituting it for shed reference city code, blah, blah, blah. I'd love to
Right.
see that in an ordinance, blah, blah, blah.
Big bucks over here.
I mean the words, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, that was you again, sorry.
You just have to write blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, yeah. Put a decimal in there, just for the hell of it. Yeah. Wait, Frank's coming up. Oh, boy. Okay.
So,
Follow the code, then amend the current code to exempt I would assume commercial and community gardens, accessory or primary structure requirement. Did you get that?
I do not see a pergola in here.
Can we make sure we got consensus?
We did, I just did it.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Yep,
I
it
don't
was
want it
unanimous.
10,
Huh?
yeah.
You
Well-
did do it on that point, actually, is
I
what she
thought that
said.
was the point, 'cause we were
Which
discussing it.
point are we talking about?
Let me rephrase. So what we
For the
would
shed
do
code.
is we would remove the words no larger than all the way to the word feet, right? We would add that tools and equipment following code, whatever that may be.
Blah, blah, blah.
Blah, blah, blah. Ending it there, but then the amending, we would amend the current code dealing with sheds to exempt community and commercial gardens requirement for a primary structure.
Okay. Mr. Imich?
Oh, I'm good.
I need clarification on what you're saying. You're going to exempt both commercial and community from any size of shed.
No, no.
Okay, I'm not
No, it
hearing
just
you
refers
correctly.
back to the shed code.
Just referring
Right,
it back.
right.
Okay,
So
what's
whatever
the
that code
exemption that you're talking about?
Because
then?
currently you can't put a shed on an empty,
Okay,
undeveloped lot.
I see where you're going with that.
So the exemption
Okay.
would be that you can do that, but only in the cases of a community
It
garden or a
following
commercial
the
garden.
code.
Right.
Okay, thank you. I can say yes to that
Okay,
then.
Commissioner Miller. Okay, so we have a unanimous consensus on that one.
And just, if I may, Mayor, just to establish expectations, I believe we'd have to bring that forward in a separate ordinance and bring that through PZAB, so you wouldn't see that when this came back.
Oh, all right.
As long as they understand what the
The
intent
intent
is, okay.
And while we're doing that, maybe we could just redo that whole shed code to begin with. We're going to be doing it anyways, so.
Well, I don't want to hold this up either, though.
No.
That's not going to hold this up. Okay.
Okay, next.
Pergolas and trellises. I do not see them being allowed or not allowed, and I'm just wondering, because I see those more common in community gardens, pergolas and trellises.
We can add those to
That's
the list.
that's a temporary structure that's allowed regardless, right?
But a pergola is not a temporary shelter.
Oh, but it is.
Depends on how you build it.
It's not a building.
When the storm comes.
So what does our code speak to about pergolas?
So currently, I mean, you wouldn't be able to put anything on a vacant lot. So the way the.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be able to put it on a vacant lot. So if we wanted it to be permitted, we would need to add it to the list in
Okay.
section 3A.
I think that is
So what is it, pergolas and what?
Trellises.
trellises.
And stakes.
Do we, maybe if we add section 10 that says any similar structure of a non-permanent nature?
Okay, that'd be fine.
Something
There
like
you
that.
go.
In 10?
Yeah, X, it'd be section
yeah.
X. What did you just say? Any structure?
Any similar structure of a non-permanent nature?
Of a non-permanent nature.
Do I get a consensus on that across the board? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, aye, aye.
Opposed, say no. That's unanimous.
I'm almost done, guys. Number 6, on line 3, I think it's 315 or 316. On-site sales are prohibited. Why?
Did you say 250?
315. Why are we not allowing on-site sales? So I have 3 parcels, it's not acreage, and it's my property, and I want to have community gardens, and the first Saturday of every month, I have a little farmer's market during harvest time. Why can I not sell it right there on that property?
You're in commercial
You're on a
gardens.
commercial.
Now it's become commercial activity.
Commercial.
Next one.
The next one allows it.
Right.
But
There's
I
a
can
difference.
sit there, here's where my mind
Off-site
is
sales.
going. I could sit there and say, I can't sell it to you on my property, but let's go out in the street and make a transaction.
Or let's go down to Bobcat Market and set up a stand down there.
No, I don't even want to do that. I got a willing buyer right there. I'm on my property. What's to say I can't go out in the street or to my neighbors next door and just sell it there?
Well, you can't just sell you can't sell off of your property like that then. That's what it's saying.
Because it then becomes
Now, let me ask you a
commercial.
question now. Let's be a little
Exactly.
creative. Now, what if I had a garage sale selling all my tomatoes? I can go get a permit and then, but, you know, there's no driveway, there's no parking, there's no notice except for on the side of the road because there's really no parking on the community garden.
And I'll throw a couple tomatoes in with my garage sale.
Well, buy one, get one free.
Yeah, you gotta do like we did while we waited for our beer and wine license. You're donating the tomatoes for a higher price of the fabric you're selling.
The VHS tape you said?
Yeah, exactly.
To me, the two motives are different.
Right, that's.
Commercial garden, you are there selling it because it is commercial. The community is getting your vegetables. It's an activity that you do for your food. Otherwise, you're supplementing your income and, you infringe then upon the commercial base.
Correct.
So I see it if they want to take it off-site and sell it, that's their prerogative.
Yeah, I see it the
But
same.
to sell it
Yeah,
there.
and if you want to build Etsy products and sell them on Etsy, you're going off-site because you're selling off-site. But if you want to take those same Etsy products and have people walk up to your door to buy them, that's a different story.
Exactly.
And I kind of see it
That's
the same.
exactly where I'm seeing the intent here. This is a residential garden for the residents to use.
Right.
But don't waste your
Commercial,
produce. You can
you
go
have,
some.
you have the commercial aspect that we're gonna tear apart, look at here, sure.
That's on site.
Yeah.
But if you have too much, you don't want to waste them. Take them down to the Bobcat Market.
Right, absolutely,
Or
you
wherever
have options.
I
Or you give them
mean,
to your neighbors.
no, most people just give it away,
Right.
our neighbors give us eggs all the time. God bless, that hen better start moving now. I'm telling you.
And who's to
We
say
are,
if you got 6 people out there working
are
it,
in a
they may have
drought right
families
now.
that need that.
They take off about 3 months a year.
All right, moving on.
she's got issues, I don't know. She
So,
better
so
get on
I'm
it.
okay. I'm okay with that staying exactly the way it is. All in favor of keeping it, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Okay, so that passes 4-1.
I
Okay.
say you should be able to sell your stuff, but, I believe, 327, number 9, organic practices. The city strongly encourages use of organic and materials and production, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Isn't organic stuff a specific honed classification? Like, I go to the grocery store, there's the organic section, and then there's the
Free range.
the processed section of bananas. Organic has a specific way to be able to classify it as organic.
So there is an organic certification you can receive, but you don't have to have that certification to be organic.
So this isn't the certification.
No, just encouraging use of organic practices that are more environmentally friendly.
Best practices, pretty
Can
much.
you put in there, the city suggests the use of versus city strongly encourages?
Well, it's still an encouragement.
Well, I think that,
It's not a dictatorship.
well,
City strongly
Take out strong.
encourages the use
City
of
encourages.
practices of organic.
see what I'm saying?
We'll just take out strongly, if you just want it to be encourages.
There you go.
You feel like that's pushing too much.
Well, because what I heard earlier was that when it says encourages, it's almost as if it's a demand. So if it's being viewed as a demand, then just reword it, because I think it's important to encourage it. You're not requiring it, but you should encourage it nonetheless.
Mr. Miles?
Well, that's your
I would-
difference.
You're right, you okay? You had like this jumping thing going
No,
on.
well, hang on a minute.
I didn't see it.
Organic practices imply the use of non-fertilizers. You all have encouraged limitations on the use of fertilizers in order to combat other environmental problems. Again, this is in model code. This is what we are suggesting that the city also follow that practice.
Well, I mean, it's also said that any use of fertilizers, they have to comply with the code. So that's already there, that's done. So it's really just about the other
Well, this
parts
would
of organic growing.
But this is a little different, right? Because this is residential. So my use of fertilizers is different than a commercial's use of fertilizer. I'm encouraged to use certain fertilizers, correct? But as a single citizen
We're
resident. on
required.
my own. Huh?
We're required. Actually, there's more stringency on the residential versus the commercial use in the fertilizer ordinance.
I'm talking about if I, as a homeowner, go out and want to fertilize my plants, or I want to hire a company to come and take care of my yard and fertilize my plants. There's a stricter regulation on the guy coming to my house than there is on me doing it myself, correct?
I believe the regulations as far as what you can put on the property are the same. The difference
Yeah.
would be that the company has to go through training
Training.
Oh, I
in
got you.
order to operate.
Oh, all right, okay.
So I guess.
I'm all right with it the way it is.
Same here.
Don't care. Okay, so, all in favor, keep it, say aye.
Aye.
No, no? Okay, that's unanimous consensus to keep.
This is just my personal thought on line number 369. I can't see staff spending more than maybe an hour approving a permit, an operational permit. To charge a citizen $150 just seems absolutely outrageous.
The fee was based on, we took the fee for a temporary use permit, and the difference here is that we have to evaluate the drainage on the site, and so to make sure that we can accommodate that additional drainage, but we could certainly,
What do you have to evaluate drainage for? It's a garden.
if you're putting a shed or doing anything that's gonna change how the runoff of the
But that's
site.
part of the shed permit.
For the shed, yes.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So, I mean, a
But what-
precursory $50 permit fee should be fine. We took the whole environmental thing out.
But what if you do put in like a driveway or something for access?
Oh,
out
no, no,
there?
no, that's different. That's another permit.
Right, but that
permit
wouldn't
would
fall
fall
under
underneath
this.
that.
Okay, that's why I'm asking.
no, it would be a culvert right away.
Right, that'd be a totally, and that's a way more than 150. Take it from someone who knows.
So I don't know, Mayor, I was thinking more like $75, especially since we took out some of the requirements already. I don't know.
I just think it should be affordable. That's why I said $50. Even to some of these people who are trying to do a co-op and join forces and create these gardens, or probably are gonna have a tough time with $50. But I think that $50 is fair for the amount of time that'll be utilized to review a permit and such.
I'm fine 50, 75. I'm at the will of,
Okay. Do we want to lower it to 50? I'm only saying that because you said you're fine either way.
I guess I'm fine either way. I was leaning towards 75
Yeah,
myself.
me
but-
too.
Well,
before we
reduce it. Can we ask, what would the, well, what is the real time that would be utilized for the way that we've already amended this for permitting? I mean, we want to make sure that we're covering our costs, so what's your opinion, staff?
Like I said, I likened it most to the temporary use permit in terms of staff time and resources that would go into it, which is a $100 permit fee. But I'd have to sit down and really look at that a little bit more.
But I do
detailed.
think.
Okay,
whenever you
75 is
get-
good with me then.
I was gonna say, I do think when you gave this price, it was with the understanding of everything else that hadn't been changed
Right.
yet. So,
So
all right,
I'm
so we
good with
have
75.
75 across the board, it sounds like.
75.
We are all good with that?
I was
Okay.
I just got a comment on Vanessa. She wanted to go to 50. I was willing to give her 25 more for the city, but then she wanted to go and see what was the cost after the fact, so. Just putting
Okay,
that
so
out
that's
on the record.
that's a unanimous consensus for $75.
Shut up before I
all
shoot
right,
you.
before we end this, I listened to the PZAB meeting. PZAB specifically asked the question about clearing.
About what?
Clearing.
About clearing.
Oh,
So Vanessa wants to allow a community garden on her property. She has an 80 by 120 lot. Obviously, she has to clear that parcel to be able to put in the gardens.
Well,
And
there's some-
a clearing for, be able to clear the parcel requires a CO and a DO, and they were told at PZAB that there's no clearing permits issued because there's no CO or DO for this. So I need to get clarification on that, because if we're going through this community gardens and they go to clear and they can't get a permit, we need to make sure that that's addressed now.
So the way that the code is currently written, you can only receive a tree removal permit for when you have a building permit or a development order for a site. You can do the underbrush and, clean up the site and leave the trees without those things, but you would not be able to take those trees down without one of those. other
and
things.
isn't it a certain diameter though? Like if you've got a 1-inch diameter tree, you can take them out without a permit, but if it's over so much DBH, 4 and
Under
over?
4 inch.
Oh, under 4 inch you have to get?
No, that's
Under
allowable.
4 inch is allowable. So anything over 4 inch DBH, you would have to have a tree.
You would
permit.
mitigate it.
Right, so if there's a
Right.
desire that you want to allow them to take down trees to put in a community garden, we would need to amend that language. They would not be able to do that the way this was written.
Okay, so let's back up. I have a parcel, want to clear it to put in the gardens, all right? I may not want to clear cut the entire parcel, which would make absolute sense not to clear cut the entire parcel. What permits would I have to get to do like an underbrush clearing?
It would be, you can do the underbrush permit
Yeah.
with it.
What is the charge for an underbrush clearing permit?
I do
I
not
don't think
know.
there is any charge, right?
There is.
We have never arborist here.
No, I asked
There is,
and
I
he was
didn't.
told no, but if you
I
clear
want it on the
underbrush by
record.
hand, there's no charge, no permit.
So.
I pay for it.
For the record, Ryan Pieper, city arborist. The only permit we tend to issue on a standalone lot is an underbrush permit. And we will not issue any type of land clearing, which is tree removal or earthwork, without the intent of development. So in this instance, Nicole has stated that we will only be issuing the underbrush permit, which would allow for those 4 inch and under trees to be removed, for they're not considered a tree until they've reached that diameter. So that cost includes the right-of-way use, which is $50, a $20 administrative fee, $5 convenience fee, and $160 land clear fee. So the total would be $235.
Well, that's for the land clear, not just the underbrush, right?
For $235 on a standalone lot is $235,
To clear underbrush.
where you're able to
That is
join the
totally different
property.
than what Scott Williams told me in
That's
the
right.
public workshop.
I was told there was no charge for underbrush,
Same here.
period.
If you
Where
did
you're-
it by hand,
Oh, I got-
different
if
if you had a machine come in. But
Correct.
if you did it by hand,
Correct.
you
Correct.
did
That is
not
maintenance.
require it.
When a machine is involved, that dictates the need for the permit. So if it's, you own the house and you can join the adjacent property.
Remember, this is an empty lot,
Okay.
no
yep. Well,
houses.
principal structure was mentioned.
No principal
Okay, so
structure.
there's- Okay, so on a standalone lot, typically
Mm-hmm.
it's $235. If it's
And if
the
are you classifying a machine as a chainsaw?
machine would be brush hog or any type of environmental.
Okay,
Oh,
so
or
a
even a-
vehicle machine, and not
Correct.
necessarily.
What about a
hand.
push behind brush hog? Is that
I
considered one?
consider that maintenance.
Oh,
That's
okay.
hand
I
tool
would too.
work. I would
Right.
say that, I would promote that, and that is, the real driver of that interpretation is the impact on a potential Gopher tourist burrow.
Sure.
So I don't think that you could collapse a burrow.
Difference between a 200-pound machine than a 5,000-pound machine.
Correct.
Right,
Yes, sir.
that's what I was asking.
I want it clarified. If you use machinery to clear underbrush, you have to get the permit. If you do it by hand, a machete, whatever, you don't need it?
I consider that maintenance of the property,
Mm-hmm.
and it's promoted for, removal of invasive species, promotion of, removal of, or promoting habitat for wildlife, and reduction of fire, fuel hazards. So there's a lot of benefit on that maintenance of a property. So again, when it comes to larger scale machinery, we're really looking for the protection of those sensitive species that.
For the
inhabit burrows.
maintenance, there's no permit, though.
I've given on-site permits just for the fact that somebody's pointed at a holly tree saying that's an invasive species. So I like to, in that instance, give a no-fee permit, just so we have some type of oversight. In that instance, we would be able to verify that there's no burrows that we could identify on that property.
No fee permit.
Yes.
Yeah,
Thank
but
you.
it's not required. To clear your underbrush, maintain your underbrush, there's no requirement for a permit or an inspection or to even call, correct?
Is it required to obtain a permit in an instance whereby you're utilizing that machinery? That's the tipping
Different.
point.
Different.
Correct.
That's not my question.
Right.
Question is, I have underbrush. I want to hand cut it. I do not have to call the city of Northport and ask for a non-fee permit.
If you're maintaining your property, it's promoted, and the invasive species are an exemption, dead trees are an exemption. When you're bringing machinery into the equation,
Total, not my question.
that's, so.
Not my question.
I'm going to promote the removal of invasive species.
Right.
But I've had instances whereby people are pointing at dormant trees saying, I want to remove that dead tree. And,
Okay,
you know, I
but
don't know what they're
Again,
doing.
not my question. The question was, empty lot, clearing the underbrush by hand, don't need a permit,
Don't need a
correct?
permit.
Thank you.
Do I need to call the city to tell them I'm doing that?
No.
It may,
Again,
The
no.
answer is no, he would love you to do.
He wants you
it might be in your
to,
best
but
interest, because
no.
there's a lot of interest in the community, and I would get those calls every
Absolutely.
Monday.
Absolutely.
And if
Okay.
I have knowledge of that property being maintained without the use
So-
of machinery, I can vouch for the,
Taking this one step further because of the trees and the underbrush and stuff like that, go for tortoises or scrub jays. Do we have to have an environmental type survey done to be able to put in this community garden?
Not if hand clearing.
not if you're hand clearing.
Okay. Just wanted it all on the record. Thank you. That's all that I have, Mayor, from my byline.
Okay, I have nothing, no one else is on here, so I'll entertain a motion.
Public
after
comment?
we do
Public
public comment. I do have public comment. Mr. Justin, the Cody Willis,
Justin the Cody?
if you'll come up here.
Justin Willis, Mongite Road. I really think that there is a lack of understanding what a community garden really is. A community garden is not something that you do for the purpose of selling vegetables. When I lived in North Carolina, in Vilas, there is about 55 community gardens throughout a very, very, very small town. They were put in to offset the financial burden of food costs to the area around them. They're not looking to make a profit off of a tomato that's gonna help feed a family with 5 kids. So I really feel like we're complicating this a little bit more than is really necessary. This is about providing access to food and communities that they don't necessarily have. To say that this isn't something that's happening, this is something that happens on a small scale, as small as a quarter of what we consider a lot. So a quarter of your lot is used as community gardens. The Walmart in Boone, North Carolina allows the back end of their building to be used as a community garden because they have found that the stuff that is being thrown out and the vegetables, by putting them out there in a compost area, they're providing for the garden. So it is something that an entire community who understands the purpose of it truly gets behind and helps develop. It's not about sales in any way, shape, or form. That's not what we're here for. If you're gonna do that, you're gonna go start a farm, you're gonna run a full farm to make your money. It's to make $7 off of the 4 tomatoes you grew as a group is counterproductive for anybody. So I really think that looking at the bigger picture of what we're creating, you have more than 10,000 school-age children in our city, of which there are 3,000 of them that are at extremely high risk. There are 2,000 of them that are at risk, and there are another 2,000 that are teetering that area. So you have about 3,000 children in this community that are financially stable with food, and the rest of them that will struggle at some point of time. This is to provide access to food for our communities. In our neighborhood, the lady across the street from me bought the lot of the house that burnt down with the purpose of turning it into a garden for our neighborhood. There's not one neighbor that complains. I mean, it's now being mowed, it's being upkept, it's being taken care of, and it's providing a purpose for our neighborhood. I'd much rather see a bunch of gardening growing there than to watch people dump crap in the middle of this pad that's sitting there now, and that's what it turned into. So please do not overcomplicate this. Leave this simple so that it is a benefit for our community and not something that ends up becoming more of a hassle to do than it's worth. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's entertain a motion.
I have one question before we do. If we allow the community gardens to be put in on these vacant lots that are currently zoned residential lots, does that alter the taxation or the use of that lot?
It would not be eligible for an agricultural classification by the property appraiser because it's not commercial in use.
Okay,
So they would still pay property taxes as normal. I'm not sure if the property appraiser would consider the garden an improvement. If so, not much.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor?
No.
No, I mean, you had
Oh,
your motion, Lena.
yeah, I was going to make a motion. I thought you were asking
Nope, that's
my
what I
questions. Okay, I'm ready to, just for the meeting that we will be doing this at is April, help me out, guys. City manager. Second reading,
Second reading.
April.
April 23rd?
City attorney, will you have enough time to get these changes implemented before April 22nd?
That's why she makes the big bucks.
But they have to have it in like 2 weeks before.
There's only, what, 1, 2, 3, 4,
I count 7 changes.
6, 7.
The changes are not complicated, except for the one related to the sheds. I'm not sure. We'll have to check the code and
Yeah,
figure out
that-
what you want in there.
Bad.
So if you could, you can, if you just can't get to it.
second reading, not to a specific date.
That'd be fine.
And we'll make our best efforts
Yeah.
to get it on the
Okay.
next meeting.
That's why I wanted to double check because of the changes and stuff. I didn't want to just,
Done by tomorrow at noon.
okay, we know she's good, but we've still got a half a meeting to go through.
How fast you guys are today.
Alrighty, I'll make a motion to approve ordinance number 2019. I'm sorry. I'll make a motion to continue ordinance 2019-10, allowing for community gardens, with the following changes to the code. Line number 185, changing it to a one-time permit fee and language that the city attorney sees fit. Line number 190, being a principal building or principal structure. Line number 192, removing entirely B as in boy. Line number 236, removing entirely the universal design. Line number 253, shed referencing the shed, removing the size, and installing language to the effect of the shed referencing city code, blah, blah, blah. Yes, those exact words. I'll get to the next part of that. Line number 270, allowing the non-permanent structures, for example, pergolas or trellises. And line 369, permit costs of $75, and I will make a separate motion for the next code that needs to be changed.
Second.
Motion on the floor by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Carrasone. Anything to that, Vice Mayor?
Nope, I think we got it.
Carrasone? All right, let's take the vote.
Pose a question before we take a
Sure.
vote. That I'm trying to find where it talks about the vacant lots. Is that all of those areas? Or is it just the single residential that we're talking about, the vacant lots? I mean, are we talking about mobile home, agricultural, and multifamily being vacant lots?
That's a very good point. Actually, the way it's written, it would be on any lot, so we may want to change that to vacant lots in residential, single family, and leave the other ones separate.
Okay.
Why couldn't a mobile, I mean, if it's in a mobile home, that's up to the Mobile Homes Homeowners Association, correct?
They have to be vacant the way it's being.
Right, absolutely.
Yeah, so, yeah, I think the intent of that was for the residential districts, but it's a very good point that it would actually apply to all of them, so
Yeah,
we should clarify
Yeah,
that.
they should be able to do it in their common area.
yeah, absolutely.
And it shouldn't be a vacant trailer park.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah, no.
No, it
Shouldn't
would,
be a vacant
Lot.
apartment complex.
you mean lot. But they have that right already. That right already exists. If they have a vacant lot within their trailer park, which has a homeowners association, they have the ability to create their own community garden inside their trailer park, correct? Every trailer park we have has a homeowners association. It's all CDDs, so,
It would be viable according to the homeowners. If they
Correct.
allowed it or not, yes.
yes.
But suppose you have an area in the city that it's zoned that, but it hasn't developed yet. will you want gardens going in there before it's even, the apartment complex even goes up?
You couldn't do that because that would be a large parcel, it wouldn't be an individual lot, you're talking about acreage.
But that's what you're talking about the zonage. And so it's talking about those zones being vacant.
But that wouldn't be an
Before you can put
RSF.
the garden in. And I don't want an apartment complex that has the buildings there, people living in it, not being able to do it in a community area because it's not a vacant lot.
No, this doesn't prevent that. You're allowed, if you're in an apartment building,
She just stated so.
The way it's written, yes, we need to add clarifying language.
Yes.
Because the apartment complex is one property which would have a principal structure. So the way it's written, you wouldn't be able to do the community garden on that.
but you already said that when you have a principal structure and as the owner and you choose to have a community garden, that is up to you as an individual, as with property rights. The people who own that apartment building have their own individual property rights to create a community garden within that community.
I'm gonna see if I can pull it up very quickly here.
I'll bet money on that one. And I don't bet money unless it's a sure thing.
I think it would depend upon what their rules were for each of those entities. What I'm talking about is there's like the 7 acres that are over there on that 43 that we discussed. It's zoned for multifamily homes.
Right.
So somebody can go in, I mean, that's the only place that you can go in and put a garden in because there's nothing, it's vacant?
I don't think they could put a garden there because
But that's how it's worded right now.
it's only RSF and RTF and RMF and RMH. It would not be any PCDs, which would be the planned community developments.
Right, so the way the code is currently written, it allows for agricultural uses to be accessory in residential areas, residential districts, so that would encompass all of those residential districts. I think we should add clarifying language so we don't create a conflict between the two sections of the code.
This says, though, RMH, RMF, RSF. Of course, government, ag. Wait, am I looking at the right one? Yeah, I am. So.
Right, and in the regulations that are being created and proposed here, it says permits will only be issued for vacant lots. So that in itself creates a conflict with the part of the code that says that you can have gardening as an accessory use. So we need to clarify the language to remove that conflict.
Okay.
So you want me to put in an
Yep.
amendment? Move to amend the motion so that clarification can be written in regards to the vacant lots concerning the multifamily residential in areas of the codes match.
Is that good? Is that a good wordage for you?
City attorney?
Good? Okay, do I have a second?
Stan?
Clear enough?
They said it was.
Okay.
Do I have a
I'll
a
second.
Sorry, I was writing it down.
All right, we have the amendments on the floor by Commissioner Loop, seconded by Vice Mayor. Now we can take a vote on that.
On the amendment?
Yeah, on the amendment. Passes unanimously. On to the motion as amended. That passes unanimously.
We got one more we gotta add.
Oh, yeah.
Commissioner Carlson, do you want to make the amendment for that city
Um,
attorney for the
Well, it's a motion, yeah.
code?
We can do it by consensus, can't we? It's just to have our current code updated with, to reflect that there'll be an exemption for community gardens when it comes to the primary structure requirement of, for shed permits.
You guys already took a consensus on it.
So we don't need anything after that, right?
Oh, okay.
We're good.
I thought she'd already done that.
I did not add it to the motion.
I don't think it needs a motion, it's just a direction.
Okay.
The motion will come when that
Mayor?
amendment comes back.
Can I amend the agenda and move things around? Because the Warmingham Springs Master Plan, I believe the gentleman is sitting here waiting. Maybe we could hear that next, so it can be on his way.
Where's that at?
It's E, 7E is in Edward.
Well, we have,
We
I
have
think
other
we,
people
yeah,
waiting
we,
here for
we
other
need to
stuff,
do
too.
1911 first, and then I'd be happy to do E, but,
The next one.
Yeah, that's the next one, because we got them waiting too.
yeah, it's,
Okay, so let's move on. Ordinance, yep, you're good. Ordinance number 2019-11. Can I get a motion to read ordinance by title only?
so moved.
Motion on the floor by the Vice Mayor. Do I have a second? Or not by the Vice Mayor, by Commissioner Carrasone. Do I have a second? Seconded by Commissioner Luke. Let's take a vote. Passes unanimously. City Clerk, please read ordinance by title.
An ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, amending the City of Northport Unified Land Development Code to allow for urban market gardens by amending Chapter 25, Parking and Loading Regulations, Article 2, Off-Street Parking, Section 25-17, Minimum Off-Street Parking Requirements, amending Chapter 53, Zoning Regulations, Part 2, Schedule of District Regulations to allow urban market gardens as a permitted principal use in the CG Commercial General District, CGS Commercial General Special District, ILW Light Industrial and Warehousing District, and NC-HI, NC-LI Neighborhood Commercial High-Low Intensity Districts, amending Part 3 Special District Regulations, Article 20 Special Circumstance Regulations, Section 53-240 Special Structures, amending Chapter 55 Activity Center Design Regulations to allow urban market gardens as a permitted principal use in Panacea Activity Center Number 4, Midway Activity Center Number 5, the Shire Activity Center Number 6, and the Gardens Activity Center Number 8. Amending Chapter 61 Definitions, Section 61-3 Definitions and Word Usage, providing for findings, providing for adoption, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing an effective date.
Thank you. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. In the interest of time, I'm just going to turn this over to our planning manager, Nicole, and we'll just go right ahead.
Thank you.
All right, for the record, Nicole Galehouse, Planning Division Manager. So a few housekeeping things. This has been reviewed by the city attorney as to form and correctness. It has been advertised to meet all local and state regulations. The Planning and Zoning Advisory Board heard this item on March 21st, 2019. They asked for clarifications in terms of interaction with Florida statutes. They discussed the different options that were recommended by staff. It was explained that the pilot program could function as either a permitted principal use by right or a special exception. A motion was made to recommend approval to the City Commission as written with staff recommendations 1 and 2, which passed unanimously. So I'll get into this and I'll try to be as quick as I can. Again, the benefits to urban market gardens can help provide food security, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and can help the city become more sustainable. This is a larger scale than a community garden. You are dealing with a commercial operation. It does promote healthy eating and active living and provides additional resources for community engagement. The zoning districts that are being recommended for this are commercial general special, industrial light warehousing, neighborhood commercial high and low, Panacea Activity Center, which is AC4, the Midway Activity Center, which is AC5, the Shire Activity Center, AC6, and the Gardens Activity Center, AC8. So for definitions, the first thing, we did a little cleanup on the existing definitions in our code. We changed garden center to garden shop and revised the definition to really show that it's a retail and wholesale products and produce are sold to the consumer. This is a more standard definition that is seen for a garden shop. A plant nursery definition was added because this use is in our code, but we did not have a definition for it. And this is the use of land for growing for sale of ornamental plants, shrubs, grasses, etc. So then the definition for an urban market garden is for commercial sale on site. Again, may be divided into separate plots or farmed collectively by the owner. And it's distinguishable from others because it provides a diversity of crops on a small area of land. It differs from the plant nursery in the type of plants that are being sold. So the plant nursery is really dealing with your shrubs, your flowers, your ornamentals, and the urban market garden is really dealing primarily with food items. So again, these are the locations that we are recommending this for. We did not recommend it for certain activity centers for reasons that I will go over briefly. So Activity Center 1 is our, Activity Center 1 and 2, the reasons are very similar because these are our more urban cores. They have, apologize. So it's not consistent with the intent of these activity centers. It's supposed to be a major commercial gateway and a traditional commercial core. And again, Activity Center 2, the Heron Creek Activity Center, has traditional and customary commercial uses as the primary components. So being that this is a little bit more of a non-traditional use, we did not recommend it in those activity centers. Additionally, Heron Creek also has the Heron Creek pattern book that sets out uses, so it's a little more complicated there.
That's Activity Center 2?
Yes.
Where is Activity Center 1 for the public?
Activity Center 1 is along the US 41 corridor.
The entire US 41 corridor?
Yes.
Let's be clear.
The entire US 41 corridor. Activity Center number 3, Gateway, is the intersection of I-75 and Sumter Boulevard, and the purpose and intent of that is for highway uses, and these are large scale. The types of uses permitted there are auditoriums, commercial complexes with at least 100,000 square feet, restaurants, service stations. You're talking a much more intense.
I'm sorry, would you say Sumter and
Sumter and 75.
75, right?
Yes.
Okay. Just
And
wanna make
then Activity Center number 7 is the Springs. Due to the very specific regulations that are in place on the Springs, we kind of just wanted to leave that one alone. So for...
Go back, what's the last one?
Those are the ones we did not recommend it in.
Yep. Where,
7.
there, yeah, where's 8?
8 is, it is being recommended to add to 8. 8 is in the West Villages along River Road.
And 4 is okay?
We're recommending Activity Center number 4, which is the intersection of 75 and Toledo Blade, going down to the waterway that I'm drawing a blank on the name of it right now.
Oh, I'm sorry, I put 5 here for the Springs, or for Sumter and 75. That is not Activity Center.
Yeah, it
Number
goes down to the waterway, and then Midway picks up at the waterway and goes across Price down to a little bit past the Publix development. And the Shire is Activity Center number 6, which is out east of I-75.
Okay.
Okay, so the regulations that we're proposing here. So intent is that these do not apply to nurseries and garden shops, and we are, the intent is to not create adverse impacts or land use incompatibilities. So you are dealing with an agricultural use in a commercial area, so we want to make sure we maintain the commercial character of these zoning districts. Location and size, so we went over the zoning districts where these are being proposed. Staff is recommending a maximum of 3 acres for this use, and this is because of an interaction with Florida laws in terms of agricultural assessments and classifications. The property appraiser can classify land as agricultural if it can show that it's a bona fide agricultural purpose. The statutes provide a set of criteria, but they are not hard and fast criteria. There's some subjectivity from the local property appraiser's office if they determine that it is a bona fide agricultural purpose. If that classification is assigned to a property, it receives significant tax benefits. We've seen for ornamentals in evaluating where that classification has been applied in Sarasota County, through the property taxes GIS data, I determined it's an average of about 30% of the normal assessed value. So that could have a potentially significant impact on the city's tax base, depending on how many of these uses we were to see come into our activity centers. And we do need to maintain our commercial uses for our tax base because we do have so much residential here.
So you're saying it can be no larger than 3 acres?
Correct. And so that serves two purposes. The size is of the property is a factor for.
Did you say it cannot be anything larger than 3 acres?
3 acres is the maximum that we are recommending for this use.
I thought it was the minimum.
Maximum.
That's why I wanted it
Now,
clear, because I heard.
we'll get
minimum
into that.
too.
So the purpose of that is accomplishing two things. So one, it's reducing the chances of the classification being applied. One of the factors for the classification is the size of the property being consistent with traditional agricultural land. So by keeping it smaller, you're kind of helping to reduce that chance. And then also, it's a reduction in impact if that classification is applied. You're only applying it to a maximum of 3 acres versus the
Can't you make sure that if they get this commercial property, and can't they sign away their right to deeming it agricultural land?
No, we cannot preempt the property appraiser. They receive that ability from the state to classify land. And so this would not limit the site from being mixed with other uses. So if the site is a total of 7 acres, they could use 3 acres for a commercial or an urban market garden and use the remainder of the site for other related uses if they needed to. But the 3 acres would be for the use of the urban market garden. Hours and sales, no gardening before sunrise or after sunset, and it may be sold on or off the premises. In terms of the application and process review, it would be required to go through the normal order of application process set out in the Unified Land Development Code. A site assessment would be required, the Phase 1 ESA that has been discussed, and it would be required to go through a major site and development plan. And this is important, again, because of another interaction with Florida statutes in terms of building permit requirements. If the site receives that bona fide agricultural assessment, classification, they could potentially be exempt from building permits. And so we want to make sure that we try to avoid that at all costs, because these are commercial areas and we want to maintain the safety of these for our residents. For setbacks and buffers, we're requiring at least a 10-foot minimum setback or the minimum setback for that zoning district, whichever is greater. There are some of these zoning districts recommended that do have 0-foot setbacks, so the 10-foot there is there for a minimum for the vegetative, for the plantings. And it may be outside of an enclosed structure, and this is particularly important in terms of the neighborhood commercial zoning districts, which do not normally allow for anything to be outside of an enclosed structure. So it kind of provides that exemption so that this use can be permitted there. Universal design, this is to provide access by all persons, again, regardless of age, size, ability, or disability. Being that it is open to the public and accessible, we want to recognize the benefits that the gardens can have and ensure that all residents are able to benefit from this activity equally. Storage, outdoor storage of non-vegetative material is prohibited. Composting would have to be within the minimum setback requirements and stored in a manner that it's not visible from adjacent properties, that controls odor, prevents infestation, and minimizes runoff. Storage of toxic and flammable materials is limited to 10 gallons of fuel and must be stored in properly ventilated structures. Again, the same language is here for sustainable and organic gardening practices to be encouraged, to prohibit invasive plants that are Category 1 invasives, and to strongly discourage Category 2 invasives. And livestock and animals are prohibited in this area. And I think that's in a nutshell. Parking regulations, proposing 1 per acre or fraction thereof, and 1 per 200 square feet of the building or structure, excluding sheds. So if there is a retail facility on the site that accompanies the acreage of the garden, that would be required to have 1 per 200 square feet and then 1 per acre of the
Oh, gotcha.
garden itself. And that's it. I'll open it up to questions.
It's interesting.
Okay, do you have any questions?
Yeah.
Vice Mayor?
Just general question, same thing with the tree removal. Explain to me how that process, please, would work for commercial gardens with tree removal and clearing, because this is a much larger parcel.
This parcel would have to go through the major site and development review. As such, it would receive a development order and would be eligible to receive land clearing permits.
How much does that cost?
Depends on the acreage.
Oh, well, wait.
I should have had that with me.
Wait.
It varies depending on the size of the property.
We cannot have it
It's
any
no
more than 3 acres.
So 3-acre parcel, how much is that gonna cost you?
Bear with me just 1 second, because it's actually two different, it's the 2 acres is the cutoff for it, so there's still 2 different fees.
Here, I don't really have questions. I got a lot of discussion though when it comes to that.
Okay.
Do we want to do this line by line then, or?
Are we all
How
done
much
with
a
the?
major site development is on 3 acres?
I'm almost there.
$4,800 for 2 acres or less, and then it's $6,835 from property between 2 and 15 acres is the answer I received.
Correct, yes, thank you. Sorry.
And so it's 68 something?
35, 2 to 15 acres.
So it's 68.35, $6,835 to plant some stuff on your undeveloped property. 6,000 what?
835. And just for clarification, is this commercial gardens, is a principal structure required or not required?
No, it's being added, the way the ordinance is written, it is being added as a permitted principal use. So it would be the principal use of the site.
So if I wanted to put up a, I'll call it a
Shed.
garden center, where you can go in this like trailer-ish and go in and buy like a wheelbarrow and some rocks and some tomatoes and plant this and plant that, would that be a permitted structure on the property?
Yes, it would.
And is that an extra permit review fee?
From the planning side, no. From the building permit side, yes. The review of that placement on the site and the stormwater and all of those considerations that would come from those building would be covered in the major site and development review. When it comes in for a building permit, the building would obviously need a building permit.
And I'm sure there's caveats to a building permit cost, just a roundabout number.
Oh, it's
Sorry, I don't deal with
extensive.
building
Okay.
permit fees.
All right.
Electrical, plumbing, just the foundation alone, you're talking thousands.
It
Okay.
would depend on the size of the building, and
Right.
obviously we'd have to worry about wind and all those requirements that
Gotcha. Okay.
But if you put up a temporary structure, it's not required, right? Like a pergola or,
Right, yes.
So we could put up a pergola or a shed on the property,
under 200 feet?
under 200 feet. Okay. Mayor, just for sake, I I went through it line by line again. I have more comments besides the line by line. So I don't know how you want to.
Commissioner Imich?
Okay, just for the record and going forward, we just got done with the residential community gardens. This is actually setting it up for an agricultural commercial business.
Yes.
So this is enticing businesses. And this doesn't have anything to do with communities getting together and going out there. It's, I'm Joe, landowner, I can go open up my business under a commercial nature with these guidelines, correct? So I just didn't want anything misconstrued between a community garden and a commercial garden, just to start this discussion off with, because we can go off on, I don't know how many different angles. But yeah, there's a lot of line by line stuff. I think there's some double dipping going on in here, and we'll get through it as best as we can.
All right.
So whenever you want to go through that process, I'll
Do the
definitely
line
chime
by
in.
line as we did before.
Uh,
Vice Mayor, would you like to do that? Commissioner Luke?
Do you want,
I'm fine with doing it line by line or
because it might
each
prompt
item.
conversation.
Well, I mean, kind of like the way we did before. I think
Exactly.
flowed real well.
Exactly.
Do-
I have a problem with, I mean, first of all, I don't like the pilot program. To me, a pilot program is when you do something for your own self. When you throw a business out there and tell them, you've got 5 years for this for
we
us
to
to say
determine.
yay or nay, I mean, so it's unfair to do that to another entity or business. If you're doing it for yourself, such as choosing 1 or 2 of these activity centers to pilot it in our own city, then yes, that's a pilot program. But to put that potential of termination upon a business, totally unfair and very
What line is that, by the way?
unbusiness
It was
friendly.
a recommendation by staff.
Oh, okay,
I
so it's
believe
not in the ordinance.
The intent of the recommendation is more like what you said, to narrow the scope and allow it here and see how it goes, and then broaden it from there. Not to take away the.
But
the
it's
rights
not,
that
it's
were-
not in this ordinance, right?
No, that's in the staff recommendation.
Thank you.
I wanted that out there because it was discussed in planning and zoning, and that was one of the things that they were looking at, standing behind. And I don't agree with that.
either.
I
We don't
also see a
do that to
difference
Winn-Dixie.
in an activity center size. And during the presentation of the individual who was promoting this to us, I believe there's grants or whatever that come about for 5 acres.
Or more.
And that is another business enticement also, when you can do something like that. I think that's a whole lot of work, getting 5 acres of soil prepped in this area, but so be it, the government allows that. So I see that size being done or available in activity centers such as 6, but in those neighborhood commercial, smaller. And I don't think we have to classify one or both with one size. I think you can allow the smaller one in those commercial neighborhood commercial, and then allow a larger establishment in 1 or 2.
I don't
of them.
know of any neighborhood commercial that has 5 acres or more. I can't think of any, even falling camps on,
Well, all the more reason for what I
Sulphur or-
said to be valid.
I mean, I don't necessarily believe you should regulate it. I think
Yeah.
I think it's gonna automatically
I think
be
the
what
pro-
it is. You get what I mean?
I think the
You can go
property
3
size
or
will,
more. You know,
Yeah.
a minimum of 3, not a maximum.
Well, I would hate to put a minimum. If somebody had an acre and they wanted
Yes,
to do it,
exactly.
I would hate to see them be
That's not-
eliminated because they only have an acre. But I would want to see that acre in that neighborhood commercial.
But understand, that's not the point of why it was removed and reduced to 3 acres. The point is that possibility of it being exempt from the agricultural status in taxes,
Correct.
which we have already unwittingly lost an immense amount of tax taxes from the arbitrary change of those certain properties in the estates that are now deemed agriculture, which were not for many, 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 many years. So in order to prevent that from happening on whatever properties comes in on this, that is their solution. So the question is, how do we find a way to allow for 5-acre parcels or more to do commercial community gardens without, in some way, requiring them giving up the right to get rid of?
We can't.
You get what I'm saying?
But I think it only affects approximately 10 properties at that 5 acres and more out there.
Do the math, though. 10 properties, 5 acres or more, 30% reduction in their tax. That's a big amount when they're a commercial property. That's huge, especially since we have just lost an immense amount of commercial property out in Orange Hammock.
If you look in the
We
staff
just lost
report
18
on
acres,
page
too.
3, I've used
And
our-
18 acres.
If you look at the staff report on page 3, I've estimated what that difference would be in terms of the net operating surplus based on our fiscal impact model for a commercial property at 5 acres and an agricultural property at 5 acres. And I did this by adjusting the model inputs to have a 0% assessment for the taxes. That's how I put that change into the system. And it went from the net operating surplus of 5 acres of commercial is 308,000 and some change, and the 5 acres of agricultural is negative 750,000 and some change.
So there is a huge financial implication. I get what you're trying to do. But what if there was a clause, because I'm all about solutions. I don't want to say that they can't do it. We need to just find a way to do it. What if the clause was that if they are applying for a grant, a federal grant, to maximize 5 acres or whatever I think there's a requirement and I have it somewhere, but anyways.
For the grant, I believe it was minimum 5 acres.
Minimum 5 acres, so it would have to be, say, 5 acres or more. If they're applying for a grant and the grant has been accepted, then we'll exempt them from being able to put a community garden.
So
Does
part
that
of
make
this,
sense?
part of the staff recommendation,
I'm just
and
trying to
I
find a
apologize,
way.
I should have included that in my presentation, was 2 options. One is to have them be a special exception, and the other was the pilot program or a narrowed focus.
Yeah, I don't like either of those.
Yeah, the
So-
special exception allows you to do that on a more case-by-case basis where you could evaluate those concerns from each one. But there is an additional cost associated with it.
No, I don't like those, so. Okay, well.
Mayor, can I make a suggestion before? We sat here when we went through the first one, and we talked and talked and talked for a long time, and then we took public comment at the end. Do we have public comment for
We have
this
one public comment, and I'm going to take it because we're going to take a break to do
Oh,
our
thank
switch over
God.
in 15 minutes.
Yeah, I would like to do that prior to our discussions, just for the community's
We probably
input,
won't even
please.
get there, so, because it's about 30 to 4, so here in 15 minutes, I was going to take a break so we can have time to switch over and everybody can do their thing, so.
Okay, well, that's fine. I just wanted to suggest that. Thank you.
Good idea.
Is there anything else?
Public
We have a
comment.
Public comment? Okay, we're going to go ahead and accept this public comment. Mr. Munez?
My name is Hector Munoz. I'm a Army veteran, resident in Northport. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, and staff. I made a presentation a while ago. This is not as a personal event, but looking at the community as a whole. I'm glad to see that on the first portion of this, that it went through and allows people to, in our community, to hone in their neighborhood and be able to take advantage of this. This is an opportunity, a commercial aspect, to attract innovative businesses that inspire self-sustainability and long-term economic growth in our neighborhoods. When we're looking at the items that are presented as far as location and size, it's imperative that we maintain minimum 5-acre parcel. And the intent is to be able to take advantage of the state grants, if they have co-ops and money, be able to attract agritourism. It's one of the compliances. Whether you're a 3-acre parcel, 1-acre parcel, or an 80 by 120. If you are a bona fide agricultural operation, you fall into that criteria of that tax deduction. So regardless of how it's painted, the state has that statute in there. So if we're going back to it, it really doesn't make any sense to make small businesses pay to carry everybody. Churches can come in by the groves into the city of Northport. Guess what? There's 0 on taxes. So if every single parcel in the city of Northport got put a church, which they can do, we wouldn't have any money. That's not going to happen. We have probably about 10 parcels that fit into this criteria. Not all 10 are going to go in this. This is not, billionaires are not looking at this type of business. There aren't franchises out there. There aren't large corporations out there that are doing this. This is something that is for our community. This can be done in our community. We need to focus on what really is the heart, the meat and bones of this. And this is to create this economic engine, this catalyst for our neighborhoods. Going after things like 10 gallons of fuel storage. You don't tell the gas stations they can only have 2 cartons of cigarettes on their shelves. They're a gas station, but they're kind of like a grocery store. If those businesses aren't regulated in that fashion, why should this be any different? Let's loosen it up. Let's allow these innovative businesses come into our city and make a difference in our neighborhoods. Thank you for your time, and I'm open to any questions you might have about this.
Thank you, Mr. Nunez. I don't have anybody with questions here.
I do.
Oh, there you go.
I'm sorry, just real quickly before we take a break. You will be around later for us to maybe pull you up for the discussion and
Yes, ma'am.
questions? Okay, that's question number 1. Number 2, can you find out a little bit better understanding of the co-ops and grant money and how that plays a role in the whole ag exemption? And is there maybe something you can think of creatively that we can prevent that loss in revenue? Because that's really what it all boils down to. So you have probably 2 hours. Okay?
No problem.
And that'll be a huge help, because I
All right.
think that's really, the rest of it, I think we can work through, but that one is actually a big heartburn for me, so. That's
And
it.
you may see a
Thank
lot
you
of
again.
changes in what's presented too, so we gotta work through this and it's gonna take time.
Yeah, he's coming back.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank
I
you.
have no other questions. Anything else? I don't want to really get started because now we have like 9 minutes, so let's go ahead and
Yeah.
take our break, and we'll be back at 4 o'clock for proclamations.
Thank you.
Yes. And then here, due to the late notice.
It needed to be here.
Yes.
I mean,
Commissioner Vanessa?
she was just sitting there, just like.
Are we
3 seconds.
surprised?
Really? Because she just said, she just got a phone call from her mom.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's quite a few.
Oh,
And
oh, okay, I didn't see her leave.
Okay, so I'm just letting you know.
All right. She's not there to do hers, and we'll do it.
Must be all the proclamations.
Yeah, we got a lot of recognitions too.
Yeah, and that's good. I mean, this is what we want to have.
This is what I want to type to have. Hey, look, the owners of the property all of a sudden are now reconsidering the racetrack. Now that we're going to develop out that spot across the way.
Yep.
You know why? Because they're going to get the contract. They're hoping to get the contract for fuel meters. You know, since it's out there, they won't have to drive all the way over here. They can just pass it.
This blows my mind. They're worried about gas cans at a storage facility that is.
I got it.
Where they are.
All right. Good afternoon. Look at this fine house of pretty folks.
Absolutely.
All right. All right. Well, we're going to go ahead and start our time certain at 4 p.m., which is our proclamations. I do want to recognize that Commissioner Tom Jones is back here and Commissioner Richard Lockhart is in the house with us. So thank you guys for coming. Yeah, let's give it a hand. They've done a lot for our community. Thank you. Okay, well, let's go ahead. We're going to head down and we'll take care of our proclamations.
That I don't need.
We don't have to go right down the order, do we? Yeah. Because I've already mixed them up. No, I've already mixed them up. So.
Yeah, we can do those and the proclamations.
Let me know when you
I'll be standing over here looking good.
If you notice, the room is quite full, and with a younger generation than what we normally see in our meetings. We have bragging rights at one of our schools, and I'm going to ask Miss Tina, would you come up and tell what has been going on? We'll allow the children to come up one by one, and teachers, I believe, are involved in this also, one by one to get it, and then we'll take a group picture. So those parents who are proud and want a picture, you can get one singly, and you can get one with a group too. Tell us about your school.
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. I'm Tina Blashinsky, and I am a representative of Atwater Elementary School. I'm considered a TOSA. That's another acronym that we'll have a quiz on at the end of this session, and that is Teacher on Special Assignment. So I am the acting interim vice principal of the school. So I'm super excited to be here. We have two great group of students here for different clubs. One is from our robotics club, and that is with Miss Comfer. Could you please come up, Miss Comfer? And she can discuss, and she can tell you all about her program and what our boys and girls have accomplished this year, and we are so proud of them. And then when she's done, I'll come back on and I'll tell you about our other great group.
Well, I'm so excited that we got to start our robotics program this year. Was our first year in our competitive robotics at Atwater. It started out at high schools, it trickled down to middle schools, and it kind of stayed there for years, and it neglected our younger kids coming up. So we were one of the first in the county to have this. And we started out with 10 kids who would meet twice a week after school and then competed on Saturdays, mostly against middle school students. So our kids had to come in and they had to learn the basics. How to put the robot together. We all built the same robot first, and then I made them take them apart. So everyone just had a box of parts. And they were like, great, now what? They were given a challenge, and it's the same challenge that kids around the entire world do. It's an international program. So they had to think, okay, with all these parts that I have and with the knowledge that I have, engineering, science, technology, and math, they had to figure out how could I build something that could accomplish this task. So they had to build a robot that they could program, that they could drive, and it could drive autonomously and score points. So they had to make a robot that could drive, it could go under these obstacles, it could pick up and stack and push other things, and it, at the end of the match, had to drive under a pole and pick itself up and hang there. I don't know if this sounds complicated to you, but it really is. And it's overwhelming when you're thinking of 4th and 5th graders doing this. Our kids rose to the challenge. We competed. We're supposed to do 3. One of the competitions was canceled, so they only got to do 2 this year. But at those 2 competitions, they won 3 awards. So they were outranking middle school students who have been doing this for years. Middle school students are 13, 14 years old, and our students are 10, 11, 12 years old. We're doing so well. They had to interview as a team with adults who are engineers, and that can be daunting even for us as adults. And they were sitting there and able to understand, to explain themselves. They can tell you about gear ratios. They can do the math with it. And again, they were able to not only build, but drive and program these things. So these are going to be our future of Northport. These are going to be our engineers. These are going to be the people who are going to be sitting here in the future. So we're really, really proud of our kids. Okay. Where am I? So the first one is for Chidley Joseph. Is he here? Okay. Next student we have is Gabriella Kirkpatrick. Great job, sweetheart. And next we have Mason Owens. And we have Ian Roman. And Xander Hart. And Jesse Perez. Landon Mauer. Aiden Neno. Gavin Nazal. Layla Rosa. And the last one is for you, Mrs. Oliver.
All right, anybody wants to take a picture of this group, go ahead. Teacher, you should probably be in the middle.
I know we could probably put them in the middle, and I'll go on the other end. How's that? Oh.
You guys push on us. All right, yeah, let's give the commissioners answers too. Thank you.
Thank you, boys and girls, and on behalf of Mrs. Throw and all of the Atwater teachers, we are so very proud for you to represent Atwater Elementary School here today. So thank you for just being yourselves and being those all-stars that we can't wait to see where you go. So because it's a bragging kind of day for Atwater, we have our next wonderful teacher here, which is Miss Heather Bingle, and she is the science guru of our school. She also is in charge of the STEM aspect and our STEAM, which is going to be launched over in the summer with our SLA, which is the Student Learning Academy that's going to be taking place all over Northport with the schools. So I'd like to introduce Ms. Bingle to you all so she can tell you what awesome things happened at our science fair this year.
Thank you. All of our AWC classes in 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade, and any other students that wanted to try the STEM fair were invited to do a project following the scientific method or engineering, and I think we had one project overall that was an engineering project. We had people come out from the county, so some of the people that may be in this room came out and helped judge the projects that had come in, and we had 18 overall winners for our school, and those so third grade had 6, 4th grade had 6, and 5th grade had 6, and we took those 18 winners to the county fair to compete against the other elementary schools in Sarasota County, and there are 5 categories. There's life science, earth science, physical science, there's technology, and then there's math and technology as a category. And out of those categories, they give a 1st and a 2nd place winner to for each grade level. So 3rd grade has 2 first place for each category, 4th grade has 2 first and 2nd place, and 5th grade has a 1st and 2nd place. We had a 2nd place winner in 3rd grade for our life science in 3rd grade, so Mr. Lord's class, and it was Benjamin Lopez with his Energy for Flowers project. And then in 5th grade, we also had a 2nd place winner in the math and technology category, Gabriella Kirkpatrick, for her Dropping Knowledge project. So when they go to the county, they're sitting in tables and rows, and then there's all these judges that come around, and each board is graded twice, and the kids have to ask questions about their board, and they're being graded. They get nervous. They participated in a STEM challenge at the county level where they were creating a tower for a shell to sit on, and they got to communicate with each other and build like a group together. So 3rd grade was interacting with 5th grade, and 4th grade was interacting with the 3rd and 5th graders. But this wouldn't have been possible without their teachers at the grade level. So Mr. Stephen Lord, come on up. And then Ms. Carrie Soto, who wasn't able to be here today also, was a big help in that.
And this is to be presented to you, Ms. Bingle, for doing such an amazing job with all of our students in the science realm. And, you know, we always said science is everywhere, and we want our kids to really enjoy it. And if they're not learning through hands-on discovery, then we're not doing our job as educators. So we really want to apply everything and let our kids really dig deep and research and hypothesize and decide whether or not they were correct or not. That's all. Approve or disapprove.
We'll do pictures for those parents again.
once again. Great job, great job. I'm used to karaoke. Yeah. I need Mr. Lockhart up here, please.
He looks concerned.
Oh, he has no clue what's coming.
Let me read the tea leaves. That's Commissioner Lockhart's famous words.
Don't forget elementary procedure.
Yeah, and that too.
Okay, you can sit down now.
Can I kiss you?
Of course.
Glad you didn't ask me that. For all of you that may not know Mr. Lockhart, AKA Commissioner Lockhart, AKA Dick, he's been a great gentleman to Northport. He's been giving unselfishly for many, many years and still to this day continues to do so. So therefore, we are calling today Richard Lockhart Day, April 9th, 2019. Whereas we are here today to express our appreciation to Richard Lockhart and honor him for his distinguished 8 years of service to the city of Northport and dedicated service to the residents of Northport. And whereas Richard was elected to the City of Northport Commission in 2000 and has served as a commissioner for 2 terms after being re-elected in 2004. I almost said re-erected, but that came after.
Same thing.
Yeah.
That was like 6.
And that was after he hit that tree, but it's okay.
That's right. I remember clearly.
And whereas Richard was a huge proponent for significant public infrastructure projects, and whereas Richard advocated for easier access for senior citizens to public transportation, and whereas Richard was instrumental in opening the Veteran Service Office in the Northport City Hall. And whereas Richard was an active member of the Northport Kiwanis for 22 years. And whereas on behalf of the entire City Commission, we want to express our sincere appreciation to Richard Lockhart for his loyalty to the City of Northport. Now therefore, we, the City Commission of the City of Northport, do hereby proclaim Tuesday, April 9th, 2019, as Richard Lockhart Day. In the City of Northport, and urge all residents and employees to join the City Commission congratulating Mr. Lockhart on an outstanding career with the City of Northport Commission and wishing him many continued years of happiness and good health. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and seal on the City of Northport, Florida, to affix this 9th day of April 2019, signed by all of the commissioners and the clerk. Congratulations.
I have a badge also, it's old, but you guys have the new ones. But just don't get any stops with any police in Fort Charlotte. Okay, if they remember in Northport, maybe they'll remember. Thank you very much.
Are you done? Well, because we're not. We're not. Mayor? We would also like to present you with the key to the city, sir. You have done an outstanding job and has always been there for the city. Your name will go on a plaque out front with others that have served just as well as you have.
You're right next to the plaque out front already?
Yeah?
I've got that out there already.
Okay, well, you're going to be out there again. Double dipper. No, you're lower this time.
I'm impressed. I really appreciate this. It's a surprise. I was wondering why we were here.
And my buddy back there, he took my place when in the 8th year, I get termed out, and there's a commissioner back there that took my place. And I really appreciate that. He's pretty good. He was in Kiwanis longer than I was.
That's all you gotta say?
Well,
you gotta be kidding me.
Every now and then, you'll remember this because I served with you a little bit of our time.
A little.
Anyway, I watch you guys on TV, and I get so frustrated. The parliamentary procedure is never addressed. Maybe you don't know as much as we were instructed about. We had an expert come in and tell us what that was. But you can't talk at the same time, what you do. And the motions, only one person gets a motion, and you never should forget that if you want to table the motion, it's dead. I have never heard that for all the years I've been watching. But that's parliamentary procedure. Anyway, thank you very much, and it's been a thrill. I'm 85 years old. Are you kidding?
So, just want to make sure you didn't shut it off, because I know you. Just a few things. While only a couple of items were mentioned in that proclamation, there is a slew of things that Commissioner Lockhart had inspired here in this city. This is nothing compared to what was actually accomplished. A lot of community service, considering the children. We had an average median age at that time of 32, and Commissioner Lockhart had grandchildren, but not really children, and he always had an open view of what it took to have a child in this city. And sidewalks, remember sidewalks, and the one thing you were kind of ticked off about that we haven't gotten fixed yet was all of the community signs, civic group signs. That was another issue. So many things that you have contributed. The expansion of our parks, the Morgan Center, the police department, City Hall, of course, yep. Fleet management, building, I could go on and on. My point is that, shut up. My point, I'm telling you, my point is that while the resolution, the proclamation rather, only states a few things, it is really an understatement to the dedication that this man has served this city, because it went way beyond his seat in office. And you may not understand it or realize it, but his community involvement is truly the spirit of his heart and soul. And for that, we love you, we miss you, and yes, I do, shush. And thank you for being here today.
I've got one more thing I have to say. I can't let this one go. Being an ex-politician, all it is this ex. There's one thing I did start. I'm a member of the VFW. I'm a Korean War veteran. And being part of the VFW, I instituted, and the city agreed with me. There's one guy up here could remember that. The American flags, we bought 100 of those flags, and they were displayed, and there was an employee of this city made sure that every time they were going up, they were scheduled to go up in January and February, in May and June, and in November, those flags supposed to go up. Then after that, they're supposed to come down. That has never happened in the last 2 or 3 years because one guy is not there as an employee to do it for this city, and thank God for you.
It's being looked into. Anybody else got anything?
You've got influence now.
A little bit.
Do it.
About the same as what you got.
Yeah.
Richard, I just want to say thank you for everything that you have done. You were in office before I even came to the city, but you left your mark, and I've been able to follow the trail, and I appreciate it. Thank you very much for what you've done for us.
It was fun. It was an experience, and I'm still here, and I have a big mouth.
You are still here, which is
Thank you very
shocking.
much.
Love you.
No kisses. But...
Thank you very much.
I already stole mine, George, so I don't know if you want it or not. Oh. Just let it sit there?
You can go ahead, I'll take a break.
Is there anyone here for Child Abuse Prevention Month? Hey, come on up. It's your turn. You know what you've won? A proclamation.
You're the next contestant.
I'll stand over here. Okay. How are you, sir? Just peachy. Child Abuse Prevention Month, April 2019. Whereas child abuse and neglect is a complex and continuing problem in our society, affecting over 3 million children annually nationwide. And whereas there is no test of a society more important than the status and treatment of its children. And whereas the Child Protection Center works to prevent child abuse and to protect and treat children affected by child abuse, with the hope of creating a community in which every child is free and safe and from child abuse, and urge all citizens to be aware of and involved with the local and national programs which provide an ongoing protection of our children. Now therefore, we, the City Commission of the City of Northport, Florida, do hereby claim the month of April as Child Abuse Prevention Month, and urge all citizens to be aware of and involved with the local and national programs which provide an ongoing protection for our children.
On behalf of the Child Protection Center, the board members and all the staff, I'd like to thank Northport for proclaiming April as the Child Abuse Prevention Month. Oh, sorry. And yeah, thank you very much for that. We couldn't do that without our community members and the strong community that we have here. We appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Northport volunteers. Do we have the volunteers here? Can I get them down front and center, please?
Come on down. Oh, come on down.
City of Northport Volunteer Month, April 2019. Whereas Florida Volunteer Month and National Volunteer Week was established in April as the official time to recognize and celebrate the efforts of volunteers at the local, state, and national levels, and whereas volunteerism strengthens communities, improves social problems, and enhances the overall quality of life for all citizens, including children, seniors, those that are disabled, impoverished, imprisoned, homeless, physically or mentally ill, or otherwise in need of assistance. And whereas volunteering changes the lives of volunteers in a positive way, increasing self-confidence, self-esteem, and physical well-being, offering the chance to meet new friends and providing opportunities to learn new skills and abilities. And whereas volunteerism is proven to have a positive influence on businesses that are socially responsible, increasing employee morale, loyalty, and teamwork, and building goodwill towards the company. And whereas nonprofits, charities, community, and faith-based groups, schools, and national service programs in the City of Northport have joined together with the state and local governments in celebration and praise of volunteers who have given tirelessly and selflessly to the services of others. And now, therefore, we, the City Commission of the City of Northport, Florida, do hereby acknowledge the month of April to be City of Northport Volunteer Month, April 2019, and call upon all citizens of the City of Northport, Florida to promote the spirit of volunteerism, to observe the month with appropriate activities, programs, and ceremonies supporting volunteerism, and to participate and engage others in volunteer activities now and for as long as they are able. In witness whereof, we have unto set our hands and seal of the City of Northport, Florida, this 9th day of April, 2019. Signed the Commissioners and the City Clerk.
Thank you so much. Just real quick, these volunteers are dedicated to the City of Norfolk. They give tirelessly to volunteering, making things better in the City of Northport, making it a better place to live, work, and play. Each year, they give thousands and thousands of hours of their time to the City of Northport, saving the City of Northport hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, letting the employees concentrate on their duties that they've been hired to do. These volunteers give up their free time willingly. There's a total of almost 60 volunteers with the city. We have VIPs, volunteers in public police service, and we have BSAs, volunteer service aides that are out there traveling the city and responding to accidents, checking on vacant homes, assisting police officers so they can concentrate on their duty at hand that they need to be doing. Please give another round of applause for these ladies and gentlemen. Some of them can't be here because some of them are working. They're working full time, and they give up their free time on the weekends or at night to help the city. But please, one more round of applause for them.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am.
All righty, I have Water Conservation Month. All righty, so proclaiming April 2019 as Water Conservation Month, whereas clean, safe, and sustainable water resources and supplies are vital to the City of Northport's economy, environment, and its people. Whereas the state of Florida, water management districts, and the City of Northport are working together to increase awareness about the importance of water conservation. And whereas the City of Northport in the state of Florida has designed April, typically a dry month, except for today, when water demands are most acute. Water Conservation Month is to educate citizens about how they can help save water's precious water resources. Whereas the City of Northport is committed to setting a good example for its citizens regarding water conservation, and whereas every business, industry, school, and citizen can make a difference when it comes to conserving water. And now therefore, on the 9th day of April 2019, be it resolved that by virtue of the authority vested in us, the City of Northport does hereby proclaim the month of April 2019 as Water Conservation Month, and in the City of Northport, and calls upon each citizen to help protect our precious resource by practicing water-saving measures and becoming more aware of the need to save our water.
Thank you, City Council. On behalf of all the board members, all district staff, I just want to say thank you for recognizing April as Water Conservation Month. Like Vice Mayor McDowell said, going to the dry month, it is very important to try to use best measurement practices, whether that's watering your lawn, once a month or whenever you're supposed to watering it, as simple as just turning that sink off whenever you're brushing your teeth in the morning. So every little bit helps. And I just want to say the district really values the partnership that we have with the city of Northport, and we look forward to working with you guys in the future as well. So thank you.
And to follow on that, we appreciate our partnership with Swift Mud, and we ask the City of Northport to join us throughout the month of April as we participate in the Weiland Foundation's National Mayor's Challenge for Water Conservation by going to www.mywaterpledge.com, taking a very quick and simple 4-step pledge to adopt water-saving behaviors throughout the month of April. And we are going to be ranked against cities from all across the nation. Last year, the City of Northport came in 11th overall in our size category, and we'd love to see that better this year and get in the top 10. So please spread the word. You'll see posts on our social media. We'll have information on our webpage with links to the site. We ask everyone to please spread the word and encourage your friends and neighbors to show just how much Northport cares about our water. Thank you.
Alrighty, since we're on a theme of water, I'll just continue that. Proclaiming April 2019 as Florida Water Professionals Month. Whereas water industry professionals in Florida dedicate themselves to the production and distribution of safe drinking water, as well as the proper collection, treatment, reuse, and disposal of wastewater and stormwater. And whereas the professionals employed in this industry commit themselves to protecting the health of Florida citizens and our state's natural resources. And whereas it is fitting that the City of Northport recognizes all those who have played a significant part in operating and maintaining drinking water, wastewater, and stormwater systems in Florida by celebrating Florida Water Professionals Month, which applauds their constant efforts to protect our health and environment. And now, therefore, on the 9th day of April 2019, be it resolved that by virtue of the authority vested in us, the City of Northport do hereby proclaim the month of April as Florida Water Professionals Month. In the City of Northport, to acknowledge the dedication and hard work of all water industry employees in providing safe drinking water to Florida citizens and protection of Florida's environment and natural resources, and extend greetings and best wishes to all observing Florida Water Professionals Month.
And the city is presenting this to Dana Mills from the Florida Water Pollution Control
Operators Association.
I'm so used to saying FWPCOA. I'm an acronym girl. Sorry.
Right. I had no idea what it meant until I joined too. Well, I see some kids out there. This is a good career to get into. It's something that's everybody needs. You want the water to come to your house. You want it to leave. Nobody knows. I didn't know until I got into the business. There's a lot of opportunities there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Do we have anybody here representing Donate Life Month? Come on down, sir.
Sure.
Proclaiming 2019 as Donate Life Month. Whereas one of the most meaningful gifts that a human being can bestow upon another is the gift of life. And whereas more than 35,500 Americans receive a life-saving organ transplant every year. And whereas a new patient is added to the national patient waiting list for an organ transplant every 10 minutes. And whereas over 100,000 or 113,000 men, women, and children are currently on the national waiting list for organ transplantation, of which nearly 5,700 are in the West and Southwest Florida area. And whereas an average of 22 people die every day awaiting an organ transplant that does not come in time. Whereas one organ, tissue, and eye donor can save or enhance the lives of as many as 75 people. And whereas everyone is a potential organ donor, eye and tissue donor, and can register their wish to save lives through organ and tissue donation at www.donatelifeflorida.org or on their driver's license. Now therefore, on this 9th day of April 2019, be it resolved by the virtue of the authority vested in us as the City of Northport, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2019 as Donate Life Month in the City of Northport, and encourage all residents to consider giving life through organ donation and to sign up on Florida's organ and tissue donor registry by visiting www.donatelifeflorida.org or when renewing their driver's license or state identification card. So in witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and seal of the City of Northport, Florida, to be affixed this 9th day of 2019, signed by all your commissioners and your city clerk.
I'd like to thank Mayor Hanks and the city commissioners for recognizing Donate Life Month. My name's Gary Rosenbaum. I would not be here today if it wasn't for an organ donor. 3 years ago, Christmas Day 2015, I received a heart transplant. I'm forever grateful to my organ donor, whoever that is. I can't stress the importance that everyone here in this room, if you're not an organ donor, to sign up to be an organ donor. You're never too young, you're never too old, doesn't matter your medical condition, you'll be screened. All major religions recognize organ donation. Again, I'm just truly grateful for the gift of life I've been given. I'm putting my life to good use by donating or volunteering my time for LifeLink and Donate Life here in Florida. I'm also a member of the USA cycling team, and I travel around the world participating in the World Transplant Games. So you may see me cycling around Northport. I'm out on the streets quite a bit. So again, I'd like to thank the citizens of Northport and the commissioners for recognizing this as Donate Life Month. Thank you.
He was like, not the photographer, not the photographer. Thank you. God bless you. Is there anyone here for Sexual Assault Awareness Month? Don't everybody get up at once. Hey, watch ya. Yes. Sexual Assault Awareness Month, April 2019. Whereas Sexual Assault Awareness Month is intended to draw attention to the fact that sexual violence is widespread and has public health implications for every community member of the city of Northport. And rape, sexual assault, and sexual harassment impact our community as seen by statistics indicating that 41.8% of women and 20.5% of men have been sexually assaulted, and 1 in 6 women will be raped in the state of Florida. That's horrible. And whereas we must work together to educate our community about what can be done to prevent sexual assault and how to support survivors. And with leadership, dedication, and encouragement, there is compelling evidence that we can be successful in reducing sexual violence in Northport. Through prevention, education, increased awareness, and holding perpetrators who commit acts of violence responsible for their actions. And whereas Safe Place and Rape Crisis Center, SPARC, provides free services to victims of domestic violence and sexual assault and their children in Sarasota and DeSoto counties, seeks to stop the crime of sexual violence through awareness and education and encouraging every citizen to actively engage in public and private efforts, including conversations about sexual violence, how to prevent it, how to help survivors connect with services, and how every segment of our society can work together to better address sexual violence. And now, therefore, we, the City Commission of the City of Northport, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2019 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and urge all citizens to observe this month by becoming aware of the tragedy of sexual assault, supporting those who are working toward its ends, and participating in community efforts. All by your permission.
Thank you, City Council. My name is Jessica, and I am a sexual violence victims advocate at SPARK, the Safe Place and Rape Crisis Center. We are a dual center focused on domestic violence and sexual violence, and we are free and confidential, and we're very fortunate to be embraced by the community and to be able to work very beautifully with all the community responders, and we're able to offer services to those that may not have been able to reach out anywhere else, because not everybody wants to start with law enforcement. We do have free counseling, we do have free legal advocacy services, we focus on prevention in the schools in Sarasota County, and we're also always working on safety planning. Safety is our first priority, so we make sure even those that might not be in a situation where they're immediately ready to financially or whatever decision that is, leave. We help them get prepared and develop a plan and keep themselves safe. So we're honored to be here. It is Sexual Assault Awareness Month. As you can see, the statistics were high, and hopefully with our collaborated vision and what changes we make culturally and in our own personal lives and what we laugh at and what we embrace and the music we support, we can start shifting the narrative. So thank you kindly. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very kindly. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. Appreciate you.
Go for Tortoise Day.
Oh, here we go.
Tortoise lovers. Somebody's got to love the tortoise. Go for Tortoise Day is April 10th, 2019. Whereas in 2016, the Northport Friends of Wildlife proposed to the City of Northport that there be a day set aside for recognition for the gopher tortoise, Tortoise polyphemus. And whereas April 10th was officially adopted by Gopher Tortoise Council as Gopher Tortoise Day. And whereas in Florida, gopher tortoises are found in parts of all 67 counties and are frequently encountered in neighborhoods, along roadways, and in many of Florida's public parks and forests. And whereas the gopher tortoise has been living on the earth, not one of them, but they have existed for 500,000 to 2 million years now. Whereas the gopher tortoise today is in the state of Florida listed as threatened, and in parts of the U.S. is federally listed as threatened. Whereas the gopher tortoise is considered a keystone species because they dig burrows. And whereas the gopher tortoise's burrow protects more than 360 other commensal species, some of which are also listed as threatened. Whereas the gopher tortoise's habitat needs protection, and whereas having gopher tortoise and other species in our area helps to sustain the area's ecology and provides man with a source of joy and appreciation for nature. And now, therefore, we, the City of Northport, do hereby proclaim April 10th, 2019 as Gopher Tortoise Day, and we urge all citizens to help protect the species through education and awareness.
Thank you, commissioners, for allowing us to have this special day. It's another way we are able to raise awareness about this species. There's a lot of people that don't understand that this is a threatened species, especially the people from up north. They have no clue what a gopher tortoise is. I'd like to give a special thanks to our new director of the building department, Mr. Frank Miles. He's done a wonderful job. He's really working hard, and we're very grateful for that. And we're also very grateful for the Public Works Department, Director Julie Belia and her staff. John Kalsbeck has been amazing, and I want him to talk about the GIS mapping system that he's been working with for a good 5 years now. And I just also want to mention Dave Duval. He's truly an advocate in our community for gopher tortoises. Right now, he's at the Shannon Staub Library, and he's teaching, having a little workshop for kids from like 2 years to 12 years. And it's that generation, those generations coming up that we want to leave behind still some gopher tortoises. So it takes us all working together, and I thank everyone.
Thank you, Edie. My name is John Kalsbeck. I'm the GIS analyst for Public Works. And for the past few years now, we've actually have it started off as a gopher tortoise burrow tracking application. And it just kind of took off to like a wildlife sightings because we actually have a Sandhill Crane initiative now that, Northport Friends of Wildlife is taking off with. And there's other things as far as like coyote sightings, bobcat sightings, things like that. People have smaller animals, pets and stuff, and they're kind of want to know where, as far as all these sightings are going. And like Edie said, as far as the gopher tortoise burrows, they actually, they're a very important part of our ecosystem. And without them, I mean, there's a lot of things that could go wrong. So we asked the public for help, and using our app on the Public Works homepage, you'll see halfway down, you'll see a picture of a tortoise on there. When you click on there, you'll see our application, and underneath are instructions on how to use it. And my contact information's on there along with Fish and Wildlife. They're also on there. And they also have direct access to our application as well. So, and it's actually helped in a couple instances as far as, before and after stuff. So, we still have a lot of work to do, and we still need the help of the general public. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have anybody represent National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week? There they come on. Wonderful. Look at all these fine folks. National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week, April 7th through April 13th, 2019. Whereas emergencies can occur at any time that require police services. Whereas when an emergency occurs, the prompt response of police officers is critical to the protection of life and preservation of property. Whereas the safety of our police officers is dependent upon the quality and accuracy of information attained from citizens who telephone the Northport Police Communications Center. And whereas public safety telecommunicators are the first and most critical contact our citizens have with emergency services. And whereas public safety telecommunicators are the single vital link for our police officers by monitoring their activities by radio, providing them information and ensuring their safety, and whereas public safety telecommunicators of Northport Police Department have contributed substantially to the apprehension of criminals, and whereas each dispatcher has exhibited compassion, understanding, and professionalism during their performance of their job in the past year, and now therefore we, the City Commission of the City of Northport, Florida, do hereby proclaim Sunday, April 7th through Saturday, April 13th, 2019, to be National Public Safety Telecommunications Week. So in witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and seal of the City of Northport, Florida, to be affixed this 9th day of April 2019, signed by all your commissioners and your city clerk. Congratulations.
Thank you, commissioners, for representing and honoring us for National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week. The men and women here that work in your center are the best in the industry, and I work alongside them, and I stand up here, and I'm very proud of them today. We don't get recognition enough, and I would like just to introduce you who we have standing here right now. You have 50-plus years just standing here in this room of experience in front of you. Here is Mandy Lorenz. She has 15-plus years. She's a supervisor with the police department. Marilyn, who has 7 years, who is also a supervisor with the police department. Jen, she's been here 7 years, and she started off as a police officer, and now she's with our department, and we love her. And you have Jen and Carl. Alexa and Carl. They are currently enrolled in the 911 Public Safety Telecommunicator Recruit Program that our agency currently trains, and they are within their first year of employment here. And I think that's it.
Also, we have Casey over here.
Oh my God, Casey.
She's 3 years. Very forgettable.
Actually, Casey is not forgettable. She's been here. She's in her second year of employment here with the Northport Police Department, and she's one of our future leaders.
Didn't Misty say something about not enough recognition? Just to echo our manager over our telecommunications, Misty, our dispatchers are our lifeline to our law enforcement, but they're also that lifeline. They're the first line of defense for when people pick up the phone for help. As we always tell everyone, when someone's calling the police department, they're not having a good day. It's a bad day, and all these girls and men here have to wear many different hats. They can go from a happy moment to a very critical in a snap of a finger. So with that, we can't do our jobs without them. And all I can say is that, just like you said, you guys are the best. They are the best in the industry, and we're proud to have them, and we're fortunate to have our own dispatch here in the city of Northport. So for commissioners, thank you for all that and that support for our dispatch. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
One more.
All righty, is David Wheatcroft here today? Mr. Wheatcroft? Kid. Okay. Well, this is a certificate of appreciation presented to David Wheatcroft in recognition of his personal commitment and dedication to the city of Northport while serving on the Citizens Tax Oversight Committee from April 11th, 2017 through February 14th, 2019. And that's presented this 9th day of April, 2019, and presented by the commissioners. This will get mailed to him, so thank you for his volunteerism.
Now everybody go home. Except for us.
Next time I won't do that. I'll try not to do that.
There's a couple of months that are just really long with proclamations. I think May is too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You voted that.
Okay. We're gonna move on. Yep, we're on. Well, we're moving on. All right, we're gonna get back to our agenda item C here. Where are we?
I don't know.
Did we start it? I don't even remember.
We got public
We had
comment.
public comment. We were going to go, I guess.
Then we were gonna get into it after that,
Yes.
right?
But I
Okay.
don't see Mr. Muniz here.
It's all right. We probably can get going on.
He might be out there
Yeah.
somewhere and hear us
Okay.
as we get to chatting about it.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, city manager? I don't remember what we did, so I'm. handing it to
Nothing,
you.
we did nothing.
Oh, okay.
Meant we're
That's
ready
right, I
for
do
you guys to
remember
go
now.
either line by line
Yeah, I
or.
think we're going to go line by line and then have
Vice
discussion.
Mayor McDowell, it's back on you.
All right, line by line. Okay, now, just remember, this is my line by line. If anybody else has anything in between the item, just,
Well, here, let's do this. Let's finish yours, and if you don't touch every topic, then we'll go to
Okay.
whoever. So that way there may only be one or two.
okay, line 61, it's actually the chart.
61.
Page 311, there's a chart, and it says Urban Market Garden. And it says it's for the number of spaces, I guess, for parking. And it says 1 per acre or fraction thereof, plus 1 per 200 square feet of building/structure excluding sheds.
500 square feet.
And I put 750. 1 parking spot for every 200 square feet of a building. That's a lot of parking.
It is in line with more of our commercial uses. You're looking at more, if, depending on how it's structured, and it may be different for each use, but if it's a shop that they're selling the produce from, it's similar to a grocery store, potentially. So again, it could vary depending on the use. So maybe we could go a little higher. I think 1 per 750 might be a little low.
A little bit too high?
Still too low.
Too low?
So maybe one for 500?
Yeah, we're,
oh,
when I say low, I mean too few parking spaces.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I'd
I
feel
had
good.
500.
Yeah, I go big or go home, so.
Well, 750 square foot of a building, give me an idea of what that would look like, 750.
Well, a normal bedroom's 100 square foot, so.
Here, I can put this in a good
10.
perspective. The house that we used to own over on Grove and Triunfo in the older part of town, that was a 900 square foot house.
That's what I'm trying to figure out, so that's,
Yeah.
yeah, okay,
Yeah.
so,
Two-bedroom house.
and you're saying
Yeah.
there has to be 1 parking space for, oh, and you're saying half of that, really? Yeah.
You are, I go more with the 500. You are talking about a commercial business, and it's not going to be one person at a time coming to this business.
Right, and it's
What
gonna,
I think of is, I think
Have
of
to
like a
have
Detweiler's.
parking space for them.
If
You
it's
know,
like a
with
Detweiler's, then.
with a garden and all that, but then
then
a
it's-
Detweiler's up front, it's gonna be,
Exactly.
it's gonna be.
You're gonna need.
And I'm gonna tell you, think of that.
Yeah.
If
that's
I'm going for
huge.
produce, I'm going to that place. I'm not going to Publix because it's
Mhm.
fresh and it's local.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll bet you a lot of people will do that.
All right, I'll stick with the 500 then. I was leaning towards the 750, but now you said Detweiler, I was like, oh, okay, yeah, you throw that out,
I
okay.
was leaning with you too, but
Yeah.
yeah, I'm gonna stick with the 5.
It's a good compromise.
Because if you, I mean, that's even gonna be tight. And so they may be coming back needing more, I mean, Detweiler and some of them up in
Yeah, that
Venice,
might
the
be low.
groves up there are a good
But not-
example. Because if it's 5 acres, that's only 1 parking spot, so it's only 5 total, and then you're building.
Yeah, but remember that business is going to expand and contract how they need to in order for them to be profitable. And I would imagine that most of this will probably be impervious surface, not really, no real parking space.
In order to meet parking requirements by the code, it has to be paved.
So that's just stupid.
All right, but let me ask you this, though. If
Right? I mean, like, it's an agricultural, let's just say it's farming. Like, why would you want to go and
Well, it's
ruin
not in
it
an
by putting
agricultural
concrete
district.
there?
It's,
They're not gonna
it's the
park
district
where
that
they-
it's in.
Right, but wouldn't this,
They're not gonna park in the garden.
Time, guys.
Park in a parking spot.
wouldn't this be, though, the minimum? So let's say a Detweiler's came in and they needed more parking, they can go over this minimum to add to their own business. So we're just saying if it's just like a community garden type thing,
Yeah.
we're not over
It's the
restricting.
minimum standard.
Been to Detweiler's in Venice lately?
And that,
Oh, yeah, it's
Oh,
nuts.
it's
They would add more parking.
Disaster.
It's packed.
well, that's why
There's no
the,
place to add it though, that's the problem, is there's no place for them to add parking, because the building is a certain size, they have a certain number of square feet. They park in the middle of the road.
that's
If
why-
you
Oh, it's
allow this,
better than
if you allow a building
Sarasota.
like this to go in, and they build the building a certain size, they don't have enough parking, where are they gonna put the parking?
that's why the
They not have
calculation
enough
is
parking?
based
I
on
don't understand
the
that.
acreage plus the building. So if they just use it for mostly gardening and don't actually even have a structure or have a very small structure, the minimum required would be very minimal. Very minimal, would be just be for the land. It's when you add that structure and as the structure gets bigger that
People
you're
just
gonna
come
have
park on
those
the
more
side of the
intense
road.
potential uses that you wanna have those parking standards there.
Well, now you've
Well-
just really thrown a wrench in the whole thing.
Vice Mayor.
Not all of them are going to be Detweilers. I
Right.
mean, you got to remember, this
No,
is a
it's just-
garden thing.
It could
And
be a nursery, it could be.
Designed to be commercial, and if you don't have the parking for people, where are they gonna park?
But it's not selling only produce there. They have to have a garden here. If it's only a Detweiler's, it's only selling produce, it's a totally different use. They have to then, it's a commercial thing. It's not a garden.
So the intent and the definition of an urban market garden is for commercial sales
Yes.
on site.
Commercial sign.
It's not a farm.
Yeah.
So that's what I was saying.
So
I
it is
envision.
for the on-site sales.
That's why I see a garden out back with a facade up front.
Okay, I'm with
like
you
a
on the
Detweiler's
500.
facade, and
Oh,
then
well.
you've got, whether it's inside a building or whether it's just a facade, that's the way I
I'm going
envision
with
it.
500.
Me too.
You got 5 there, 5 there. What is your concern with 5? Is
Not
that a
gonna- well,
reasonable?
Normally, right now, it's 1 per 200 square feet.
Right.
You're less than half of
We've
that.
over, yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna have a significantly less parking than we normally have at a commercial site.
But if
Yeah,
I,
I'm a little concerned with the
but if I
500 too.
put up a shed that's a 20 by 20 shed,
400
It-
square feet.
It excludes sheds.
okay, but is a 20 by 20 considered a shed or is it considered a
So they put
structure?
a
It's
20 by
kind of a-
20 structure, that's 400 square feet, so they're gonna have 2 parking spots.
Yeah. See, I just
I
didn't-
just,
5 acres, you've expanded it to 7 parking spots. And the reason that this was brought forward is because it was going to be extremely successful commercial business of people being able to buy at a local community garden.
I think it needs
7 people at a
parking.
time is not going to be extremely successful.
Yeah, I think it's gonna need some parking. Maybe not 200,
But
but
again,
I think
we're
500 is even a little low for me,
Yeah.
now that we talk about it.
Why not?
Maybe
350 or
300,
400.
350? Would that be a little more equitable for you guys and still
I
see
feel
a
more
kind of a
comfortable in
common
the
down?
300 range.
About 350.
Yeah, split it and do the
350?
350.
350?
Going once?
Well,
All right, do I have,
I say
all in favor of
350.
350, say
I'll
aye.
do 350.
Say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. Okay. That passed. Commissioner Carasone had to take call. She'll be right back, but that passed. So we're going to go with 350. You got that written down, Vice Mayor?
I sure do.
Write it down.
All right, and then my next one's a big one. It's going to have a lot of conversation because it's line 89.
What number,
Neighborhood-
ma'am?
89. Principal use and structures for neighborhood commercial. Neighborhood commercial is not allowed to have sales outside of a building. However, these gardens are allowed to have sales in open air. They don't have to have a building. You could have like a little tent, or you could have a makeshift like box or whatever to sell your wares. And if it's in neighborhood commercial, they just violated our code by having it in open air because it's not inside a building. And I know that you gave me an answer to my question, but it still is conflicting to me.
So the way this is written is gardening activities are permitted to take place outside of an enclosed structure. This does not say that sales are permitted to take place out of an enclosed structure.
Sales are not allowed to happen in neighborhood commercial outside of the building.
Right, and I don't think this conflicts with that. It only allows the gardening activities to take place, which includes basically storage of vegetative material. So the storage, anything within the neighborhood commercial has to be inside an enclosed structure. But this is permitting the gardening activity to take place in it, because it's gardening, it's, you know, that's outside. But it doesn't permit the sales to take place.
So
outside.
here's a scenario that I see. I have a garden, I invest in this urban garden, but I don't have a building except for a shed to hold my tools and the hoses for water. But every month I have a farmer's market so that they can sell their wares in a neighborhood commercial zoning district. I cannot sell it outside because it's not in a building.
That's, I think, exactly what Nicole just said, is they have to sell it inside.
But a building isn't required for these urban gardens.
Unless they want to have sales.
Right. The only other scenario I could see to allow what you're saying to happen is if they came in for a special event or temporary use permit to allow for that activity to take place outside. But the way this is written, those sales would not be able to take place unless they put a building on the site.
But they could do it if they held a festival, something like that, and they wanted to get an event permit? That's what you're saying? Maybe, maybe not?
Yeah, possibly. That would be a potential,
But regular ongoing sales would require a building.
yes.
So, city attorney, is there a way to craft language that says outside sales in neighborhood commercial would be allowed with special exception or special permit help? Is there a way to craft some language to put it in here so it's not 100% exclusionary? There is an exception to it? Because right now it's 100% exclusionary.
We can come up with language for whatever you guys want. I don't have a suggestion off the top of my head for you.
Can I speak to that? If I have a commercial business, I want my point of sale to be in one area. I don't want to be scattered with my funds, roaming around to somewhere. I would show somebody something, and then I would take them to the point of sale, where the cash register's at, or where I could collect the money. So I understand the commercial transaction or point of sale being inside an area. Is that the thinking behind this portion of it? Is that the way you view it?
Yes, I mean, it's a commercial property, so yeah.
Okay.
But not all commercial, not all urban gardens are created equal. It could be a large-scale commercial business where you have an inside point of sale, where you have a Detweiler's where the point of sale is inside. I get that. But there are also other smaller things that are in the commercial zoned area, neighborhood commercial specifically, because that's what we're talking about, that may not have an internal point of sale, but still want to have the ability to sell outside. And I think the best compromise would be, is to have the city attorney craft language that says, in neighborhood commercial, you could have it with a special exception or a special event permit. Because every other zoning district, you're allowed to sell it inside or outside. Correct?
What?
Well, if they had a fruit stand outside or something like that, you know.
But you can't. In neighborhood commercial, you can only do sales inside of a building, and there's no building requirements.
No, I understand that, but I would want it available outside.
You are allowed, right?
I don't know that that's the case. In our activity centers, I don't believe they allow outdoor sales and storage either, except for maybe one or two of them. But I don't know I don't think neighborhood commercial is the only one that's being excluded from that.
Will you or will you not be able to sell outside with this?
I think it'll depend on the zoning district. In neighborhood commercial, no. In activity centers where outdoor sales and storage are prohibited, no.
Okay, so why not?
Because per the code and the outdoor sales and storage is prohibited, unless something in this ordinance is changed to reflect.
Which
the
you
ability
did
to
say
sell
there's a possibility with a special permit or an event permit or
Yeah, but
something like
that's-
that, but that's something completely
If
different.
it's something, well, that was to respond to the scenario that was
Yeah.
presented, if they want to have a farmer's market once a week or once a month.
That's
That would be
different.
the.
Yeah, that's completely different.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's not for regular ongoing sales.
I never understood that. I mean, like outdoor seating, why can't you have outdoor seating? It just, the regulations just make me crazy.
My own.
I can
So-
see why there's,
That, anything in yellow is that.
in neighborhood commercial, I can understand why there isn't outside sales, because that would mean like vending machines and stuff like that, and that's bringing more people in. Neighborhood commercial is a completely different animal compared to commercial general. And in commercial general, you're allowed to have sales outside.
But see, I don't have a problem in neighborhood commercial sales outside either.
Yeah, well, you don't live near one.
Actually, I do. I live
That's
right
active?
down the street from one. I
That's
used to
active?
live right next to one. So you're wrong. I do. We've actually had large-scale plans for the neighborhood commercial zoning right by Glen Ellen. I don't see what the problem is. I just don't. I think it should be allowed.
So at this point, we'll have to give them direction or leave it go. It's at the will of the body. This is stuff that I brought up, wanted to talk about.
And this was line 89?
Personally, myself, I'm good with letting it go. To me, if you're running a business, you have a point of sale, and it should be protected.
And I see that point.
But wouldn't the point of sale be regardless whether it's outside or inside? Like, I don't,
Oh, no, I
I don't
don't want
get
to
it.
do that. I'm good.
25 people show up at your location and they all want to come pay you. How are you going to do that outside? With a money bag?
Yeah.
Actually, I've done
business?
hundreds and
Absolutely.
hundreds
Absolutely.
of fairs
Absolutely.
with thousands and thousands of people under a tent in a point of
That's a
sale.
special event. That is
I
not
know,
an
but
established
saying
commercial
it's
business.
possible.
There's a difference.
You know, it's possible. You can either do it with a cash bag, you can do it with the square, you can do it, there is so many different ways. Again, I think you're just limiting the ability to utilize it's commercial property.
My opinion, I'd like to be able to sell inside and outside. How we get there is through the
Right.
way that they write it up themselves through the attorney.
Because what I'm hearing is these commercial gardens are a different breed of just commercial business. It's a unique animal. It's not just a commercial.
They are unique, yes, in how they operate. So, I mean,
So we have to be a little bit more flexible, is all I'm looking for.
Well, what's,
To move on
Well, we
with
have
this, I'm
another
going to
reading, so we
agree
can
with
just-
Commissioner Emmerich.
I was gonna say, we can come up with an. we can come up
Allow
with
them
an
to
intent.
sell in or out, and how you get there is up to you.
Up to you guys, yes.
Yep.
And I agree with that also. I'm tired of over-regulating the snot out of things.
Yep.
So
So
we
you
have a
got
consensus
consensus.
that we are going to allow for that, and we'll let the attorney's office
Work
out
on
the
that
verbiage.
language. And is that going to be then for all the zoning districts listed on here?
Yes. Me, yes.
Yeah, I would
Yes.
say yes.
I hear a but.
No, I'm trying to work through that. I think
at least four.
I will have to work on some of that. That may require an amendment to the pattern book. I'm
That's
not
okay.
certain. So
That's
just-
why-
That's what you guys are gonna
Yeah.
do. We're just giving you the intent, and then you guys figure out what
What
needs
needs to be
happen
done.
Yes, ma'am.
and fix it. But that is do I have a consensus? All in favor, say aye for allowing that in all areas.
Yes.
Yes, aye.
Yes.
That's unanimous. There's no nays.
Yeah, I'm finishing my notes.
Did I miss anything? That was a,
No.
Nope, I gave you the one you
that's
missed.
just the one?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
So if you go to, it's like 108, it's talking about exceptions. This section pertains to urban market gardens that are primary or accessory use or is allowed by special exception. I think that the paragraph should end right there, line 108.
Say it again, I'm sorry.
Exception, it's number, it's
Two.
2. Exception, the section pertains to urban market gardens that are primary or accessory use, or as allowed by special exception, period. On property and where crops are grown on site, it does not apply to nurseries, botanical gardens, garden shops, or uses that are otherwise. It's either, it's a primary or accessory use, or it goes by special exception. I don't understand why all of the other stuff is in there.
The other stuff is there to clarify the intent of the ordinance and what it applies to. So this regulation does not apply to these other categories. This is in the intent section of the ordinance.
But I don't know where special exceptions are listed anywhere else, unless it's just for this zoning district for special structures. This is under special structures.
This is the regulations for the commercial or the urban market gardens. So for example, it's not listed as a permitted principal use in Activity Center 1 or Activity Center 4.
Right.
Or, no, it is 4, sorry. Activity Center 1, 2, or 3. So that would make it eligible for a special exception unless we added it as a prohibited principal use. They'd be eligible for a special exception, so those would still apply. These regulations would apply.
So what does crops grown on site? It does not apply to nurseries, botanical gardens, garden shops, or uses that are otherwise listed in zoning and land. What is all of that about?
It's to clarify that it doesn't apply to those uses because they are so similar in nature.
That makes no sense.
It does not make any sense, I'm sorry.
It just doesn't make sense. I know it makes sense to you because you know what it means, but I just don't understand it.
Well, the idea is 5, 10, 15 years down the road when none of us are sitting in this room.
Hey,
and
hey,
someone
hey.
And someone tries to interpret this ordinance and what it applies to, you can look to the intent to say, okay, here's clarification. This is what it applies to. This is what it doesn't apply to.
Guess what, where my thinking is urban markets are the same as crops that are grown on site. And,
Definition.
right?
That's part of the same sentence. It's saying
That's what
it
it
does
says.
apply to on property where crops are grown on site.
And then
That's
it
all-
says-
That's where it applies.
It doesn't apply to nurseries, gardens,
But
garden
I would
shops.
think that it could be a nursery, it could be a garden.
Well, we define nurseries
Know what I mean?
differently.
Yeah, we've separated nurseries, botanical gardens, garden shops as being something different.
I don't know. Again, we're back to the,
Ponder it and talk about it at second reading. I'm just bringing it to attention. I think it's irrelevant.
But I
It's
agree.
it's just my,
to do what?
No, I agree with Vice Mayor. I think that paragraph should end right there.
right after special exception.
Yes, ma'am.
But maybe they can talk about it and come second reading, come up with a better answer. Maybe that's what we could do is give them instruction to come up with a better answer as to why it continues.
Well, can we just give
mind it the way it
them,
is.
yeah, can't we just explain what it is, our intent is, and then we can get there by however they deem. I guess my thinking, first of all, I don't like special exceptions because it's almost like you're giving them permission to do something they really shouldn't be doing. Does that, you know what I mean? And I know it means different in planning, but to me, as someone who lives out here, special exception means you're not supposed to be there, but because of some exceptions, we're gonna let you be there. So I guess it's kind of the same, but it's not the same. I get it. So is there a way that we allow these things to take place, period, in those zoned areas?
The way it's proposed in the ordinance right now, as written, it's in the zoning districts where it's being added as a permitted principal use, it is allowed by right. The special
Okay.
exception applies to the ones that are not listed in this ordinance. So as I mentioned, activity center 1, 2, 3, 7 doesn't allow special exceptions.
But those special exceptions, they would come to the board.
Yes.
And then we would look
Yeah.
at those
And
on a
I mean,
case-by-case basis.
I understand the perception on a special exception
I don't
from
have
that
a
level,
problem if
but
it's written.
it's really more of the commission's opportunity to evaluate each one on a case-by-case basis because of interactions with different things, like for this one in the case of the state laws.
Well, see, that's what my concern is, because if you allow the special exception for something like this, and now they're out in the ag area, and they determine they're gonna take 5 acres and do this, then they turn around and get that exemption.
Well, in the ag area, you can have a farm by right.
Well, yeah, true.
Sure. Can I ask
All
a
right.
question?
Let's go ahead.
So am I to understand that, based on this paragraph here, if I have a commercial garden and I want to sell tools or garden supplies at my garden for people that are gardening, I would not be allowed to do that based on this? Because that's also what
No.
I'm reading.
No, that's not what it says. So that would be more of a mixed use component because it would be pulling in one of those other types of uses. This is saying that these regulations in place here, the location, the size, the hours, sales, don't apply to something that is strictly a garden shop or a plant nursery.
Completely lost. I guess we'll just have to have a different conversation to move this along. I don't understand the intent of that exception thing. So that's just me. I'll have a different conversation with staff between first and second reading on it.
I'm good with it being there, but, okay, so.
Line 120, and this I'm sure is going to have a lot of conversation. This is where the 3 acres versus 5 acres. I'm all in favor of changing it to 5. Because, and not this shall not be greater than 3 acres in size. That's the maximum. I'm just 5 acres minimum, I think is a better way for it. Or a minimum of 3 acres, not this maximum stuff, because there are gardens that want to take advantage of the Department of Ag's agricultural tourism thing and apply for those grants. You're cutting all of that out.
I don't know why we have a number on it. Why do you have to even put a 5 acre, 4 acre, 3 acre? Because some of those neighborhood commercials don't have 3 acres. They only have 1.
Exactly.
So I wouldn't put a number in there at all.
Again, this recommendation is in here to limit that potential interaction and that impact on our tax base. I strongly caution to take that into consideration because these, if you allow this just at any size, you could potentially have one come in and take up a 10 acre, 20 acre tract.
They
And
still
they're gonna
have to
get
be
that-
viable though. Like they could come in, they could take up a 10 acre tract. It's only one of them's going to survive. So, I mean, they still have to stay in business.
And I don't see 15 of these opening
How
in the
that's gonna
city.
happen.
I don't see
Yeah,
more than
that's
a handful opening
I'm
in the
getting at.
city.
Right.
I think, I
And
really
at
gotta
that
think
point,
about that.
we can, if I remember correctly, we can come back and revisit this and say, you know, make it a non-conforming use and then just grandfather those in if it starts to take over. I just,
You don't wanna
That's,
sunset
that's
them.
why I wanted to narrow it by making it just one, possibly two of the activity centers, making it the 5 acres out there, up to the 5 acres, and then having 1 or 2 acres in the commercial, neighborhood commercial. Because, I mean, though they might be 1 acre lots right now, suppose you buy 3, 4, 5 of them. I mean,
Yeah, well, you'd have to dissolve lot lines, you'd have to go through P and Z, I mean, it's not.
but it can be done. That's why I would limit it in there. I mean, because the concern is valid about the commercial and the taxation, it is. So I would narrow it down, make it smaller areas that it can be done in. If you want to expand it later, you can. We're looking at 250,000 people in this city. You might only have one right now who wants to do it, but when you hit 150,000 people, you might have 2 more wanting to come on board to do it. And so we have to think of that.
So what you're saying is activity centers would be allowed a minimum of 5 acres,
But
okay?
they could go up to the 5 acre.
Or go up to 5 acres.
what if I buy a 7-acre parcel and I only start to cultivate and use 1 or 2 acres of it, and then as my business expands, I can then make more, and then you're pigeonholing them into just that. If I'm investing in a 10-acre parcel with a plan, a business plan that, you know, I'm gonna start it as a garden, and as it grows and gets developed and becomes more common and people use it, then I'm gonna maybe put a building up, and then maybe I'll put up a store, and then maybe I'll expand more garden space because it's so popular. And that's what my vision is. By limiting it only to 5 acres, you're cutting out that vision.
I've had a farm that was 10 acres, and at some point you go from being a garden to being a farm. And so that's why I would watch. I would not have them go over 10 acres, especially in an activity center. I mean, they can go to agricultural and buy up all the land that they want to out there, but we're talking about our activity centers in our commercial neighborhood.
So the activity center would be 5 acres, are up to 5 acres, and neighborhood commercial would be up to 3 acres or up to 5 acres?
I would say 3.
3 acres.
If I may, it's always easier to start with a more narrow scope and expand. And I would say that's even more true when it comes to agricultural uses with the state laws that we have in place for them.
Can we say up to 6 acres on the activity centers only because of that 5 acre
Correct.
grant thing?
Correct.
So I'll be willing to compromise on that and do the up to 6 acres on activity centers and up to 3 acres on neighborhood commercials.
I would even word it 6 acres or less.
Yeah, same. Yeah.
Okay,
I agree with that.
all those in favor of 6 acres on activity centers and 3 acres on neighborhoods, say aye.
The max, yes.
Opposed, no?
Now,
Did you just say now?
That was a now, not a no.
that was, yes, because I
All right.
proposed it in the
That is
first
a
place.
complete consensus, a
But-
unanimous.
But now I need to know, the second part of that is the whole major site plan and review, here we go again. In the neighborhood commercial, well, I guess they're still commercial, so they're gonna need a
Yeah.
neighborhood
Yeah,
site
they need
plan, even
that.
if they put,
I'm
okay.
even more for it when it's
Sorry, I had to
commercial.
talk that through.
Yeah, no, I'm more for that stuff when it's commercial, because you got people coming on
Talked
site.
that through my
you
own
got-
brain.
That's our
Yeah.
citizens, that's our.
Okay,
People on
no,
site with the
that makes sense.
expectation that things are safe and good and well, so that's a little different. Yeah. Okay, Vice
All
Mayor?
right, so then, line 123. No gardening activities may take place before sunrise or after sunset.
Well, that's nuts.
I'm just,
regulating their own business.
yeah, I think that's up to that business to dictate their hours. We don't tell,
Reasoning for that.
yeah.
I was trying to walk myself through that in my head right
Because I'm thinking
now.
if King's Plastics can work overnight, why can't
Right.
anyone else?
I believe I probably pulled that from another model ordinance that had that language in there, and it was probably in line of protection for buffering against neighborhoods that are close by and outdoor.
Trucks and things like
There's
that, I
buffering.
understand.
What number, line number was it?
123.
123, okay.
Can we take it out?
Breathe.
I would like to take it out.
I would strike it.
Okay, so we're going to remove 123.
Aye. Remove 123I or?
Aye. Well, that's the
Right.
line
23
123.
and 124, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you kind of need to keep the double I, because it gives you the ability to sell.
Right.
So, yeah, I'm okay with striking it.
Okay, so looking at double I again and reading it, it says the produce and horticultural plants grown in the urban market area may be sold on or off premises. What about okay, so you have the plant and then you have the fruit from the plant. Can you sell the fruit from the plant on or off?
On or, yes, that would be the produce and the horticultural plant, so yes.
Okay, because produce plants is the tomato plant that's in the ground. The tomato is what I want to sell on or off, and I just want to make sure I can do that.
Yes.
Because somebody may interpret it that, no, it's not the plant.
No, yes, the produce from it is.
Plant produces.
And the plants ground.
Making sure, the city girl's got to make sure of this stuff, you know?
You know, what if you want to sell tulips? Create a tulip garden, you sell the tulips free, you know, you can cut them down and.
Is that the plants?
And then, no, you cut them and then you sell the tulips as just the
The
stalks.
sprigs?
And then, not that they ever grow back, 'cause it's Florida, but, you know, then theoretically, they grow back and, you know, you could do it again. So, I don't know.
Just want to make sure. All right, this
I would
next one I'm
assume
going to
it's
walk
both.
through, it's going to take a little bit, I'll be as quick as I can. If you look at line 127, it says compliance with laws. All urban markets and their users must comply with all federal, state, and local laws and regulations regarding the operations, use, and enjoyment of the premises. Okay, keep that thought. Now let's go down to the application process. It is a 10, 15-line process that is already encapsulated in federal, state, and local laws. It's redundant.
Where is the process?
131.
So I understand the redundancy that you're seeing here, but I feel it's important to leave this in because we want to protect against that interaction with the other Florida statutes that could potentially exempt them from getting building permits later on in the process.
This has more to do with selling fruits and vegetables and making sure they're complying with FDA and all, or
The compliance with laws, yes,
Department of
is
Ag and-
making sure they're compliant with
We
all
don't
that.
have to regulate that, the Department of Ag does.
Exactly.
But that's what this is, I think the
Right.
intent of this is.
But you just said that this
E, yes.
E protects them if they ever want to put in a building?
No, E protects us
Right.
from potential interactions with Florida statutes, because if they receive that bona fide agricultural purpose classification from the state, they are exempt from getting building permits from the city for any farm building, fence, or sign.
Okay,
And so
so,
that's a safety concern on a commercial property.
I'm hearing that if I want to garden, and I bought my 10 acres, and I start out with a garden that the community uses, and then it's so popular, I decide I want to go then, and I've got my Department of Ag certification and license and whatever I need from Department of Ag, and then I go, you know, I'm gonna put up a building to do point of sales, I won't be able to put up a building?
You'll be able to put up a building, you won't have to get a building permit, and you won't have to comply with the Florida Building Code.
Mm-hmm.
Now I get it. Why wouldn't I have to?
It's preempted in state law.
Ah.
That's the whole point of the 3 and 5 acre thing, that if they get the exemption, then it allows them to be rezoned through the state as ag, then they don't have to pay all of the taxes that they would normally pay as commercial, and allow them other exemptions, and that's kind of the crux of this whole thing in a, so we have to be very careful.
Now I get it. I see. All right. So Commissioner Carusone is going to love this. We've already talked about the major site plan review being $4,800 and up. Just wanted to reiterate that again. 155 is talking about setbacks. All plantings shall be located so that the vegetation, including all parts of the above ground, will be at least 10 feet away from the front, side, or rear property lines, or shall meet the setback requirements in the zoning district which it's in, whichever is greater. So if I'm in a zoning district that has a 7-foot setback, do I have to do the 7 plus 10, or is it just then go to 10?
10 total. A minimum of 10.
Is that because of the easements?
I believe it was to try to avoid encroachment on adjacent properties from the plants.
Plants encroaching. Okay, so in neighborhood commercial, if it's an incompatible land use, they have to put up a buffer wall. Would they be required to put up the buffer wall, or would that 10-foot buffer satisfy that buffer wall requirement?
They would still have to meet any other buffer requirements of the zoning district.
They would have to have a wall in neighborhood commercial and the 10-foot buffering.
Right, and I don't know the neighborhood commercial zoning setbacks off the top of my head, but if the setback is 25 feet in neighborhood commercial, they would be 25 feet, not the 10.
So can we, so this is to just protect those that have maybe a 0?
Yes.
That's what they're protecting. Okay, those that have a 0.
Yeah, some of our planned community development and I believe commercial, some of them have a 0-foot setback. So if you're right on that property line next to another commercial use, we want to make sure there's no encroachment of the plants that way.
All right. Universal design, 166. Shall be used to provide access to any portion of the site. Isn't the Florida Building Code
ADA.
The Florida Building Code dictates this. Why are we trying to mimic Florida Building Code?
So the Florida Building Code would put in access from the ground level. This would be in terms of if there's plant beds that people could come in and participate in cultivating, that there's a portion of them that are raised for that access as well. I don't believe that the Florida Building Code covers.
It doesn't say a portion anywhere in here. It says
Right,
they,
it says all.
They should all. So if I want to cultivate something directly in the soil, I'm not going to be able to. I'm going to have to put it up on a bed.
And again, I think we're dipping
I think that's over.
into
I think we're over-regulating
the
that.
businesses. They should be knowing what they're doing out there, and it's their business. I don't think we need to be in their business on this.
Yeah, I believe.
I think we should go back to like in the community gardens where it says universal design is encouraged. Not telling them because.
Well, we actually struck that
Yeah,
out.
we did. We
Yeah,
struck
that's right,
it.
we did, we did, that's right, we completely took that out.
I would suggest that here too.
Yeah.
I think we need to do that here because this is a unique animal.
Yep.
Some are gonna be raised beds, some are gonna be trellises, some are gonna be in the ground. Some are gonna be hydroponic.
It's not up to us to tell them how to do their business.
So,
What,
And I'll tell you, when I walk into Publix, they don't,
yeah,
I mean, whenever you,
my top
I mean,
shelf,
people-
I'm everybody's best friend. Can you get that for me for the top shelf?
yeah, they don't lower it for you? Oh, no, they raise it for you.
So can we strike number 3 entirely?
what line is that, please?
That would be 166
Thank you.
to,
I'm sorry, 166, yeah.
yeah, I would say
All
of
of three,
because it's, well, and D.
6.
and D.
What about C?
Yeah.
All of it. I mean, because that's covered under the Florida
The
category.
flight in the site plan.
So all of section 3.
That's what I
Exactly.
would say all of it.
Yep.
Do I have all in favor, say aye?
I want to ask staff,
Okay, go
is
ahead.
ADA covered somewhere else in the site plan design and stuff like that if we strike the entire thing?
It should be covered through the major site development review, yes.
Aye.
Aye.
All right, all opposed, say no. All right, that is passed unanimously, or
All
unanimous
right,
consensus.
number 181, storage. Outdoor storage, currently, the way it's written, is prohibited, which means no, you can't have any outside storage. Well, if I want to leave my wheelbarrow outside, and I have a 10-foot buffer that nobody's going to see it anyways, why are we saying no?
Where you at now?
Line 181.
Okay, I think I have some background on this one, because I think this one was changed because of the chipper mill.
I'm not sure that.
This is back in my day, back in, where is Lockhart? He's gone. Back in our day, we stopped allowing things stored outside because what happened was we didn't have that measure in the original requirements. And that's kind of how that one place kept expanding its outside material. So there has to be a way to address this with a little bit better verbiage. I think it's more about combustible outdoor storage items.
Well,
What's
compost.
the intent from you guys?
The intent is to preserve the aesthetic of our commercial areas. I mean, we have activity centers and all of, in the pattern book, most of the activity
Yeah,
centers
that's-
prohibit outdoor
I'm
storage.
just telling you how it got there.
Commercial prohibits outdoor storage, unless it's brought back in at the end of the day. It's to maintain that, so it's not just stuff left all over the place on a property.
But there's
and
always
hurting
a
property
buffer
values.
around that property,
Yes.
so.
There's a buffer, there's a 10-foot buffer.
Not along the roadway. And there's nothing saying you wouldn't be able to leave it
So
on
maybe
the.
it
What about
should
the new
say-
MTI? Did they get a special exception for all that storage of all that equipment outside?
I have some notes on that one. I don't have them with me today on.
They
that.
have a
Which I don't mind
buffer.
that. I mean, I don't mind them, by the way.
Their fence
I'm just trying to understand.
is a buffer.
I can see
Well,
right
maybe
through it.
if you're concerned about the frontage that from the street and you don't want to see wheelbarrows from the street, maybe we should just say that
An
then.
agricultural area.
Maybe we should say that then. That, outside storage cannot be cannot be
Of a certain opacity.
visible from the frontage of the
Road frontage.
road frontage. Can we narrow it down that way? Because in the back and the sides, you've got all that buffer anyways.
We could, I think we'd be looking at like with the other one, I believe, an amendment to the pattern book as well, but yes. We could make that change if that's what commission's direction is.
Okay. Those in favor of doing such, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no.
So if I,
Heard one aye, no no's.
If you could clarify the consensus, please.
That was what she said.
outdoor storage is prohibited
In the front.
in the front.
Can't be
That-
viewable from the front.
That's what you're changing it to?
But yeah, that was what was suggested. Would not be viewable from
Outdoor
the,
storage can't be visible, period.
or has an opacity of 90%.
Or opacity of 80%,
Whatever's consistent.
something like that.
I think the more consistent you are, the better. If you're going to go
Yeah.
with opacity, you should be as consistent as possible across everything.
So
Or if you're gonna
what's
go no, just be no.
what's the language we want them to insert here, guys? I just say it can't be visible from the front. That's,
I'd say
I would
that
probably
I'd
give
like the
opacity to
opacity.
it, like opacity of 80%, and that way it's, it goes from residential all the way across the board. It's pretty easy to understand.
for the front only, or are you talking about the
I'm
entire?
Total. Everything, back, front, you got 80.
But
You have to hide
you've got
80%
a
of it.
buffer already. You've got a 10-foot buffer on the
Well-
side and rear.
Well, then they don't have to worry about that side of it.
Yeah,
They don't
then
have to
it
worry
would
about the
be
front.
fine.
And if it
They
doesn't work
wouldn't-
for the front, if they got
I'm
annexed
fine with that.
with 80%. Okay, so all in favor of 80%
Mayor,
opacity?
if I could just if I could just interject very quickly, that's going to be pretty difficult to enforce. I know the commission wrote that into our code and the parking requirements, but what is 78%? What is 82%?
Yeah.
Well, now we got 80.
Well, why didn't you say that before?
Because she's sleeping.
But she's smiling.
All right, so then what would be your
Why
suggestion?
can't you do 80%? You put it in a little video screen and you say, okay, that's 80% of the screen.
Grid it out? Of course, 80% can be determined on where you're standing
Is that how
too.
code enforcement's
You
going to
know
do
what?
it?
I think that's what they did do, actually, now that you say something. They had like a
Had a little
little grid, and then they had it shaded in, and then highlighted another. That actually that reminds me of something.
Oh, wait, we have some knowledge walking up to the front.
Knowledge is walking up.
I don't know if I'd go that far.
Give us some wisdom.
Trista Castle, lien specialist for NDS. I'm within code enforcement. It is very hard to enforce. It's, if you're standing here versus here, it makes a really big difference as to what the percentage is. So
I would say
we do
that-
have a difficulty with it.
I would say the purpose really is to make them think,
Yeah.
right? To say, you know what, so that they do their best. That's really kind of the intent, right? So they don't just leave everything out there just for everyone to see. That they try to hide as much as they can. You can't really regulate it, but
Absolutely.
in their mind, they're thinking I have to do something.
Mayor, you asked for a suggestion. My suggestion would be that you allow outdoor storage only with screening.
With
what?
With screening. Screening.
I mean, that essentially means it can't be visible. You can screen with, depending on what's allowed on the property, you can screen with a partial fence, you can screen with bushes, you can screen in different ways, but essentially means that it's not visible.
Okay.
So, if you want
Allow
like we
for-
have screening around our air
I
conditioning
gotcha.
handlers and that type of thing, right?
Right, yeah.
Well, I don't know if it's necessarily called screening, because you're making me think I gotta build a shed with screened windows in it, but I get what you mean.
We'll word it accordingly, but that's
Yeah.
the term that's used in the
Hidden or something.
and the industry
Not
is
visible.
screening, because it can be live screening, with plants and that type of thing.
It is the language we use for like the machine equipment on the top of a building that it has
Oh,
to be
okay, I
screened
got
from
you.
public view.
Oh, screened from public
Screened
view.
From public view.
Look at
I
you,
like that.
smarty pants.
You like that? You like that, Ms. Luke? Or are you good, Commissioner Emmerich?
Yeah.
Okay, it sounds like unanimous consensus. Our fourth one on that same topic. We consensed ourselves out of 3 others.
So outdoor storage must be screened from public view.
That's what I got.
From the
But
street?
allowed. Just
From
period.
public view.
Public view, period.
All righty, I'm going to play devil's advocate here. I'm standing on the sidewalk
Better not see it.
and, or I'm inside the parcel and I see it. So I'll let the city attorney word it.
Well, I mean, you can't screen something within 1/8 of an inch of everything you got.
Yeah, I mean,
So,
there's gotta be some
there's a
common
reason,
sense
yeah.
here.
Property line or what have you.
All right, composting, line 183, this is already dictated in the ULDC somewhere else. Why are we revisiting this?
Oh, here we go again.
Right? I mean, composting already has a code somewhere else in the ULDC, right?
Don't know that I've seen that.
Yeah, me neither.
I don't
can't
think
of
so.
it.
I'm not familiar with that
I
code,
can't think
if it
of it.
exists.
I thought I saw it somewhere else. I will double check that and get myself ready for a second reading.
We'll double check it as well.
All right.
I don't have a problem with that, because that again is in retaliation to the other issue. Unfortunately.
Even it then? Okay. 190 or 189, storage of toxic and flammable materials. Isn't this addressed in the major site plan when the fire department weighs in and stuff like that? I mean, why is this in here?
It could be addressed through that. I believe the intent was to again, keep in consistency with that smaller size, so with that being adjusted.
But all of them have to go through the major site plan,
Yes.
right? So it doesn't matter what size it is, they still have to go through it, and the fire department weighs in and says, hey, they want to have these chemicals stored here? No. It's redundant.
Redundant, yeah. What is this?
Can we strike C1?
Why do I not have 3?
Can we strike C1?
Let me guess.
Okay, yeah, I'm good with striking that. Commissioner Luke?
Yeah, I'm fine as long as it's addressed in the others.
Right, as
no
long as it's
problem.
addressed.
So is it all of C then?
Because C2 is addressing pressure-treated wood and creosote, which then soaks into the ground, that's creating toxins for the
I thought
tomatoes.
that was a DEP issue, that too is also regulated
Yeah, I
through
think it's
DEP
regulated.
and.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's regulated through the DEP.
I can look into that. I'm not sure that they regulate it happening. They probably regulate the cleanup if it happens, but
Right.
we want to try to prevent it from happening.
I
Can
thought
we
they
look into
prevented
that,
it,
though?
yeah.
Yeah, we can look into that.
I thought they outlawed it federally.
That's what I thought.
Okay, so
Millions
can
of
I get a
years
consensus
ago.
to get rid of CI, strike it, have staff look into 2I, or whatever that is, double I there. And if it is doubling up, then we can take it out of the ordinance. If it's not, then we can leave it there. Do I have a consensus for that?
Absolutely.
Across the board? Yeah?
Yes, sir.
All right, that's unanimous.
Organic practices kind of goes back to the last conversation. And I guess because I think we kept it, and it's been a meeting ago, but organic practices, I'm just double checking to see what we did with that.
And in that number 6 too, it appears as though any type of fertilizer, insecticide, and everything is prohibited. Was that the intent?
It's not prohibiting all fertilizers, it's prohibiting synthetic chemical materials.
What do we use as a city?
For fertilizer, 1648, 81010, that's all natural. Phosphorus, magnesium.
Okay,
It's
what
not
about-
made by man.
What about insect
That's different. You have fertilizer.
fertilizer only?
Yeah.
All right, do we want to leave this organic practices and fertilizers prohibited?
I'm good with leaving it. Didn't we leave the last one, didn't we?
I couldn't find it.
We encouraged it, strongly
That's what we
encouraged
had to
the use.
encourage.
The use of best practices. You
Yeah,
know,
the
best maintenance
organic, yeah.
practices is what we used the last time.
Yeah, I think it's a little different too when you're talking about corporations.
But this is also regulated by the Department of Ag when they go to
Correct.
apply, correct?
I believe so. They would have to have best management practices there. I don't know if the Department of Ag prohibits the synthetic chemical materials. I can check into that. I can look into that.
Right, again, I don't want to dip into prohibiting them on doing their business. And that's what I keep seeing in this going over and over and over again.
I don't want to prohibit them, but, you know,
I
any
would like
more
to
than we
suggest them,
do
yes.
any other business. I mean, but do we tell all other businesses that they can't use that?
Yeah, do we tell golf courses they can't use that?
We don't,
Do
that's what I'm
we-
saying.
I
Because-
don't believe so.
Because if we're not telling other businesses they can't use synthetic chemicals.
Personally, I don't want them to.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you're talking
don't.
food here. It's
I
a
know.
little
But those-
different
but those
than the golf
chemicals-
course.
Right, but again, they're doing their own business as well. And
But those,
the only
You
thing
don't
that,
know if you got cancer until 15 years down the road when that business is closed. So there is that to consider.
all right, I'll leave it.
I would say leave it. I'm good, leave it.
I'm
I don't know what the
prohibiting.
consensus is.
I'm good leaving.
Okay, do I have a consensus to leave it?
Which line was that again?
What?
205,
The synthetic.
And you're gonna prohibit the pesticides and herbicides, weed killers, insecticides, fertilizers
that's synthetic.
that are
Synthetic
synthetic.
chemical materials. Yeah, I think it's a little different when you're talking commercial and people are coming in to buy your product. I think it's different than if I'm raising my own, than if I'm growing my own stuff or my neighbors are helping me grow stuff. They're all a part of the process. When I go buy fruits and vegetables, I'm not part of that process. I'm just trusting that they're doing the process properly. And so-
But we're not gonna outlaw herbicides, pesticides, weed killers, and fertilizers, right?
No.
I mean.
The use of
still
synthetic
gonna let
chemical
us-
materials.
I get that, I just don't know enough about growing crap that survives.
I was thinking the same thing.
You know what I mean?
In
I just
between
don't
the
know.
readings, I'm gonna study.
I just touch it.
Most of your herbicides, insecticides are synthetic.
See,
that
that's
are
what I'm
used
trying
that
to
are
get
used
at.
in the day-to-day right now. Most of them. They do have organic stuff, but out there right now, that is what is being used. It is toxic. It is against, the environment, but used properly. Again, in the fruit business, I don't know if they would even use stuff like that. I'm not in a garden business. I don't know what they would use.
Well, why don't,
But I don't want
I
to.
don't know if he knows, but.
I add just one little thing. It says here, the use of synthetic chemicals, materials, and/or chemicals, such
Yeah,
as those
see,
found in
so-
pesticides. So it's not just the synthetics like I first initially read it. The and/or is then saying, or chemicals, like fertilizers, insecticides.
That's what my question was. That's why I'm wondering if we're not outlawing it all by the wording.
Correct. That's what I'm getting at. there.
This language, if and I apologize, it's been a little since I initially wrote this and did the research, but it came from a conversation I had with either the Department of Ag or with IFIS.
Who?
The University of Florida Institute of Food and Agricultural Sciences. I had a conversation with them about, IFIS does a lot of best management practices in the area. Sorry.
ISIS, yeah,
IFIS.
But I had some conversations with them about specifically the type of language I was putting in here. I'll have to look back at my notes and I can provide that information.
Yeah, because they did integrated pest management, because I attended a lot of the classes, and I was a member of the board up there many, many years ago with Dr. Fred Santana. So, yeah, there are practices out there that are organic, but, not all of them are effective.
That's true too. They started going organic with mosquito control and you wonder why we're getting eaten alive.
They did it with ants, too. So there's a lot of different practices
I
out
guess
there.
that I would go with
I would encourage
maybe,
them
how do
to
we
do-
change this? Encourage?
Encourage them to do best or best practices, like, where is it here? The use of materials and practices used for organic production found in the Organic Materials Review Institute guidelines is strongly encouraged.
Yeah, we could take out that first sentence.
Yeah, you take out the sentence from the use of to prohibited and leave the rest. That's the way I look at it.
What I'm hearing.
Okay, I'm good with that.
Consensus? Commissioner Luke? Yes, yes, yes. Okay, it's across the board.
Okay, section 7, the next one under, it says the Florida Exotic Pest Plant Council, the FEPPC. How come IFIS wasn't added? Because IFIS is,
That was the resource I believe that IFIS gave me. That was the correct plant listing for
Doesn't-
invasives.
doesn't IFIS have a different listings compared to this Florida FEPPC?
I'll double check, but I know that this was the resource that I was given to be the most reliable for this purpose.
Okay. Number 8, line number 213. Livestock and animals prohibited. This goes back to puppy mill time. Breeding and raising of livestock is prohibited, I think is a better language, because right now you're saying keeping a cow or a livestock is prohibited, but that's not saying anything about breeding them or raising them.
Or
I
even
think-
using them, like using, 'cause you can use fish, livestock, you can use bees, in your garden.
Right,
Well, the first part of that, the livestock, Yeah, that one just blows my mind, because again, that's animal husbandry, basically, you're talking about. But when you're talking about poultry.
Yeah, that's another sentence I was going to talk about.
That is already allowed in residential in this city. Bees is regulated by the state of Florida. They have to be allowed. You can't prohibit them. And then fish. I mean, I took a tour of the mosquito place, and they use those little fishes to fertilize their plants and different things around.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
the
they have like
water
a flow
from
of
that.
water.
Exactly. And so that is another way that is extremely brilliant in order to
Reclaim,
fertilize
yeah.
organically, which you are wanting to avoid.
Right, if you
others.
prohibit it, then you don't have that option.
Exactly. So I think the last one
I was talking about.
struck.
Right, and when you had brought up the breeding aspects, I do not want to see any breeding or puppy mills or anything
I would
out
even
there,
say
you know.
sales.
And I know that's further on
That's not
down,
what
but
this is about, right? It's about
Right.
community gardens, not about selling
So-
livestock.
So the livestock, let's focus on the livestock and animals prohibited. I get it, they're prohibited. But what about breeding and raising of livestock? Can we change it to include that?
Add breeding.
Add breeding, raising, and livestock is prohibited. Livestock
Breeding and
and-
raising livestock in a neighborhood commercial zone?
Is
Prohibited.
Is prohibited.
Yeah, prohibited.
The poultry and the.
To allow it. Sorry.
No, I think what we were saying was, I think what we were saying was if, let's say, you want to truly be organic with your garden, we have a big fish tank, you reclaim that water through your garden, the garden cleans the water, the water
Right.
renourishes the fish renourish the garden. So allowing something like that, you could utilize those to kind of keep the gardens going, even the bees.
I hope they would have beehives.
Absolutely, they help
would.
pollinate.
See, I'm even good with chickens, ducks,
Yep, all good with that.
but I don't want a cow on the neighborhood. You know what I mean? Like,
Cows and goats are good
there's
for
gotta
mowing.
be like a limit to.
Mowing.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the intent here was to make sure that it doesn't become a farm.
Yeah.
Because we don't want to allow farms in our.
I was
commercial
looking at farmers
zoning
market, kind of
Yeah.
a very much Detweiler's thing, but everything homegrown, but
Right.
not slaughtering cows.
But definitely do
Like
not,
that
yeah,
would
don't
draw.
want to,
Oh,
I don't want to be raising and selling them there by any
I mean,
means,
I kinda
but,
like steak,
but if one of these places wanted to utilize the fish or the bees to help pollinate or do things like that,
Right. Maybe there's we'd have to look at how we could craft the language. Maybe there's a way to frame it where if bees or fish are being used in part of the operation. and
Right.
It's not solely
That's
for
what I'm
that
saying.
purpose.
because you
Right,
really
not
wouldn't,
for
you really
resale
wouldn't
or
even
whatever.
see the fish or the
I-
bees
it might get a
per,
little-
per se, because it'd be behind the scenes more doing the
But
work.
what if somebody's out there and you got your garden and they got beehives all over the place and now they're selling their natural honey? That should be allowable too,
That should be allowable.
you know?
That should be
I agree.
allowable.
You know, I'm just saying, we're looking at all sorts of different possibilities in the
Because-
negative. What about the positive?
Because the chickens, if you're allowing chickens in this, then you're selling the eggs, which is going hand in hand with feeding the community that,
It is, but we're really getting outside the scope of a garden
Community
here.
garden.
It's really
Yeah,
becoming
let's
a
stay on,
farm at that
yeah, I think it's
point.
important to
Well, it's a
focus on the
market.
time.
It's becoming agricultural.
It's becoming a
commercial.
market.
But it's not a market, it's a market garden.
Right,
That's
it's a
what we're-
community
we're-
garden, it's
right,
not a
yeah.
market.
I like the way you said it. If it's utilized within the use of the market, that'd be allowed.
But, yeah.
Which would be the
Yeah, it's part of
bees
the
and the
production
fish.
of the garden itself.
yeah, because hydroponics, you have to have a
Hydroponics,
pond.
yeah.
The hydroponics, you don't have hydroponics without having the water with the fish.
Right.
And you really don't have
That's
a
what I was
garden
thinking of
without
when I was
bees.
thinking of it.
And I think that was encouraged somewhere in here too, the hydroponics.
I think it's part of the definition, so yeah, we can clean that up.
So maybe we can have the city attorney and staff work
Well,
on
they
that
understand our
language of
intent.
8. And then make sure with the livestock and animals being prohibited, that it's also including the breeding and raising.
So you understand the
Say what?
intent we're looking for there?
I don't.
You don't? no raising and breeding and selling of livestock, because that's not what it's for. It's a garden.
Right.
However, if, let's say, you want to do hydroponics, you would necessarily need fish, maybe a little pond or something, to utilize that, or using the bees for pollination, for the production part of it, but not as a sales or not as a breeding establishment, because then you're getting away from the garden and you're getting into a farm.
So no raising and breeding of livestock or selling.
Right.
You want to throw in slaughtering?
No. But to allow as part of production and maintenance.
But you understand the
Right?
intent?
Yeah, I get it now.
You'll find the verbiage for it.
Yeah, I'm just trying to wrap my head around it, production and maintenance.
Can I get a consensus for the intent that we just sent to staff?
Yeah.
Yes?
But now that means you can't have eggs.
Because that's chickens.
Yes, I know.
But if they're used within the market, we can have eggs, correct?
What would you need them in the market? Fertilizer?
Well, chicken dung is a very high
Well, that's
nitrogen
different.
fertilizer.
Well, that's different though, right? So it's not the
But
raising or
it's
breeding.
You're not breeding them, but if you got eggs, sell them.
But nothing's saying that you can't have a chicken there.
Right. But if you got
Step-
eggs,
No, it was the raising and breeding.
right.
And selling, and selling.
We shouldn't have
Well,
chickens in
no, chickens
commercial,
laying eggs
guys.
is not breeding. You need a rooster to breed.
Guys, you shouldn't, we're really,
Let's just keep gardening. It's a garden.
yeah, it's a garden, it's not a chicken farm.
The entire intent is just if somebody wants to be completely organic, they want to use the, natural aspects to feed the garden itself, whether it's the water from the fish, whether it's the poo from the chickens or what have you. I mean, the intent to me was that it's all about the production. It's
We're
not
trying to
about-
have a garden.
Yeah, it's
Commercial
about
garden.
the feeding of the garden or the
Aspect of
composting
it.
aspect
I
of
would
it.
want it to be able to do all of that and more, because I would want it to be more of a country market, to include more than just produce and fruits and vegetables and.
Well, can that be done out in the estates now?
Yes.
Yeah, so we have areas for that.
Not to sell it.
If it's part of a bona fide agricultural farm,
Yeah.
then I
We don't
believe
have
they
any
can.
bona fide.
Well, we don't have it,
No,
but they could
they
have.
could,
I,
under, we can't.
special exception, right? Because it's residential.
I believe if it's agricultural from a state perspective, we can't control whether or not they sell on site, because the whole purpose of a bona fide agricultural purpose is good faith commercial operation.
Yes.
That is part of the definition. It is a commercial operation.
But we've done special exceptions for properties out there that are bona fide agricultural sales, and we have nitpicked the hell out of them to the point where they regulated their hours, all done under special exception. So what's the difference?
I don't know the circumstances that you're speaking to, but I mean, agricultural purposes are one of the permitted uses by right in the agricultural zoning district.
But that's
So I'm not
not
sure
an
how we would-
agricultural zoning district, it's residential with an agricultural overlay.
This isn't residential, this
That's not
is,
how the code
Yeah,
says.
this
this
is
is activity centers and commercial
Yeah,
districts.
commercial.
Was, huh?
Properties in the estates would be, it's zoned agriculture, and as such, you can conduct agricultural uses. We've got a couple of, I think we had a couple of beehive folks.
We've
that
always
wanted
had
to do
that,
that,
yeah.
and they can.
So I think whenever you're looking at these
I think we
activity
need to find out when
centers,
that changed.
which are a little more in town,
Mhm.
I think it's important to focus on garden.
Yeah.
It's about the garden.
All right, I don't care, yes.
All right, so we have a consensus to what we just discussed. You understand the intent behind it, so you can put the verbiage to it.
The last one, last two I have is the definition of urban market garden.
Where's that now?
On 273, it says what you can sell for commercial sale on-site to consumers. I think it should also be allowed to be sold off-site.
Oh, well, it does earlier, though.
Mm-hmm.
Say that, where are you at? What
Line
line?
273, It says for commercial sale on-site, I'm asking to add in and off-site. Because, here's an example, I have a
Didn't it say
commercial.
offsite earlier in the?
It does.
It does, yeah, we could just remove on-site for commercial sale.
Or
Yeah.
just,
Yeah, that's what I do, because it already says that
Yeah.
they can sell off-site, so I don't know why this is there, probably just a mistake.
so we're gonna just take up for commercial
Off-site, yeah,
sale
just
and we're
take
removing
off
the words
on-site.
on-site?
And they, yeah, for commercial sale to consumers.
Because I'm picturing a commercial garden then selling to a restaurant here in town. You know, like maybe a Pink Tequila, they want the tomatoes. 'Cause it's,
Camden selling it.
I mean, yes.
all right, so,
All right, so I have a consensus for that across the board, all the way down, Emmerich?
Yes.
Yes, yeah?
all right.
Okay, that's
My
unanimous.
last one is the very last line, 279. Somewhere in there, we need to say, and this definition may include activities and sales in garden shop and plant nurseries. So that way then we're combining it. Oh, I just saw you just go, woo! So that it's not just a garden where you're growing tomatoes and stuff, but you're able to sell the hoses and maybe decorative stuff that gardens sell, you know, like a garden center, and also the nursery, so that I can sell my plants.
This is not limited to using, okay.
So that would come into play in terms of a mixed-use component. I think I briefly mentioned this earlier. So you can do more than one use on one piece of property.
Oh, you can?
Yes.
I don't see that anywhere in here that says you can do that.
It's in the code. I'd have to find the specific
Yeah, but
reference.
this
but
isn't
it is
mixed-use
in the code.
properties, is it? No.
I have to find the
Like
language.
neighborhood commercial,
It's neighborhood commercial, it's not a mixed use.
there's mixed use in some of them, but not all of them. Same with activity centers. Some of them are mixed use, some of them are not. So you're gonna have it apply to some and not to all, which could be problematic.
It'll take me a little time to find
Oh,
it.
I know.
the language is in there that allows for it. I just have to find it, and if not, I mean, we could amend it. But if we were to include that in the definition here, I think you might run into some problems where if a garden shop or a plant nursery is not already listed as a permitted principal use, and you're trying to wrap it into the definition of something else to allow it, that gets
Right.
tricky. I don't think you'd want to, that's not,
Commissioner Luke?
I think we can accomplish what you're saying, but I don't know that adding it here is the right way to do it.
Commissioner Luke?
So what would an individual who wanted to do this have to do in order to incorporate all three of those definitions into their company?
It would be a mix of uses on the site. And
I mean, is that a permit for each use, or what do you do?
No, it would be covered by the same major site development plan. It would be the site plan for the entire site.
So we just have to make sure that it is zoned, allowing mixed use on the property.
Right.
Okay.
What if you had allow wares and other products designated in the major site plan? At least there's a reference here.
Say that again?
To allow wares and other products designated in the major site plan. So it's referenced so that people know that you can do, you know, the little spinning wheels and all that. But yet it's outlined in the site plan that needs approval. What if we did that? Is that, I mean, I'm trying to figure out a way to address all the concerns.
How about we have staff double check to make sure that when I go and buy my 10-acre or 6-acre parcel, and I start it with a little garden, and then I want to expand to be able to sell a wheelbarrow, then I become a garden shop, and then at some point I want to sell tulips, now I become a nursery. I want to make sure that there's a way that we can do all three on my wonderful 7-acre and 6-acre investment plan.
I'm with you, but I was more concerned about, you know, the little water fountains that you put in the middle of a garden and the koi ponds that are just a big plastic round thing, you know, that kind of stuff. I was more worried about limiting on them their opportunity to sell those types of products versus.
That's a garden. That's a
Now,
garden.
those are garden things.
Stuff. Shovels, yeah, exactly.
Well, that's wheelbarrow stuff. Those are things that, the definition of garden and then the definition of nursery, I want to make sure we can do all three.
Garden shop. right there.
Well, I mean, leaving the definitions as they are tells you what each of them is. As long as you can have the mixed use there, they can do all of them.
Well, that's my concern. I don't know about the mixed use issue, so. All right, so have staff check into the mixed use clarification. Okay, I'm good with that.
Mayor, that's all I have. If anybody else has anything else.
I do want to let everybody know that I'm shutting this meeting down at 8 o'clock, so we better get moving.
Yep.
We do have a final
With
public
ya.
comment.
But before we, does anybody else have anything on this? No? Okay, I'm going to take public comment, and then we're going to move forward on direction. Our Commissioner, Linda Yates, ex-Commissioner Linda Yates, come on down. You know, you never lose the title. President's always president, First Lady's always First Lady, always a commissioner. Come on up here, Commissioner Yates.
She's a definite lobbyist now.
She's registered?
Linda Yates, Northport.
She knows.
I'm so glad I was able to make it back and you're still talking about this, so that's great.
Oh, we're so glad that we could
So glad we're
keep
still
this
talking
open
about
for
it.
you.
No, I
for 12
appreciate
hours.
all of the conversation and how you folks are really getting into this and all the good work that you've done. Just a couple of points here, and I saw I was listening, as you were going through some of the language in here, and the biggest thing that stood out to me, like with the process and the application process and some of these other provisions, especially the one that says that nurseries are excluded, my question is why? If we're talking about, when you think about a nursery, they're using fertilizer, they're conducting a business that is very, very similar to the gardening aspect here. So why are we getting into writing in a whole section in section 53-240 that then gets into micromanaging this particular type of gardening business? So what's good for one is good for all. And I'm just not clear on why we're getting into this specificity, because the plant nurseries as well have some of the privileges that just planting crops are going to have in regards to the state statute and some of those perks or designations of agricultural use. So that's what's very confusing to me, is treating businesses differently. And, you know, it just gets back to my point earlier when I said a lot of this language, keep it simple. Keep it simple, make it simple, encourage businesses. This is an economic development driver because of the new creative ways people are doing this type of a business. So I would just ask that you please consider that getting into all of this. It just makes it to where somebody wanting to come here is going to say, you know what, I'm going to go to Port Charlotte, I'm going to go to these other areas. This is just too much, too complicated, and I'm being treated different than a plant nursery. Plant nurseries also, I mean, if they're allowed, and I did send you an email, they're allowed in similarly the same areas that this urban garden market would be. So, and there's not all of this in there. So please consider that. The other thing about the composting, I believe that is referenced in section 6244 of our code. It does reference it, but again, that's a provision that has so many other agency regulations over it. So I think the simpler you keep it, the better we will be. And also, as far as the size limit, I think if you put that size limit of 3 acres, you're truly going to discourage these types of things. These businesses want to make money, and I think you're putting way too much restriction on it. Even if you have 1 acre, you'll qualify for that different assessment that you get on that property. So providing all of the other factors fit. And the other is, as far as the keeping of animals, yeah, no livestock breeding, selling, and all of that. But the keeping of hens, the keeping of bees and fish goes along with the organic gardening. So thank you very much, and again, I really appreciate all the time you spent on this.
Ms. Yates, thank you. And actually, we did kind of address some of those.
Yeah, we did.
And just exactly the way you said there.
Yep.
So that's good. Okay.
All right.
All right, I'm ready for somebody to read through this motion.
All right.
I thought we were just going with consensus.
Are we just going through, well, I have to capture the consensus
Yeah, I
in the
think
motion.
we need a motion here for
Okay.
this.
So I'll make a motion to continue ordinance number 2019-11, allowing for urban market gardens to a meeting date to be determined, with the following changes. Line 62 is parking 1 additional space per 350 square feet, plus everything else, of course. Line 89, inside and outside sales allowed in all zoning districts. Line 120, size, it addresses the sizes in activity centers up to 6 acres and in neighborhood commercial up to 3 acres. Line 123, remove all of CI. Line 166, strike all of 3. Line 181, am I going too fast?
Yeah, what? Line 3?
Yeah, we're removing, strike all of 3, A, B, C, and D. That's on starts on 166.
166, strike all of 3. Line 181, outdoor storage must be screened from public view, and city attorney will craft that language. Line 190, C1 or CI, whatever that is being removed. Line 199.
Wait, and then we have them looking at the double I.
That's what I'm getting into.
Oh, all right, sorry.
Line 199, C double I or C2. Staff is going to investigate and report back for second reading. Let me flip my page. Line 206, it starts, the sentence is going to be removed. That starts with the use of synthetic chemicals. That sentence is going to be removed. Line 213, staff will recraft the language with the intent that bees and fish used within the use of the garden will be allowed, and to readdress the language about breeding and raising livestock being prohibited. Line 273, we're going to remove the word on-site. And then 279, staff is going to check to see how the mixed use of all 3 of those definitions are going to apply within the code.
Second.
Wait, 273, I have
Well,
to
where's-
remove the words for commercial sale on site, not just on site.
Well, no, because you have to have, can we get a second
I
before
have
we
allow
start?
wares and other products in the major site plan.
So 273, we have to, the definition is saying that, yes, you can, it is commercial, for commercial sale. We removed on-site because I was
So they can do it
suggesting to
anyway.
add and
Alright.
off-site.
I mean, it's not that big of a deal, because I just listened to what was said, so, all
We
right.
just removed the on-site, so it opens it all up.
We're gonna have staff
279,
look
did you
at
have
the mixed use
Mixed
issue.
use of all 3
Okay.
definitions and applied, and how it is applied within the ordinance.
I'll second.
Already did.
Okay.
I have a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor, seconded
do
by
that,
Commissioner Luke.
but yeah.
Anything to that, Vice Mayor?
Good job, everybody. I think we went through it. I'm sure when we come back for second reading, we'll all do a little bit of our own individual homework on specific areas.
I hope we don't do this again.
I don't think we
Well,
will.
the
I
next time
think
it'll
it's.
take 10 minutes, because
Yeah, I
it'll
think
be
we'll
second
just
reading.
be double checking some of the stuff staff is going to be bringing back and just making sure the words all get tweaked correctly. And
Commissioner Luke, you have anything? Motion?
No,
Or to your second?
when it comes back, I probably will discuss narrowing the certain areas down a little bit narrower. So that can be discussed next reading. Thank you.
and I also would like to thank our citizen, Mr. Hector, because, man, he's
Done a lot of work on
done
this
a
deal,
lot of
hasn't he?
work in helping me even understand about commercial gardens. So thank you, and to staff for your efforts, too.
Wonderful, let's take the vote.
Did you say for second reading?
I did,
Yes.
a date to be determined.
Okay. Oh, I just want to make sure.
That passes unanimously. Okay.
Can we take a few, Chief?
Yeah, hold on, let me just see where we're at here, really quick.
We're at never gonna go
Done, done,
home
done.
stage, that's where we're at.
Done. I just did this one. All right. Okay, let's take 10 minutes. We'll come back, and again, we will be out of here by 8 if we gotta move stuff
with
to
you.
another meeting, so.
I'll be with you.
We're adjourned for a moment.
I got it. Oh, my God.
we back?
We ready to go?
Now we're back. All right, wonderful. Well, I would like to, if I can get the board's approval here, consensus, I would like to move on to, where are we?
6E.
Yeah, 6E, the review and adopt War Mineral Springs Park final master plan. Can I get a consensus to do so?
Absolutely.
Huh?
70, because there's not a 60.
Sure. Exactly what I mean, 70, exactly what I mean. Wonderful. Okay, so let's do that. So we're going to move on to that. Let me see, where are we? City manager.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor.
You better stall, they're not all in here yet.
As they filter in, I'll call Sandy up here to start the process for the War Mineral Springs Park master plan adoption. And we've had multiple meetings on this. I believe we've made the final tweaks that you all asked for, so we're hoping we have a nice quick item here. With that, I'll introduce Sandy.
Thank you. Good evening. For the record, Sandy Funneller, Director of Parks and Recreation. During the February 26, 2019 Commission meeting, Kimley Horn and Associates presented the War Mineral Springs Draft Master Plan, and Commission provided consensus to incorporate several changes which are reflected in the final master plan that's being reviewed today. The staff summary submitted for this item provided the list of changes that were requested and the associated pages that reference the revision. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Kimley Horn and Associates consultants so that they can provide a review of the changes, the final master plan document, and the preliminary order of magnitude costs, which reflect proposed phasing for the project. Pending any questions or additional changes discussed today, staff requests that Commission adopt the final master plan as presented.
Where's the, I don't see it up on the screen here. Plug it in right there.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Thinking. Is it not up there? There we go. Okay, good evening, and thank you for your patience. Sorry about that delay there, but my name is James Spankinen with Kimley Horn and Associates. It's a pleasure to be back tonight. For tonight's agenda, we're going to focus primarily on the changes to the draft master plan that we presented to you back in late February. At that meeting, we received a few comments, and so we've addressed those changes in the revised master plan. We have some utility infrastructure improvements that we'll be talking about, and as Sandy mentioned, also project phasing. The draft master plan concept that was presented back in February is shown here. And this was really the culmination of the stakeholder and public engagement process, as well as the workshop meeting that we had in January, and additional coordination that we had with staff, in some of the weeks in between some of those meetings. The program elements that you see on the left are reflected with the numbers on the plan to the right, but it's basically what you've seen before. And kind of, again, represents that, the desires of the community and the input that we received from you all as well as city staff. On the plan that we presented in February, you asked us to look at primarily 4 major plan changes, and so that is going to be reflected in what you see. But just as a recap, we talked about shifting the bus lane that was adjacent to the parking lot and providing and ensuring that we have easy bus maneuvering for dropping people off. We talked about relocating the maintenance building that we're showing in the southeast portion of the park, adding a fire lane adjacent to the event plaza, and then also the idea of a schoolhouse or an education center came up as some of the community input in that February meeting, and I think that that's something that was latched onto by the commission, and so we've reflected that in the updated plan as well. So in the plan here, which is incorporates those modifications, you can see that we've added that bus maneuvering to make it a lot easier to bring people in and drop them off. Elements like that will still be refined as we move into construction documents and permitting documents. You know, we'll run auto turn and stuff like that just to ensure that the turning radiuses are adequate. But we do feel that what we're showing here, you know, would accommodate bus traffic. The maintenance building has been moved up to the northwest part of the park. We did talk about maybe having it in the area where we had shown future parking at one point. We felt that it was maybe appropriate to put it here kind of adjacent to the community garden. We could capitalize on combining infrastructure and some of those services. It's also located you know, just off Muskogee Road, so the access to that is fairly easy as well, as opposed to going up and through the neighborhood to get to this area. There's also some lots here that aren't currently, that are under private ownership, so we don't have access through those. You can see in the bottom, adjacent to the event plaza, that we've got the fire lane that we've added to ensure that we have proper separations and safety access and everything. And then the schoolhouse or the education center is shown here, kind of where we were showing the some of the other educational and outdoor display exhibits, but we've located that right here, kind of in the center of the park there. So this is what we're calling the final master plan. Again, it incorporates the comments that we received from you back in February. Just to recap on all of the program elements then, we've talked about the elements that we just changed, but we've incorporated and preserved the existing tree canopy on the site. That's been very important. It's something that we heard from the beginning of the project. We are proposing to preserve and restore the existing 3 buildings. We've got natural berms, landscaping, and noise abatement, especially as we're talking about maybe an event lawn for some of the smaller gatherings, and we have the neighborhoods to the south, so we want to be respectful of that. We've added the additional parking improvements to accommodate both daily users as well as, you know, some of the larger events that you may have. You can see the event lawn and large gathering space that we've provided there. Enhanced signage at the southwest corner of the site. That would be in the form of a monument display signage and maybe even some gateway or wayfinding signage coming up from US 41. Network of trails throughout the park. We've envisioned those as being kind of a mix of asphalt as well as potentially shell, just depending on where we want to structure the costs. Broader trail connectivity to the broader community. You can see the connection leading up to Durango along Ortiz and Triunfo. We were proposing some sidewalk enhancements in order to facilitate connections to the adjacent neighborhoods. Museum and educational exhibits and signage displays. Those are things that we anticipate, you know, could be worked into the park in a number of locations, including the renovated cyclorama, as well as what we're calling the indigenous sort of exhibit here, certainly as well as the schoolhouse in this location. Light retail in the form of the renovated cafe at the existing building, as well as the flexible event plaza market space that we've provided to the east of the parking lot. Restroom facilities, we added the one at the community garden. We've got another one in the center of the park here, and then another one adjacent to the new schoolhouse educational area. The relocated community garden is in the northwest part of the park. You can see we're showing a number of plots there that are a little bit more than what you have currently today, but there's also some room to expand to the west. Utility and infrastructure upgrades in the form of water and force main improvements. Native or historic landscape restoration. One of the ideas that came out in the community meetings also was this idea to create a landscape that would, you know, have the same plant material that you would have encountered hundreds of years ago if you came to the site. We really like that idea, so we're showing that as kind of this native landscape restoration area here just west of the spring. The event and gathering pavilion in the center of the park is shown at number 16. The multi-purpose shelter is at number 17 there. And then we had a kind of a scaled down version of those in the form of picnic shelters kind of between the event lawn and the market area. So you could have maybe a food truck event, you could get your food there, go to the picnic shelters, and then still enjoy the activities on the event lawn. We talked about a lookout tower and a canopy walk, and I think that's another idea that we had a lot of positive response to. So that is shown here at number 19. The idea being that one of those lookout towers could maybe be in an earlier phase, then the canopy walk and the second tower could be added in the future. The boardwalk crossings over the creek on the eastern sort of third of the park there. And then again, this is the educational or old-fashioned schoolhouse kind of display area where we could have signage again, museum exhibits, as well as maybe some outdoor activities. From a phasing standpoint, what we heard from you in February was that the the utility and infrastructure upgrades to accommodate the improvements would be a top priority. So we're showing that as part of phase 1. The renovation to the existing structures would be also part of phase 1. We've kind of developed some sub-phases here, so that would be 1B. And then the parking improvements could be 1C. And then additional items such as the asphalt trail loop, which might be, initially maybe just the area here, maybe that double loop there, that would lead up to the lookout tower, could be an early phase 2 element. And then additional items such as what we're showing in the rest of phase 2, and then phase 3 and phase 4 would be approved based on funding and timing as funding would become available. From an infrastructure improvement standpoint, we have coordinated with the city and the utility department on what we're showing here. But we're proposing an 8-inch water main extension from about Grove Street along Triunfo, and then that would tie in at Ortiz and lead down to US 41. At that point where it ties in, it goes from an 8-inch water main to a 12-inch water main for increased capacity. And then we're also showing a new lift station we're schematically showing it at this location, but it would be on the park site most likely. And then a new 8-inch force main tying back down to US 41 as well. So as far as next steps go, that would be, for approval of the master plan and recommendations and approval for phase 1 of the master plan as we've shown it. And then finalize our scope and fee for design and permitting of those phase 1 elements. We would be looking at typical milestone submittals through the design process with cost refinements and updates at those submittals. And then also considering bidding and project delivery options. This could be hard bid, we could do design build, or we could do a construction manager at risk process, which is I think what we would probably advocate for, given some of the circumstances that could be encountered in renovating the existing structures. From a CM at risk standpoint, there's certain benefits that we feel, again, that would lend itself to this project. Number one, you're hiring based on qualifications and their staff and their experience. The bids that they receive from their subcontractors are still open book and transparent. It's kind of a collaborative partnership between the design team and the city. And then construction managers are typically paid a fee plus the cost of the work. There's a number of contractors locally who have done renovations of these Sarasota School of Architecture buildings, and there are some nuances associated with some of that. So hiring a CM at risk that has that experience and those qualifications, we feel would be potentially appropriate in this case. Some of the keys to success in working with the CM, again, they're involved from pre-construction through the design phase. And so as part of that, we're getting detailed cost estimates at each of those milestone submittals that I mentioned. And then they're ultimately giving you a guaranteed maximum price for your review. With local construction market these days, it's challenging oftentimes to get people to give competitive bids. A lot of contractors are being very selective about what they choose to bid on. We've found that working through the CM at risk process allows you to maximize their engagement with local subcontractor communities, which ultimately can leverage better bids and pricing for you. And then the idea of value management, not necessarily value engineering, but value management. Working through the design process with the contractors in order to reduce and maintain costs of design elements without sacrificing design intent or quality. There's also an amount of schedule certainty that comes with this, as they're developing schedules and helping us identify long lead material items and getting kind of a jump on what some of those processes could be and helping to manage that through the design process. And then they're also providing constructability reviews during those design phases, which can help us address details and design elements so that there's no, unforeseen surprises during the construction. We like to think of it as providing really a project plan that incorporates budget, schedule, site logistics, safety, and staff organization. So with that, I know that was brief and a lot of information, but we'll open it up for questions at this point.
Vice Mayor?
Okay. Could you help me understand what that phrase, construction manager at risk, means? What, I'm not familiar with the term.
Sure. So the at-risk part kind of comes in the fact that, as I mentioned on the slide here, if you look at the guaranteed maximum price, ultimately what they're going to provide to you is just that, a guaranteed maximum price, where they're going to say that we'll build the project based on these plans for this price. And so there's a little bit more certainty as opposed to a hard bid contractor, which could, you could frequently encounter change orders for something that wasn't necessarily anticipated in the scope. But because the CM at risk process is collaborative through the design process, they're helping us with constructability as well as that pricing feedback. It delivers, a pretty cohesive set of plan documents. And like I say, ultimately they will be giving you a price where they are guaranteeing that they're going to deliver the project for that price.
But how, is staff looking for us to give authorization to do this CM at risk thing today?
No.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, right.
No? Okay. Then I'll thank you for that information. I'm going to move on.
Yeah, that was just one of our maybe recommendations as we consider going to final design and permitting and then ultimately project delivery. We think that that would be something worthwhile to consider.
Okay. All right. City Manager, my biggest bunch of the questions has to do with the infrastructure page, infrastructure improvements. Back in February, we gave a consensus to direct staff to bring back the information about the looping, which is what this is, but it also continued to showing the Northport properties versus the Sarasota County properties. Is that what the colorations are? The orange and the obviously I know the yellow is Northport, but is this, the orange part, is that all Sarasota counties?
Yes.
Yes,
That
they
is, yeah, and I'm sorry I didn't clarify that. On the map that's currently on your screen here, the orangish part labeled Sarasota County is the county properties, and then the lighter green is the city of Northport properties.
Thank you. I was unaware we owned a portion of property across the street
Right.
from on Ortiz. By approving this Warm Mineral Springs master plan, are we also approving this page at the same time?
What do you mean by approving it?
So by saying, okay, let's adopt and approve this Warm Mineral Springs master plan, is this infrastructure improvements page 8 part of that Warm Mineral Springs master plan?
I believe the answer to that is yes.
Okay. Well, now I have a problem because why are we, the infrastructure for Warm Mineral Springs goes from Triunfo to the springs at Ortiz. To me, going from Ortiz down to 41 and then looping back is not part of Warm Mineral Springs. That is a totally different other project.
So I'm not quite sure what
So
the question was.
The question is, how do we go from a Warm Mineral Springs infrastructure, which is the water and sewer, to the springs, and incorporating something that is totally outside of the jurisdiction of Ortiz Boulevard for water and sewer? It's not part of the master plan.
If I could, so what we're creating here is a looped system for water. In order to get the pressures and the flows we are required to have for fire flow, we need to have a loop system Plus, there's a water quality issue with long dead ends like that. By looping the system, you get the water quality issue taken care of, and you also provide the fire flow that you need to protect these facilities that you're now upgrading that currently have really no fire protection at all. So the only way to do that is to loop the system.
We have other properties that I would think
Have
are
dead end
not
lines that we're-
looped.
And we are working to get rid of those because they're a problem. You have to do
Okay.
flushing, and you can't, and not in all areas is flushing a good idea either. But the idea is to have a looped system. That is, and if we built a dead end line, we'd just be extending our problem and creating a new one.
I know this is question time, but since we're on the subject, and I have the gavel, I have a problem putting in infrastructure in the county's jurisdiction when we have a need here in the city.
This is gonna serve us,
Serving to Warren Middle Springs.
which is ours.
I understand that.
Okay.
I have no problem with it going to Warren Middle Springs. Where I have a problem is going from Warren Middle Springs down Ortiz, because that is in the county, and then those people, we're paying that. Who's paying for them to hook up?
Right now, we're trying to get state money to pay for it. For them to hook up, they'll pay to hook up.
Who's gonna pay to hook up?
Whoever hooks up into our system will pay to hook up. We're not just gonna allow somebody, just because the line goes by, that line goes all the way down 41. If people want to connect to that line and we have the capacity, they pay for it.
And typically.
Are they paying the same that our residents are going to have to pay, like the discussion at Madagascar area?
Actually, for their regular rates, they pay a premium
I'm not
because they're
talking
not in the
about the
city.
rates, I'm talking about the hookups.
Um,
Our taxes are paying that.
No, it's not paid for by taxes, it's paid for by user fees.
Yes.
Utilities customers pay for this.
But there's a lot of vacant parcels on there that the property, it's going right past them. And we are putting out that money until somebody develops, and then we might get the money back. I don't know what's gonna happen. We haven't had this bigger discussion.
Actually, we're the ones who directed staff to make this as part of the plan, because US 41 corridor it has been required to have water and sewer. In fact, it's part of their annexation agreement, that if it becomes available, they must hook up. And the problem is, it's not been available. And this was a way of killing two birds with one stone.
And it's the further,
We had a
the
very
further you,
lengthy
the
discussion.
further you can
Given all the
interconnect a water system, the better the system is for everybody that's on that system. The more you grid it, the better the pressures are, the better the flows are, the better the water quality is. So you can't look at it really as just that one segment of line. It's affecting the overall system. So, by running that 12-inch line down there, you're helping these neighborhoods off to the east as well, because they're going to get better water flow through their system. It all becomes part of the overall utility system. It's not, you can't really look at it as just a single leg of a line. It really becomes part of the overall system, and it benefits the whole system. And I will tell you too that typically, if you want to hook up to that line, and that line's been put in at the expense of the utility department, they typically want what they call aid in construction. So they'll want to get paid back for a portion of that system that you're benefiting from by hooking up to.
Well, the people on Grove Street is already looped. So that east part of it that you're saying is going to get a benefit, they already have that benefit. They're already looped.
They've got 6- and 4-inch lines in there. This connection is going to help them considerably.
I have a serious problem running a line down Ortiz. It is not in our jurisdiction, and the last meeting was the first I even heard about that part of it. When I hear to Warren Mineral Springs, I hear from Triunfo to Warren Mineral Springs. I did not hear anything, and nothing was mentioned about going down Ortiz.
It was.
And the looping part was just discussed at the last meeting, which is why we had brought back and made that consensus to bring back additional information. While I'm grateful for the information, I cannot agree to running that down Ortiz. I just, I feel like we were given only partial information about this infrastructure part of it.
This was explained in depth in
Yeah.
our workshop.
It was.
I
really
do
was.
I do not know then where I was because I do not remember this at all being discussed.
It was the loop system, everything on
No.
why it needed to be there, everything was all spelled out. It really was.
Well, I disagree. And if y'all remember it, that's great. I don't know where I was.
Welcome to my world.
So there also was a consensus, and I appreciate you reconfiguring the bus loop area, but that entrance, I thought at the last meeting was more for buses coming off of Triunfo, going up into that parking lot, was more for buses. It was labeled at one point a bus entrance, and that's what I thought was going to be moved either further to the west or further to the east to accommodate, instead of going to where it dead ends and then having to turn right or left with a bus.
And if I can address that quick, so what we've shown is, we think the primary bus route would be up Ortiz here and then
Okay.
in, and then make this loop, and you could drop off right there. You've got bus staging, plenty of bus staging area and sidewalk right adjacent to that, so then they could just get off and go right in. But we were envisioning this as the primary bus route, not this, because they had to make too many turns. and
Exactly.
We have the neighborhood
Okay.
traffic there.
So that the little label of bus entrance has been basically removed and then you reconfigured
right,
it?
yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you for that.
That utilities looping project that's in this here as just under $1.4 million is what we are in the process of getting state funding, so it won't even cost anybody here anything. It's designed, we're putting for $1.4 million. Representative Buchanan put that in, has made it through committee. So if that continues through the process, which is looking promising at this point, it's 100% covered by the state.
That's federal though, isn't it?
Nope.
No, it's
State.
Okay.
State Representative Buchanan.
So every parcel that's along Ortiz is going to have to pay the same amount of money for the hookup and connections for water and sewer, that $20,000 to $30,000. If they connect, well, it's mandatory for ours to connect. Why wouldn't it be mandatory for them to connect?
Because they're not in our city. The ones that aren't in our city, I can't force somebody not in the city to do something. We're getting $1.4 million, you know, we're trying to get $1.4 million from the state so that we can have this looping project that will connect Warm Meadow Springs.
Wow. All right. I had another question. If somebody else wants to go ahead and take
Yeah,
over.
I got my name up there. I know you
I
can't
can't
see it.
see, sorry.
You can't see it on the map. He's gone,
Go ahead.
but The one question I had, we're on the same page here, and this is not any deal breaker or anything. I just got a question. Where the springs are and where your arrow is up near the gardens there on number 12.
Right.
Yes, yeah, right up in that area. It's between that arrow and the springs. There used to be a fountain out there, and it was like an original designed fountain from like the early 50s or whatever. It was dilapidated. It wasn't used. Is it still out there, Commissioner Luke? Is it gone? Okay, I was just wondering if it was gonna be refurbished or anything, but if it's gone, it's gone.
Okay.
That answered that.
Anybody else have questions?
Don't have a question, just comment.
Okay, go ahead.
I appreciate the work. I think you did very well bringing it back. I do totally understand the water situation. We did discuss it in the workshop, so I'm good with all of that. So thank you very much. I think you've done a very good job, and looking forward to the next step.
Yes.
Thank you.
Just on a side note, I had a great meeting with some indigenous people. They took a tour of Warm Mill Springs with, here you go, Mayor, you can have that back. Took a great tour with staff of the Warm Mill Springs area. They are very interested in every way that we are preserving this. They have a few ideas and suggestions on how to make it even better, because part of what our plan was to make it historical and teach people about the indigenous people.
You're talking about the Indians, right? Because indigenous means something totally different to me. So, okay.
They corrected me numerous times, so I'm trying to stay with the corrections that I received.
Yeah, them guys.
They were wondering about possibly including a mission statement in maybe their foreign language about the Springs and what the Springs means to them, whoever them is, whether it be the people that I met with, maybe even in their language. Because it is a sacred area, it is something very special to them. And I just wanted to share that request with you guys, see if that's something y'all might want to consider. They said that they would not do it automatically, that they would need an invitation. So I just thought I would share that. Any thoughts with anybody else?
Can we get that after we do this? Because I think there's more to that.
Well, if it's going to be incorporated in the master plan,
I don't know if it necessarily needs to be incorporated in the master plan. I think it's something that we can give direction to.
Later on.
It can be a part of later on, part of the
Yeah.
design portion.
Yeah, if I could chime in, I think, you know, what we've provided in the master plan is this idea of
Layout.
museum and historical, educational exhibits, signage and displays, and I certainly think that that falls in under that category. So I think, you know, the master plan accommodates that. I see that kind of ironing out what that message is and how it looks as more of a design element that we would do during kind of design development phase of the kind of next steps of the project.
Then the next step, they also talked about the museum part, which I believe is number 10. Would they be able to help craft what that looks like? I have no clue what that would look like. I don't think there's anybody around here that would have an idea of what that looks like without consulting with the indigenous people. So I would hope that, I'm sorry?
That's why I said that it's beyond this, because I think that those things
That's all part of the design.
need to be incorporated after we get done with this and be part of the design.
Okay.
Because there's more to it than just.
I'm just doing what I was asked, Commissioner, that's all I was. We had some citizens that wanted to participate, and I wanted to make sure that their
I think it's a great thing that you brought it up. I think I'd like to see us just get through this first, and then we can discuss and direct that after.
Ready to make a motion if you're
Do it.
I'm ready to take it.
Move to adopt Warren Mineral Springs Park final master plan.
Motion put on the floor by Commissioner Luke, seconded by Commissioner Emmerich. Any of that, Ms. Luke?
By adopting this, we are not adopting any financial numbers, anything of the sort that comes, you know, further. We're just looking at what the idea and the concept, the design that we discussed, and again, thank you for the work.
Yes, go ahead.
I have to have them show me how to flip it back because they, I did have one other question. A citizen wanted to know, by adopting the master plan, is this preventing like a strip mall from going in where the hiking trails are or anything of that great magnitude? Is that preventing it by adopting this master plan? So right now, we're adopting this master
Right.
plan as it's presented. I love it. The citizen was wondering if at some point, 5 years from now, when they're talking about developing the trails and going into section 3 of the master plan, could that be changed to say, hey, instead of putting these trails there, can we put in this massive strip mall?
The future commissions can do
Yeah.
pretty much anything. As
I
has
asked the
happened more than
question,
once.
I just wanted to have it put on the record, and I understand that, I just.
Under control, yeah.
So, I love the plan, and I think it is exactly what this area needs, keeping it nice and serene and peaceful. I think it will be a great attribute to the community once the buildings are done. If I had my dithers, I would like to have the numbers of this phasing. The first one being 1A is being renovating the structures. I think that is absolutely the first and most paramount thing that needs to be done. And then 1B being the utility and infrastructure, and then 1C being parking. That's just my preference because money is not readily available. We don't know for sure. We've got that state money coming for the infrastructure. So if, I don't know if anybody would be amenable to make it switching 1A and B.
I disagree with
had
that
that
statement
discussion,
because
yeah.
we're already trying to do the infrastructure right now, and that's why we put that the way we did, because it's under construction right now. So it needs to be number one.
And,
Okay.
and the infrastructure also serves the building renovations, because currently you don't have the
I get it.
capacity in those buildings.
Correct.
I
So
get
we
it.
have a motion on the floor. So let's take the vote.
Maybe.
And that passes 4-1 with Commissioner Carrasone dissenting 4.
Well,
Did you
there's
state
a
I
couple
wasn't
of
in?
reasons. First of all, I still do not agree with this plan. I still believe that we are underutilizing an opportunity here to really think outside the box and to allow us to expand its use, not to expand its use so that the environment is changed or that it takes away from that serenity, but the uses that, you know, that whole being able to see past just today and looking at its connectivity to the rest of the area and their uses. I just think that we're underutilizing it in many different aspects. And maybe other commissioners in the next 5 to 7 years will figure that out. I don't know.
All right. Okay, so we are not going to finish this agenda tonight. It's just not going to happen. So I spoke with the city manager. There's one topic he would love to have done tonight so we can move forward with the procurement process, and that would be item.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Sticking
guys.
around, guys.
Thank you for
Hey, stick
all your
around.
input,
We're
yeah.
still here.
You've only got an hour and a half to make that 9-hour, tour that you want.
Hey, you're working on overtime now. Stick around.
They've been here since 9 a.m.
Yeah, I know. So we are going to move on to item F, because that is the one that he said that he would really like to have today, and then the rest of them he is fine with moving. So are we okay with that? Are we okay with that, Commission?
Yeah. This should be an
All
easy
right,
one.
so let's move on to item F. Approve scope of work and evaluation criteria for state lobbyist services and direction to move forward with the competitive procurement process. City manager.
Thank you, Mayor. As you know, during this past budget process, we discussed the lobbying contract that the commission has with your lobbyist. We have been renewing that on one-year increments for a couple years now, and the direction was to put that back out. We specifically waited until after your Tallahassee trip so that there wouldn't be any interference with one versus the other. So now that you are back from Tallahassee, the current contract is a one-year contract, starts on October 1, ends on September 30th. That's kind of why I'd like to get this process started so that you have, whether it be your current or whatever, the contract will be in place for the upcoming October 1. And it takes a little while, especially since the commission is heavily involved in this process because they're your lobbyists, so the evaluation will be done at a public meeting with the commission as opposed to at meetings with staff, which are a little easier to get scheduled. So that being said, we have provided you with a proposed scope of services as one of the attachments. That's what we need approved by you all tonight. It's a 2-page scope. We took a stab at it based on previous scopes and the kind of work that you all have had done. Made a few tweaks to it to try to get it updated, but we need your input. Once you give us a scope to move forward with, we'll put out a solicitation through procurement. It'll be out on the street for roughly 30 days. When they all come in, We will make sure that they're responsive and responsible, and then we'll set up a meeting for you all to review the people that responded. And then you'll move through the procurement process of either, you'll evaluate them, decide whether or not you want to do interviews with one or more of them. But we'll move forward with the procurement process at that point. But this is step one, where we need you all to approve a scope so that we can get a solicitation out on the streets. So with that, I have procurement staff here as well as myself and Ms. Duffy, who helped me get this ready. So.
I didn't approve this in the first place, so
Commissioner
don't
Luke?
ask me.
How much would
I
the
don't understand it.
procurement cost be?
We do this internal.
So there is no cost to
Staff time.
soliciting the bids? Okay. As I
Staff
told
time?
you in,
Well, it takes time to prepare the solicitation, to bring them in, we have to review them.
part of the job, though.
Yep, it's procurement staff does actually work on this stuff, so it does take staff time, anything we do.
Stated in the agenda briefing that I had with you, I am definitely somebody who, when a contract is done, you bring the bids in and you review. My heart is torn on this one because I believe Hayden is tremendous. But I do understand that the contract that we have current was from 2013, went 3 years, and we were allowed to do 3 one-year extensions, and so it's done. So that is the reasoning for us needing to throw out the bid for a new contract, whether we stay with him or somebody else.
And just to clarify on that, you don't have to, and that's not what I meant in the meeting. If I misstated, I apologize for that. This is one of those services that is exempt from the procurement code. We don't have to put out a solicitation. It is a good idea to do one. It's certainly recommended that periodically you shop, just like in any other service or product that you're buying. Our lobbyist the last couple of years has been willing to give us a one-year extension on the contract. Each year, the prices haven't changed. But what you and I discussed was, is it a good idea? Yes, it's definitely a good idea to go through the procurement process at some point. You don't want to always renew blindly. That being said, I know that you all are extremely happy with the lobbyists that you've had. None of my statements are meant at anything against them. From what I've seen the years I've been here, they do a great job. But you are approving a contract. If you decided to stay with them under this agreement, you're approving an aged and outdated contract. But it is exempt from the process if you wanted to take that exemption.
But you can renegotiate that contract, readjust it, make it up to date.
Those are all
with
options.
the single source, same person.
By being exempt from the procurement code, it means that you don't have to issue a solicitation. You could pick one and go with it. Procurement will probably tell me I didn't use the exact right words for that, but you don't have to go through this whole process. The reason this is in front of you all is because you told us you wanted to.
Yeah.
So we could negotiate with Hayden.
Greenberg Torg, their current vendor, lobbyist, if you wanted to, yes.
Well, we could negotiate for a 3-year.
You could enter into a new contract with them for 3 years,
Whatever,
for 5
because
years.
the other one's done. It was three-year contract with
And
3
they've accepted a
one-years.
PO each year
So
for
it's
one
done.
more year with the same terms and conditions.
Right, so we would have to, in my business sense, you have to have a new contract.
It would be a good idea, yes.
Absolutely. See, now, that I support.
I'm ready
Going
for a
back out
motion.
to bid, I
Also,
know.
have no problem with Greenberg Torg, and I don't have any problem with Hayden at all, but I'm a firm believer in competition in this, because it causes everybody to relook at their place and then say, hey, listen, what can we do to do better for you? Because we know these other guys are coming in. We've been here for 15 years, however long they've been with us. I don't know, it probably hadn't been that long, but it's been a while, hadn't it?
So, I believe 2005 was the first, as far back as we've been able to find, is I believe.
So it has been about 15 years, give or take.
It may have been longer, but I can account back to 2005.
So we have a great relationship, but it's always good to relook and have everybody reevaluate their place and their standing to figure it out. So, all right, I'll entertain that motion.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to instruct city manager and staff to renegotiate the contract with Greenberg Torg using the sole source procurement provision.
It's,
Can I get a second?
Second.
I appreciate using the
go ahead,
procurement
sorry.
exemption. They're not a sole source.
Oh,
There
I'm
are
sorry.
others out there. Following the procurement exemption would be the better way to word it.
Following the procurement, okay.
Thought that's what she said, yeah.
No, she said sole
Second.
source, and there are way more lobbyists than just Greenberg Torrey out there.
Okay, I have a motion on the board or a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Carrasone. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I definitely feel that if anybody knows the needs of this city, is the lobbyists we've had for as long as we've had. To start over with a different company is a learning curve that I am not willing to take a risk of utilizing. I think that Hayden and his group has done and served the city well, and I'm ready to just put this to bed and let staff focus on other procurement needs.
Commissioner Carrasone?
Ditto.
Commissioner Emmerich?
Yeah, I feel the same way, but I think what you were trying to ask and suggest was you wanted to update the scope of services.
That was part of it.
That, you know,
I mean, I'm fully agreeing with what they're doing, but when you do the renegotiation, are you going to renegotiate with these scopes of services that you've just presented to us and update it that way?
that is an option, but what I was just, the motion on the floor is to update the contract and get a new contract. So we would keep the same scope of services that we've had. If you want us to update it, part of that negotiation process, there may be some things that are outdated in there, and we may end up doing that anyway, but that would be part of the negotiation process with Greenberg Torrey. So I don't need a brand-new scope of services, especially considering what you've stated is you guys are happy with the service you've gotten.
Right,
So
I'm very happy. You were just saying that this is an old contract. A lot of the stuff has been outdated. I just want to make sure when we're going forward, we're doing it correctly like
Will
you
be.
wanted. That's all I'm trying to get out there.
We will be.
Okay.
We'll be good.
I'm good with it. Thank you.
Commissioner Luke?
Yeah, as I said, as a businesswoman, I'm always somebody who throws it out. But I saw the reactions of the aides in all of these representatives' offices and stuff, and they were all, I never see anybody else outdo this, these guys. They do things that no other lobbyist does. And they walk in, they call them by name, you know, and it's always very respectful and stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and vote for this against what I normally do in business because the caliber of the work ethic and results of what they do.
All right, take a vote. Motion passes 4-1 with myself, Mayor Hanks, dissenting. The reason I dissented was exactly what I stated. I am fully pleased with Hayden. I'm fully pleased with their services. I just think it's always good to get everybody back on the table, reevaluating what they're doing, and it would be with the full intention and hope that Greenberg Torrey would win it.
Exactly. I was
So-
the same thinking.
So, Hayden, it's nothing against you, my friend. I would want you to win. Okay, that is it. So now we're going to move on to commission communications.
Really?
Well, I've known this to take a while too. So. But commission communication, Commissioner Luke. Do you have anything, Commissioner Luke?
Just, you know, legislative days went very well in Tallahassee. Thanks a lot to Hayden also. The trip that I took to Atlanta was very resourceful with the contacts that I had at that point in time. Thank you from the AMVETS to the commission. It was so cute. One of the fellows collecting the money at the gate had never seen a proclamation before. And he was so excited, you know, that they got the proclamation. So he said to please extend from him a thank you to the commission. Two things. I think there's a joint management meeting or something that has to come up. I think we're supposed to be meeting once a year, and we haven't done so. So when we meet with those guys, could we bring up the possibility of the mural on the Performing Arts Center?
Oh, yeah, there is supposed to be a meeting. Yeah.
when we have.
Meeting with the art advisory
Yeah, they
board.
only meet once a year, so we might as well throw it out on the table while we have opportunity. And my last thing is, can we get an update on SCAT, please? I had warned that I was going to ask this.
And we were appropriately warned, and I appreciate that, because we have an
Yes.
update for you.
Yes.
Jason come up, because he's been working with the assistant county administrator as well. So they're both kind of championing this, so I'll let him give the update.
Jason Yarborough, Assistant City Manager. The county decided, they got all their quotes in, they've decided to throw that out, and they're going to have a meeting to rediscuss, but it sounds like they're going to do that internally. They're going to do that in-house, and not necessarily go back out for bids, but that's the gist of the meeting they had, the public meeting they had.
They're going to do what in-house?
Just have I guess a workshop meeting. When I say in-house, they're going to have a workshop meeting between the commissioners and staff, and I assume the public, obviously it being a public meeting. But they didn't give direction to staff to go back out and resolicit for bids, or proposals, I should say.
Did or didn't?
Did not.
Did not. So they're doing away with the idea of a third party.
They didn't say that. They just threw out the proposal that they had received to date.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm done.
Commissioner McDowell?
Yeah, I'll keep it short and sweet. Baby shower last Saturday, always a phenomenal thing. And I'm glad that they moved it to a larger venue because it was a little bit more spread out. You didn't feel like you were walking with, trying to.
Baby arms?
Yeah. And I think at some point, even maybe with the back-to-school resource fair, we may want to start considering using the conference center at STC, because that is another event that is just growing by leaps and bounds, and we're running out of space for it. So great job to social services and all of the people that participated in the vendors. Thank you.
Well, one went to the Atlanta Braves. City manager and I did. Well, actually, I saw Miss Luke there too. She was there. It was a great time.
I was in the same room as you were.
Yeah, I know. But, well, it's just because I forgot to mention you when I was looking this way. But anyways, it was a great event, great time. There was so much that was going on. And kudos to Visit Sarasota, Virginia Haley. And then, I mean, really, those guys put together such a phenomenal event. And there were just, man, we got to meet a lot of people. I think Jill said she met her sister from another time or something at that event. So that was fantastic.
Editor of Lifestyles.
Yep. So that was very good, very good. I expect a lot to come out of that. Mel's all pumped back there. I already saw her. She was bouncing off the walls, ready to start contacting people. And so she'll be doing that soon. But just for some of the public that wanted to understand why the city spends money on something like that, because that's exactly what you spend money on when you want to bring development and things into an area. That's how you do it. I mean, it's you know, I get it. You know, it looks silly to wine and dine, but that's what you do. It happens in every business faction, including government, apparently. So that was great. The other thing I want to talk about is these DUI deaths that have happened. Stuff like this rings home to me because I got, thank God I'm still alive from doing stupid stuff. But I really feel, you know, Project Graduation DeFi, my gosh, they do such a wonderful job. But there's just not enough of it, you know what I mean? And over the last 2 weeks, we've just seen way too many deaths. One is too much, you know, and we've seen, you know, a few. And I really think we need to, as a board, maybe see if we can't start looking at some kind of education program that's kind of an ongoing thing. I don't know what we have. You know what I'm thinking of? I'm thinking of like crashed cars out somewhere, throwing I don't know, help me.
Do what?
They
I don't know exactly what I'm thinking of, but yeah, go ahead.
I used to work in a body shop, and the schools would contact us a few months before, and they would ask for the most totaled looking car. And we would have to get the okay from the insurance company and the previous owner to put that on display. And it would be like a don't drink and drive kind of message. A lot of the schools also, and I think we even did it at Northport High, where they did a reenactment.
They've done it
Yes.
repeatedly.
Where you had a student get into a horrific car crash, you have the paramedics have to come and try and revive him.
Yeah, like
and
play
it's
out the
like
scene and all
play
that.
the scene out, and then
They had the goggles, remember the goggles?
The beer
that they
goggles,
had?
yeah.
Yep, at the school. They had a lot of stuff. I don't know whatever happened to
Can I
it.
add
but-
something here? I went to a showing of Choices and Chances
Mm-hmm.
that Charlotte County produced.
Holly's Hope is going to do that.
Oh, good.
It's incredible. And it is a movie. It was shot all in Charlotte County, 16 different locations, utilized several people in the community, and it showed what the repercussions or what the end result was of some of the choices that we make.
I'm glad you mentioned that,
It was
Commissioner.
incredible. And then you just show those videos, and it makes you stop and think, hopefully.
We are, Holly's Hope met last night, and they are planning on doing maybe a movie on the green in September. I got to work it out with staff yet. And it would show choices. And then we would have all the mental health vendors, similar to what they did at Charlotte County. And then maybe some sort of incentive to get the kids there. But Holly's Hope is actually, in response, we reached out to the organizers, and we have the work kit coming to us that'll include the movie and everything else, and teaching tools and so on and so forth. So we are definitely working towards that. And to, if I can, Northport ASAP, Northport Alliance Against Substance Abuse, what was it? ASAP, Alliance for Substance Abuse Prevention. That's what it did. It was supposed to create programs and it was covered by a government grant, covered by a federal grant. Because of certain personalities, it's not here anymore. But something like that, it really
Yeah,
needs to be
absolutely.
reorganized.
Whether it is those crashes and
Yeah.
move those things around the city,
It really
and,
does. I mean, DeFi does a fantastic job.
Absolutely, I'm not
But we
saying it isn't,
need
but we need more.
Yep.
City manager,
Been
I see
saying it
Mr.
for
Morales
15
came up here.
years.
Can we let him speak if he has something to say?
Yes, sir. Obviously, you touched on a point that he's passionate about.
I know.
so-
Yes.
More than that.
Deputy Chief Chris Morales.
Maybe more.
Yes, we have, a perfect example would be National Night Out. As you see, we have a mock demonstration with the fire department in conjunction with the police department. We work great with our local tow companies here that graciously donate a vehicle that was involved in a crash, and so the fire can demonstrate an extraction with the helicopter. We work with Florida Highway Patrol. They also come out, and sometimes you might see the vehicle. It's on a machine that rolls if they're not wearing their seatbelt. So we try to encompass that. The goggles, some of you guys that we've had those where we put the kids on wearing the goggles and drive a car and see how they can hit cones by within so many feet away from them. They don't even see the cone because their vision's blurred from the
walking.
They try to give them the effects of what an impairment would be. I think, like you all said, is like we do it, but I think we need to probably increase it. We need to work more with the schools, as the high
I
schools.
would make it more
getting-
regular, more, once a quarter or something. You don't want too regular, but, because then people will stop showing up and stop seeing it, but once a quarter, something where you could just integrate different things.
I totally agree, and that's something what Chief Garrison talked about when we get back, and he's talking about education, more about education, because I think as we leave those laps of time, as tragic as this past incident occurred, people think that they are invincible at certain times, and these are things where we have to remind that you're not invincible. Bad things can happen. Use better judgment on things and be responsible. And I think that's the campaign we need to start putting out here more. We have 10,000 kids, in our city. We're a third of the population of the entire Sarasota County School Board. We definitely need to focus on this. We acknowledge this, and we're going to move forward with getting education out there with the schools and our
So you're gonna make this a priority?
Yeah, the Chief Garrison, we've discussed this, and we're gonna push and start making
I'm
this
gonna
a
go
priority.
big, man. Go big with this stuff. That's it.
Well, that film was excellent down there. It was huge.
Yeah, yeah. So,
And it involved the entire community doing it.
well, good, good. So let's go big on this. Keep us informed, if you would, City Manager, if that's all right.
Sure.
Have him keep us informed, if you guys are all right with that.
Can we take it a step further?
Okay.
Our social media gurus and communications team is absolutely wonderful. They produce some really good videos. Can we do maybe a serious one now that graduation is coming and prom? I think prom's over, but graduation is definitely on the horizon. To put it out there that,
Prom's over.
is it, I don't know. I don't know.
One, I don't think
Sarasota
prom's
just had their
over.
prom. I'm not sure when ours is, but I
But-
know North Sarasota just had.
Next weekend.
I know
But I'm
going
looking
on.
for,
Support project graduation with that, too.
yeah,
I
is a
think that's
support
great
project
idea.
graduation, a video of no drinking and driving, just some really tug at your heartstrings to help drive this message home. I know that, like somebody had already said, the kids feel like they're invincible. I still am. But hopefully with this tragedy that happened, it might help prevent others. So I don't know, City Manager, is that something do you think the staff can work on and get out in the next week or so? To tie in, if prom is
Quick.
coming up, but definitely in time for graduation?
We'll do our best to get something out, yes.
You know-
Prom, I'm not sure when Northport prom is. I know
Yeah, it's,
one of the Sarasota ones was last weekend. Venice's is actually this
yeah,
weekend.
it's,
I think ours is the following weekend.
I
But,
don't know.
right? Anyone?
but graduation is in May.
No, I'm not going either.
Wasn't invited.
Graduation's in May.
Right.
So if we don't get it done in time for prom,
We'll work, it'd be more likely to happen.
For graduation.
I think.
And there's stuff out there. You can go online, and there is a ton of stuff that you can literally just hijack their videos and put it on.
All
It
about
doesn't
hijacking.
have to be anything, you know what I mean?
right? But I really think we need a really good PSA
Yeah.
in time for
Look.
graduation.
Titus has a little book.
Chief Titus,
about
you
'em.
have something?
Had prom last weekend.
Yeah, Facebook.
Uh-oh.
Yes, we all
Titus,
stalked
Chief,
your
from
prom
Fire
photos.
Rescue District. Just a couple quick things. One, I just wanted to remind Deputy Chief Morales that National Night Out is we're gonna change the name of that because it's actually, fire department does all the stuff and the police puts it on and calls it a night, so. In all seriousness though, some of the things that have been effective in other communities are not just an isolated thing where we show something, but actually doing a vehicle, and I know they do this with project graduation and some other things, but actually taking a vehicle ahead of time, setting it out the front of the
Yeah,
schools, where they
that's
walk
right, I
past it
remember
every
that.
day and doing something like that. We
Yeah.
have a great relationship with Talon Towing, who's helped us out with lots of vehicles when we do extrication, things like that. They also can help us do damage to the vehicles. We'll do anything to do this. Unfortunately, the difficulty with our youth is, you hit the nail on the head, Commissioner, is, it'll never happen to me. So, we had some crews, they had police officers and we had firefighters, paramedics on that call last weekend. And there was kids on that call that still, after that event, were saying, well, it would never happen to me, that were there. They were hiding in the woods from us because they thought they were going to be in trouble, not because they were worried about being hurt. And so, sometimes it's the constant reminder.
That's
Some
it.
of the education is not really with the kids. Some of the education is with the parents and in the
Absolutely.
community, and letting them know that you don't know where your child is at 11:30, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the
I
morning.
remember those commercials.
You know what, I even think, educating the parents, and I'm probably gonna get a lot of flack for this, because parents need to be parents. I want them to parent their kids the way they want to parent their kids. But if you let your kids drink at home so they don't go driving around, I'm telling you, that is loosening their mentality whenever they go out. It really does.
And I also think
I'm
too
talking
is
from
the,
experience.
the probably either the lack of or the technology that parents have now that these kids have on them, they have the ability to know where they're at, if they're in a car, how fast they're going.
Yeah.
So where they can start utilizing these tools and be aware where their children are at too. So I think there's a lot of education out there that we can give about, hey, listen, if you're going to allow your loved ones to be out, there are ways that where you can monitor them, whether in their vehicle, out of their vehicle, then they have tools for that. I think education on both the children and the parents, just like Chief was saying, is important.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, wonderful.
Need a consensus to have staff do some kind of PSA?
Well, I think you're already doing that. You're already working towards that.
Yeah, unfortunately,
So that's without
Chief
us.
Garrison is up in Orlando.
Yeah, no, it's
He'll be
fine.
back this week, but
About the social media aspect and.
Oh, I definitely
Josh,
think it would be good
right?
creating stuff.
Yeah,
Josh
so
is-
I'm a
Josh is
yes.
very good at that.
Yes. Emmerich, yes.
Yes.
Luke, yes. So we have a unanimous consensus to use that. You were saying, sorry.
I was just giving props to our PIO. He's
Yeah.
very good.
His head is way big enough. Don't go there.
Sorry. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I have. Commissioner Carrison.
Nah.
Commissioner Emmerich?
I went to everything you guys wanted. What's there to say?
No, I think everything's been said, especially over the tragedy over the weekend. The main thing is education and educating the children, educating the parents. And the PD, I've talked with the chief and the assistant chief, and they are all gung-ho going towards it, and I got confidence that it'll be done.
And I think, having a strong commission showing on these things, if there's events, us showing up, and being a part of those things.
Absolutely.
I think is going to be very important.
Well, my grandfather used to always say, you're either part of the problem or you're part of the solution.
Yep.
And so if you don't like it, do something to change it and fix it.
To do nothing is to do something.
Well, exactly, or do nothing. But my point is we saw a problem with suicide, so we created Holly's Oak.
Here they come again.
We saw a problem with the child welfare system, so we created
It
a,
looked like they got their hand caught in the cookie jar.
I don't know, but the one thing is police is always leading the way. I did notice that.
And then they're always in the way.
and
Go ahead. I'm gonna, go ahead.
So I wish I could take credit for this idea. I wish I knew who said something to me about it. But, if you want to start gathering more kids for Project Graduation and gathering them not just from our school, but area schools.
I think so.
Change the venue to someplace exciting and new, like the
The water
Brave
park.
Stadium.
The Brave Stadium will hold a lot of kids.
Water park.
Water park.
These are all areas, yeah.
So I don't know if there's time to do that for this year, but just something to think about. We were thinking
Absolutely.
about,
Fully
exciting
agree.
venue,
And I'll-
They have
larger.
all the amenities
more-
there.
And I can't imagine the Atlanta Braves would not want to be a part of something like this. They absolutely.
I agree, especially now that we're talking about on record. I think
Especially
they'd
now that
like
it's
to be
on
involved.
camera. No, they would anyways, I guarantee
No,
you.
no,
They're very
absolutely.
community-minded.
Absolutely.
All right. City Attorney,
I have nothing, Mayor.
there's our PIO.
look,
There's
Look.
Mr.
There he
PIO.
is.
how are you holding yourself up?
He must have heard we were assigning him work.
City Manager?
I do have one thing, and I'll try to be quick about it. We got notified on, I believe it was Friday, by our friends at the MPO, that they want us to do a presentation and on the city's 2045 long-term plans.
Us to do a presentation?
Yes,
Yeah.
us being, which would most likely be me and Public Works staff.
Yeah, don't look at me.
Not you
By
all.
next week.
Public Works has
Oh,
already
that's
started working on
awesome.
something.
Cool.
One of the things I would like to mention to our members that are on the MPO, they have got to give us notice. We got this on Friday. I believe they want it by next week
I
sometime.
think it's next Monday.
The 16th. And I can't get that in front of you all. There's no way I can get staff to create something on an agenda and in front of you when they give us less than 2 weeks' notice.
And understand, we missed that last meeting because we
We were
weren't
in
here.
DC, yeah.
But,
They sent it to us
well,
on
you
Friday
need,
of last week.
then
So
just call them and tell them that it's not
Yeah,
possible.
it'll be
You'll
the
have to
next meeting.
postpone us.
that's not an option. We will bring them a long-term plan based on conversations we already had with you
That's
all.
not an option. You get to make a decision.
Yeah, and not be part of it. They're going to move forward with their long-term plan. If we don't participate, they'll just do it without us.
Because if you look, we
Yes,
have,
So
we have
our
the
option
meeting,
is to
and then we have a
participate or not
trans
participate.
thing after
I'd rather
that.
have,
So are you saying this meeting went too long and people need to be working right now?
no, they're already working. What I'm asking
laughing
is
at
our
back there?
representatives that are on the MPO to let the MPO executive director do what you can to pressure them to give us more
More
notice.
time.
There's no way they just found out on Friday of last week that they
Well,
needed
you are
this
the
from
number.
us.
No, I think it was, what was it, the internal bad mood or something? I'm all over it.
No, Pete's the backup, so.
I'm the backup. She's number one.
Whoever
Maybe
can
it's
help
so,
us with
number
this so that we can make sure that you guys have more input, because this is not the first time this has
That's
happened to us, and there's only so much that we can do. We'll react.
Probably won't help, but I'm sure.
Well,
You never know.
You never know.
You don't ask, you can't get.
There's not
Well,
an exit
Vanessa
on
should be
Yorkshire
fine.
now,
She-
is there?
She gets an extra hours of sleep that morning because I'm usually pulling
That
the
all,
early
City
shift,
Manager?
so she'll be fine.
Oh, City Clerk, did you want to say
Can,
something?
before
I'm
you,
just waiting my turn.
we have unfinished business we have to address on this agenda. We
What is
have to take a motion to continue 4 items.
Yeah, all right, but we're not.
Okay.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay, I just don't want you to, because I
All
know
right,
how
no,
quick, when
no,
she
good.
says no,
I-
you're
I
going
am
like
hitting the
this.
gavel. Well, I'm gonna
So I
move my
had-
glasses, 'cause I'll probably
I had
bang those
to-
things
I
too.
had to stop you
No,
because
that was
we
a
have to
good,
do
good
this.
catch, good catch.
Go ahead, City
My only
Clerk.
communication was Vice Mayor's concern. I was looking to see what we were gonna do with these items that were not addressed today.
I'll surprise you. Okay, can I get a motion?
Mayor, I'd like,
3, right?
there's
I believe
4
we have
items.
5.
There's 5. Yeah. 1, 2,
that
3, 4.
Oh,
Because
and
we
then
bounced around
there
a
is
lot.
5. There's 5. I see 5. Sorry, it's on the other page. All right, Mayor, I make a motion to continue to a date to be determined at city manager's discretion, to continue resolution 2019 R-05, to continue the discussion and direction to approve the code enforcement fines for the Northport Beautification Revitalization Project, to continue the discussion for the use of art fund monies for the senior center mural, to continue the discussion regarding the CGI and their promotional video services, and last but not least, to continue the item for the human resources presentation.
A motion on the floor by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Luke. Let's take a vote.
Did I capture everything,
I
guys?
think so.
Okay.
Yeah. And just as a point of reference, discussion, you mean public hearings.
All right, let's vote. And that passes unanimously. Meeting adjourned.
See?
I was gonna say you had about 1 minute before you were gonna make your 8 o'clock.
I said 8 o'clock. Look at there. 4-2. Very good catch, because I would have. I would have just went
Yeah.
straight to the
Oh, I know
gavel.
you would've gone.
I'm like,
Because